Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing? Sorry for the slight delay there. I was getting something from Discord and had to clean up my space a little bit and eat a little bit of my breakfast and try to get ready. Early Sunday mornings. How is that? Hey, give me 1 second. I took a bite of my protein bar and I'm totally unprepared. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing this morning? Joining me for an early Sunday pre-show before we dive into Discord and talk to theists about what they believe and why they believe it. So, I swear this early in the morning my beard is just completely and totally unmanageable. Man, it's wacky out there. Well, you know what? Before we talk about anything, and like, I don't know how, honestly, I gotta say, I don't know how Johnny gets through. I know Johnny tries to bring a laugh every Friday night, and Tuesday nights try to be entertaining and humorous and bring a laugh to everybody's face. It's difficult these days. It is really, really hard, given what's going on out there. All the crap that's going on as far as the Supreme Court goes, as far as what the cities are doing, the revocation of Roe v. Wade, and it's just absolutely nuts. So, I know that it's hard. I don't know how he does it. I'm gonna have to take tips from him. But it's just it weighs on one's mind. Anyway, I don't want to get too maudlin. Especially this early in the morning, before we go and talk to theists and try to have fun. So let me say hi to whoever is in the chat today. Let's see what's going on. I see Arta Rissanen is in there. Good to see you, Arta Rissanen. Thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. Oop, where did that go? Comment. There we go. Oh no, I lost it. What the hell did I do? Did I lose the comments? Oh, there they are. Oh, they vanished for some reason. It was weird. Hi, Arthur Rissanen. Good to see you. Says hi there. No, I do not think I can convince myself of something I have not convinced myself. Well, I have, but this is something else in the scale. Marcus Dresden, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here, Marcus. Thank you so much. Nate from NZ says, oh, thank Christ, I need some intelligence after watching frauditor videos the last 6 hours. Oof! That'll lower your IQ real quick. Hopefully you can hang out with us and it can bounce back. But good to see you, Nate from NZ. Thank you so much for being here. Gosh of Heckfire is in the house. Good to see you, Gosh of Heckfire. One of my favorite names on the internet. Good morning, you bunch of heathens, he says. Good to see you, Gosh of Heckfire. Alpha K91 is in the house, member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much for being here, Alpha. He says, first up, we have Otangelo. Let's hope not. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty certain that the general consensus from the audience, from like Randolph's audience, from y'all, from the people in the actual Discord channel, I think the general consensus is that they don't want Otangelo there. Is that they're done listening to Otangelo's nonsense. He has nothing new to bring. It's the same invalid crap every single time. Copy pasta nonsense that he doesn't even really understand himself. He's been debunked so many times. It's just gotten dumb. And, and at least he's not even entertaining enough to listen to, like, say, Darth Dawkins, where, he's just memed himself and he's just, it's just hilarious because he gets so angry. Otangelo doesn't even do that. He's just as a monotone Muppet that's just spouting whatever the hand is up there, up his butt is saying. So he's boring. Otangelo has made himself boring, and nobody wants to hear his crap. So, he refuses. I mean, all he does is want to spout his nonsense. And he never wants to go full cringe evangelist. So, which is something we unfortunately we just can't use that. Dibdib's in the house. Good to see you, Dibdib. Thank you so much for being here. God equals the square root of -1. Says good morning, heathens. Good morning, God equals. Thank you so much for being here. We do appreciate it. But I will tell you this. I see Otangelo. Otangelo's in the audience. In the Discord audience, Otangelo is there. Whether or not we bring him up, I don't know, but I doubt it. The general request is that he not come up. It's just gonna be the same nonsense, and we're not interested. So, but then again, I'm not one of the admins, so that could be overridden. I don't know. Yes, Arterison says divide the bridge for some theists to come in. Yep, we're gonna get it kicked off here in a little bit. Here in about 21 minutes, we're gonna get the show kicked off. Charlie Welch is in the house, member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Charlie Welch says welcome to Church Fookers. Yep, this is the Church of Bridge the Divide, where you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. We have no doctrines and we have nothing set. We value rationality, logic, and reason, and passing laws that benefit all of society equally as best they can. And we promote discourse instead. We promote civil discourse instead of judgment and ostracization of people that we don't agree with. So that's what we're all about. Maybe I should file for 501c3. Chris S., good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. And you're right, Ardo Otangelo will drop by and say factories exist. Charlie Welch says, good Lord, jail, quit drinking that swill. Hey, what are you going to do? Peter Flenberg is in now. It's good to see you, Peter Flenberg. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, you handsome devil. I don't know about that. Not this early in the morning. I need a little bit of prep work. Okay, so StreamYard is acting funky right now. It really, really is. Let me see here. Maynard Saves. That is a name. Says, hey now. Maynard Saves. You rock. Maynard. It's hard to tell. I think Maynard is one of the forms. Because people say Lemmy is God, but I'm a big fan of Maynard James Keenan. Thank you for hanging out. Maynard Saves. Do appreciate it. Maynard does save, and he takes half damage. Cal L. Cool J's in the house. Good to see you, Cal L. Cool J's. This afternoon all. Today we can truly appreciate this evolved world on such a lovely day. Fantastic. It's going to be hotter than hell where I am. So, hot that we have to take the dogs out in increments. It's that hot. So, it's going to be a blistering one today. And I don't know when we're going to get rain or anything, because we're past the rainy season. So, we're in the hot season now where I'm at. Nate from NZ says, Otangelo is crazy. There's only so much Eastern European Kermit I can take. Agreed. See, yep, and Charlie Welch says, yep, no Mo Otangelo. I totally get it. I absolutely get it. Calico says, Otangelo is the missing Ninja Turtle. That's funny. Oh, yes, hashtag no Tangelo. Yeah, I get that. And I seriously doubt we're going to bring him up. I really, really do. I do not expect him to be brought up on stage. And I really don't think we should bring up Jason the Worm guy anymore, because the minute he went flat Earth, it just, why? Like, why would you do that? So, ooh, Cal L. Cool just is pushing 30 degrees in England. Yeah, but you're on Celsius, man. What is that? I don't know my Celsius to Fahrenheit conversion. 30 Celsius to Fahrenheit, what is that? 86 degrees? I sleep in 86 degrees. I'm fucking with you. Nate from NZ says, I'm not about calling everybody I hate white supremacist goose steppers and addressing them point to point, and that seems to be your way also, JL. Yeah, I'm not. That's not what it's about. It's not about creating. It's not about creating more societal divide in the face of societal divide. It's about trying to understand why the other person is in the position that they're at. Why they have eschewed reason and rationality over for their emotions. Why they put their emotions ahead of that. And now I try to do my best to validate people's emotions, to validate people's emotions, because people's emotions are valid. They're their own, but they have to be able to recognize where their emotions end and where reality begins. And that just because it is true for them, because they feel a certain way, doesn't make it true about reality in and of itself. And that while their emotions are valid, their emotions cannot dictate how they interact with. Their emotions should not dictate all the time how they interact with the world. There is a difference between social and antisocial behavior, and that's where I try to bridge that divide. Understanding is what that is. To try to understand where they're coming from, and then try to assist them to get away from that. Yeah. Totally agree with you there, Nate from NZ. Absolutely. Stroke Assaulter's in the house. Good to see you. Stroke Assaulter says double it and add 30. Oh, double it and add 30. For where are you at? 80s. Where the hell are you? Double it, 60, 90 degrees. You tell me the conversion rate. Oh, thank you very much, Stroke Assaulter. Double it and add 30. Thank you. So I looked it up on Google. I Googled it and it said 86 degrees. So double it and add 30 seems a good rule of thumb. I do appreciate that. So about 90 degrees. Yeah. So that's 90 degrees was an okay. Was a warm day in Texas and in Oklahoma where I currently am. So that's a warm day. John Rapp is in the house. Good to see you, John Rapp. Says Bridge the Divide. Good morning. Did you manage to watch Floyd in his dismantling of the arrogant giggle boy Stanley Terry? Yes, I did. I did catch that debate. And he brought nothing more than the nonsense that he brought when he was on my channel and ran his mouth there. So I was unimpressed, and Floyd handled it very, very well. Shut that boy down. And it was just like, I like to think that I did it. I shut him down as well. I know Eric over on Skeptic Generation, he shut him down exceptionally well. And just showed him how his entire position is totally subjective to him. And that there's no basis in reality for it. So, alright. So, Alpha K91's in now. Said, really, Otangela's been on stage as the first up theist for months now. I thought it was tradition. I hope not. I really, really hope not. I don't want it to be tradition. I really, really don't. So, let me see here. And Kelly McCallan's in the house, says, hey, good to see you, Kelly McCallan. Thank you so much for being here. And Maynard saves. Absolutely. I get it. And, Cal Cool J says more like baloney. Flat Earth can be considered biblical. Yes, technically it can. And actually, it was Flat Earthers who did the most damage, who did some of Shannon Q kicked Terry in the philosophical balls. I have not seen Shannon Q take on Terry in his 7-day argument. I never saw that, so I may have to look that up, see if I can find it. Let me see. So, that's what I'm saying. So, Flat Earthers did a lot of damage to that movement, to, essentially to, like, arguments for Christianity and everything, because arguments for Christianity that predicated themselves on the Bible being true. Now, obviously, that's circular reasoning. I respect the reasoning is fallacious, but they did the worst because by their own argument, they exposed just how easily the Bible can be interpreted in a specific way, and that they were using particular scripture to justify their arguments for the Earth being flat. And when the Christians come back and they basically say, no, that's not how you interpret that. The Earth is round. This is how you interpret this. And the Flat Earthers challenge. Then the Flat Earthers turn around and say, well, demonstrate how you know that your interpretation of it is correct. And they can't do that. So Flat Earthers technically put hermeneutics on the or brought it up as a big topic of conversation. Your interpretation of the Bible, how do you justify it, and what do you get from it? And that made it a big talking point. So Flat Earthers actually did some good work for us because their position was so asinine and worse than theists that it put them in the spotlight in the worst of ways, because they're using their own weapon, their hermeneutics, using it against them to come up with even something dumber than they come up with. So they actually did some work for us, which was hilarious. Oh, let me see. Oh, let's see who we got over there. We got, Amy Newman's in the chat. Fantastic. I like Amy. Amy does good work. And I see Taco, and I see Randolph, and I see God420's up there as well. Intriguing. Let me check something out. I'm going to catch up with what is going on in our chat. Where's our guys? There we go. Got to find out if... All right, and I see, looks like T-Jump might be on. I don't know if he will be, but I see Peter's on, but I think Peter's over working on Aaron Ross' channel. J Mike is currently on, but he's not in Discord just yet. And then there's me, and I don't see Jack or Jefferson Spatchcock or Taco. So I guess we will find out. Let me go back to politics and religion. Oh. So, how is everyone doing out there? How are y'all doing? I know some of you are in the States. I know some of you are overseas. So, I hope everybody is doing okay. John Rapp says Shannon scorched him on Atheist Experience. If I remember correctly, I'm gonna have to look it up. I will look it up. As soon as we're done today, it's gonna be one of the first things on my list because I've heard Eric take him down. I've heard Floyd take him down. I took him down, and I'd like to hear Shannon do it as well. If especially if it's as good as Shannon did Darth Dawkins. So hopefully. Daryl M says the Bible is not a science book, so who cares? Agreed. It is not a science book. It absolutely is not. Let me see here. Oh man, the scrolling down the chat is acting funky today. Cuddly Unicorn is in the house. Good to see you, Cuddly Unicorn. Thank you so much for hanging out. Member of the Godless Army. Do appreciate it. Says happy Monday, everyone. Sunday here, but thank you very much. We do appreciate it. Thank you. This is technically my church. Oh, let me see here. Cal Cool J. Hey! Oh, and Mark the Sarcastic Lost Dude. Good to see you, Mark. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Appreciate you hanging out. Let me see. Cal Cool J says, do you think the flat earthers that use God in the Bible as evidence actually believe in God or just a name to promote their narrative? It's entirely possible. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. So it's not beyond that realm. So I would say, yeah, that's entirely possible. That some may do it that way. Some may legitimately believe. They may legitimately be using their biblical beliefs in order to support their flat earth beliefs. So, which is just even worse. Let me see. Nate from NZ says, no, so it was meant to... Oh, yeah, they're talking about flat earth in the Bible. John Fabiano's in the house. Word! Bridge the Divide. Good to see you, John Fabiano. Thank you so much for being here. We do appreciate it. John Rapp says, I noticed that many of the outspoken and arrogant theists display a sense of superiority by their belief. It is a way to feel more important and privileged. And yeah, I've run into that quite a bit as well. And I think it comes from this idea or this sense that they think that they have some sort of objective superiority or moral superiority to atheists or to agnostics or anybody who's not a Christian, that because their God, because they've defined their God as like the absolute moral standard and their God is good, that because they follow it, it makes them good by extension. So they're wrong in that because they don't understand philosophy, they don't understand the implications of an entity being an objective thing, because agents can't be the objective standard for anything, because the standard can't have influence, and that is the agent. To be an agent must have a mind. To be a mind cannot be quiescent. To not be quiescent is to essentially have train of thoughts and to move and to actually think. And a thinking agent can alter positions, can change positions from moment to moment, because thinking is temporal. So a thinking agent cannot be objective. Objective is true regardless of influence or power or circumstance. So they don't get this, and I think that because in their ignorance, they think it gives them the high ground, and no, it does not give them the high ground. They think they're Obi-Wan when they're actually Anakin. Oh, let me see here. John Papiano. Day's going good, John. I hope the day is going good for you as well. Looks like we're going to be kicking off here in about 8 minutes. So, to give you all a heads up on what's going on over here on my channel, I am steadily working my tail off and trying to get stuff done. Things are really, really busy here at my channel and, of course, over at Week in Horror, which is the horror podcast. Obi-Wan is actually Obi-None then. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. So things are busy over here and working on my next video. It's a Greg Locke video. Y'all should have seen the preview. I gave y'all the sneak peek at the thumbnail so you can see, this it's just ridiculous. But this is actually a good one because it's not Greg Locke making political statements. I found this video, and I know probably not a lot of people are going to cover it, but I think it gives it's an excellent example of the emotional manipulation that Greg asserts on his congregation, and how he screws with their minds to get them to keep coming in. So I'm looking forward to this because it's not one of all the big talking points are like Greg Locke did this thing with his 501c3. Greg Locke made political statements. Greg Locke does this, does that, and he really exposes himself in this small clip, and I'm looking forward to really to bring you that video. I think it's gonna be fun. It was actually kind of tough because the thing about Greg Locke is Greg Locke knows the Bible well enough that he can misuse it, and when he is speaking, he speaks so quickly sometimes, and he peppers his speech with cherry-picked scripture. So it's enough. So if you know the Bible well enough, it's enough to catch your attention, be like, oh. But then you recognize if you dig like into it, the context that he uses some things is not correct, and he's using it to justify his point and not actually talk about the Bible in and of itself as like a biblical examination, is to justify his argument. And so he's bad, but he does it so fast. He does it with such authority, like a motivational speaker, that his congregation just falls in line and accepts it. So this was a good example to really expose him for the game he plays and the emotional manipulation of the people that he's talking to. So I'm looking forward to putting it out. It should be a lot of fun. Oh, what was this? Oh, Nate from NZ says, you already have 3 times Dr. Dave's live stream. Not bought subs? Anyway, had to say that back to the program. Well, I appreciate that, Nate from NZ. Yeah. I don't know what's going to go on with Dr. Dave. I noticed it was weird because I wasn't aware. Obviously, none of us were aware that he was buying subs and buying views until the information came out and everybody exposed it. And then I went back and started looking at his videos on his channel, and I realized that he was getting around 1.3 to 1.7 views for every single one of his live streams. But then in all of his beer review videos, they were all around 50-something. And I was like, wait, well, what the heck? So, and then realized that he's buying views for particular videos, and those are the ones that his live streams are on, so that he can attract attention to that and keep trying to generate income. So, yeah. So he screwed himself on that one. I don't know how he's going to recover. Or if he will, or maybe he'll just build another channel and start doing it again somewhere else. But that dude has lost his mind, especially after Combat Wombat's video came out. He pretty much torpedoed his own channel. So that's on him, not on any of us. And in his drunken stupor, he screwed up. Oh, let me see. John Rapp says the guilt tripper preachers like Ray Comfort really grind my gears. Yeah, the persistent grinding that they need to be saved so they're not going to go to hell without ever answering the question. There's one thing I want to do, is if I ever get out to California and I get down to the boardwalk, down to Venice Beach, and I get down to the boardwalk, and I find Ray Comfort, and I want to just flat out ask him, what do I need to be saved from? I want to go down this line of inquiry. But the problem is, Ray's been doing this so long, he's familiar with that, and he will simply not engage. He just won't do it. He won't have that conversation. Ray doesn't debate. Ray just wants to preach. But Ray will not examine it. I think the last debate he did, I saw, was against Matt Dillahunty, and he got his ass handed to him. So I'm not impressed with Ray Comfort. I'm not impressed with old Banana Hands or his Cabana boy Kirk Cameron. Atheist Mando's in the house. Good to see you, Atheist Mando. Says Bridge Divide. Hey, JL, been rereading the Book of Revelations. Worst sci-fi novel so far. Gonna go back to reading Dune. Damn straight. Good work there. Good work there. Beast from the sea. What is that? Rather worms from the sand. Mark Sarcastic Lawsuit says that was one hell of a spot. I could have stared at that screenshot for hours. Still, I wouldn't have seen it. LOL. Good on Combo One for that one. Yep, that was a good video. It actually was. Inquisitor Bacon says, Ray didn't like when I told him I don't actually care about the sins he claims I've committed. Yes, that's the whole big thing. He calls certain behaviors sins, but sin implies that there's a God. A God has to exist to declare something sinful, and he has yet to demonstrate that his God exists. So, it's just from the jump, just saying, oh, what you've done is a sin. Really? How do you know that? How do you know it is sinful? Especially when, depending upon your faith, depending upon which denomination you follow, that can vary. Ooh, we got 2 minutes to go. It's 2-minute warning. Dr. Unsensible is in the house. Good to see you, Dr. Unsensible. Says hello, everybody. Bacon, bacon, bacon. I'm pretty sure that's Dr. Nimrod. Good to see you, Dr. Nimrod. Thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate it. And John Fabiano, you got it. If I'm heading out to California, I will definitely do that. I will absolutely do that. Arterison says Ray is boring and he does not prepare. He does not appear to debate, but to eat. It's all he wants to do. He doesn't want to debate. He only wants to preach. That's the only problem there. Okay, well, it looks like we got we got about a minute and a half before we get started, so I'm going to kick over and share system audio, and share there. There we go. Everybody sees the Discord. Like that. Pop out. There we go. I think everybody can see that. Let's minimize me so I'm down here at the bottom. Fantastic. So forgive me if there are notifications that pop up here in the corner. Sometimes we talk to each other. I try to clear the notifications so that they don't pop up and they're distracting, but I seriously doubt. The only thing you're going to see us doing doing like color commentary in the background, or you're going to see people like, threatening me or insulting me down there in the corner or demanding to be led up on stage. All right, so let me kick it over, and because I'm currently muted, so let me check this out, and we're going to get started. So welcome, everybody, to the Discord stage. How's everybody doing this morning?
We're doing great. Good morning, everyone.
Pretty good.
Thank you for tuning in. We are now live. You are tuned into a fortnightly program. We run every fortnight. There is a group of people who are not quite sure God or a goddess exists. Can you convince us? So, what we have on the roster today, we have a newcomer. We have Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/Amy Newman. We also have T-Jump, who is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on.
I don't think we need to do all these
T-Jump's
intros for
YouTube
people who
channel
aren't here.
is youtube.com/tjump. J-Mike occasionally joins us, and he's one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has a particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. J.L. Warren, an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/JLWarren. That's WARREN. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada, and the founding president of
Nate from NZ,
Atheists,
apparently. I did not know that about her.
For freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking, as well as atheism and atheists as a whole demographic. You can find out more about the Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca.
Atheism, you're right, Atheism.
My YouTube channel is
you need to get a little bit of energy.
Randolph
a little bit of
Richardson.
energy, you know?
That's Randolph spelled with the letter F for freedom.
Facty's in the house. Good to see you, Facty. Thanks so much for being here.
Former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary
but Randolph's
biology,
a chill dude. Randolph's really chill.
Science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Aaron Ra's channel, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is available at youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and the history surrounding it. And Taco, our organizer, is the #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. So thank you, everybody, for being here. We greatly appreciate it. And anybody have anything they wanted to begin with here?
No, just a big welcome to Amy. First time on the stage. It's going to be good hanging out with you. So, thank you so much for hanging out.
Thank you so very much. It's good to be here.
Awesome. I love your content, so I've been looking forward to being up here with you. This is going to be fun.
Right back at you.
Yeah, Amy, you run a YouTube a number of programs. One of them is Midnight Ranting, and another one is some Bible studies where you pronounce Bible as Bibble just for fun.
Jack Burton is amazing.
You've
Jack Burton. I hope he
got
pops
a
in again.
knack for bringing a great combination of theists and atheists into your open mic sessions. Do you want to talk a little bit about your channel for a moment?
Technoblade.
Sure. So with my co-host
Arno,
James W., I run what I would call the Skeptic and Ranting channel at youtube.com/Amy Newman. And we just love hearing different opinions, and especially not just what,
Reggie,
but
it's
the
good to
why.
see you. Thank you so much for hanging
And
out.
so we
Member of the Godless
invite
Army.
only atheists, but theists, to see if they can, share their worldview. And we go head to head and have kind of open mics, call-ins. We just didn't Ask Me Anything, and
yes, it is
trying
Dr.
to think
Unsensible.
what else. And we also love to get experts from people who actually know what they're talking about. So, yeah, it's an honor to be on here, and I'm looking forward to being convinced tonight. I feel it.
Yeah, optimism is always a good thing. So, well, that's great. Well, what are, if you don't mind me asking, do you find that there's a particular argument that comes up frequently when theists join your streams to try to argue in favor of their religion?
I find that there's 3 strands, I would say. We'll put I'll start with the metaphorical, science-y kind of almost ally. We'll put them aside. If you're looking for the oppositional theists, they seem to come in 2 buckets, which is the Bible happened, a book said a thing, really coming from that angle, as well as just attacking science.
So a book said
and then there is the precept angle. And the precept angle is just, listen, we are going to go through a Philosophy 101 course, and I am going to tire you down until you admit things that, well, every professor is trying to get you to admit anyway. So, it goes into one of those 2 buckets.
I'm going to use a field of thought that doesn't explain anything. It doesn't make any predictions about anything. And I'm going to beat you with it until you agree with me or go away.
Hey, did you know we could be brains and vats, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, and by the way, Amy, someone in my live chat commented to you, says, so now that we have a goddess here, we don't need to take any calls.
Oh, my.
Oh, that's great. Cheers to that person.
That was Ardo Rissanen. Thank you, Ardo. You rock.
Woo-hoo, and
Cheers to you, man. Cheers to you. Taco, did you have anything to add?
Doing background stuff.
Taco's pulling the strings. The puppet master behind the scenes. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
It's hard when we're working directly for George Soros, the Illuminati.
That's true. I mean, I am scheduled tomorrow to get my... Pardon me, I'm scheduled tomorrow to get my all-seeing eye tattoo on my back, so...
Oh, see? Once you have a chip, it's much easier.
Oh, can't wait. There's such a long queue,
Exactly.
I just wanted to make a quick shout out to my my friends at the Atheist Network Group, TANG. They promote the normalization of atheism, and which is something I've been trying to get more people to promote. So their efforts have been phenomenal, and they were running an event just last fortnight, 2 weeks ago, called Better. Better, and
atheist, I think it should be a combination
talked
of
about
like Sauron's eye,
others have,
pyramid.
And apparently the event generally went quite well, and a lot of people really enjoyed seeing people in person, because it was an in-person event in Indiana, USA, that where they only knew each other online beforehand. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend. I couldn't travel out there, but I'd like to in the future, and end up meeting a lot of people in these communities. It would be great. Taco, I noticed that there's a few people are interested in talking with us. I would suggest that maybe we start with somebody who we haven't had on before. But what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so if you'd like to come chat with us, please raise your hand. We would. The goal here is for us to be convinced that a God exists, not for us to convince you that there are no gods, right? Because that would be pretty hard to do. But yeah, please raise your hand if you'd like to chat with us. We'd love to chat with you for sure.
Well, it really depends upon the God, because there's, Abrahamic God. That could be shut down easily. But let's see what they have. Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, and what I'd like to say is what we do, the format of this program is that anybody can join us to give us their perspective. We'll give you a chance to, uninterrupted for the first few minutes, to present your position and your ideas and your arguments. And then we can enter into discussion from there. And we are going to be very conscious about trying to make sure that you're just dealing with only one or two people at a time. And that way, because there's been in the past a few people suggesting that it feels like there's been a dogpiling kind of effect.
Morning, Angel Rivera. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
We want people to feel encouraged here.
Doctor, you've already convinced me of your bacon God. It's the best God.
And if their ideas are true, they will stand alone.
We have a tough crowd today.
Who do we have as far as requests go? Well, Brunick Smash.
I could talk a little bit about some controversial topics if people are interested. There's some stuff going on in the U.S. lately with women's rights.
Indeed, unfortunately.
The biggest issue, as far as it goes, I mean, what's really obviously the Roe v. Wade decision is deeply concerning and what it opens the door for. But and of course, with Clarence Thomas and his weird mentality, trying to roll back the things that that we've held in place for like the past 50 years, just ridiculous. But the biggest issue is one that's coming up in the fall that they'll be looking at that could fundamentally alter how our states determine their electors, and that's a scary one. That's a very, very scary one, because it comes down to it. If that gets repealed, or if they overturn that decision, I can't remember the specific name of it, but I do know the ramifications is that states will be able to choose the electors over what the people have chosen, which is terrifying. Which means that states can the electors in each state can pretty much choose the candidate that they want, regardless of what the people say. They have the right to override the people say in that, which is a terrifying concept. So
that sounds undemocratic and very strongly leaning toward authoritarianism.
Yes, that's why it's terrifying. That's why we're deeply concerned when the Supreme Court gets back in session. This is one of the things that they're going to be hearing, and that's the one that's the big talking point that all the major the political heads are talking about right now, is that given what they did with Roe v. Wade, given the opinions via about contraception, about same-sex marriage, about same-sex relationships, interracial marriage, given all of this, they said we need to go back and relook at these. And in their eyes, they're just putting the decisions back in the hands of the states, but they don't realize the far-reaching implications of these things. And now if they go back and say that, hey, the people don't get to choose, the people don't, your votes don't matter because the states can just override you. Because the electors, the electors can just like, nah, we're choosing this person. That's fucking scary. Yeah.
And can I just say they know what they're doing?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Anytime you hear the politically correct term states' rights, it means you're about to lose a right. No one says, hey, we're going to have states' rights and we are going to protect you from the federal government by giving you a right. What it is woohoo! Guess what? I got my cross ready, I got my Bible in my hand, and my views are about to be legislated.
I don't get why, and this is what's really, really messed up, is that Biden is a Catholic, and we all knew this. And essentially getting Biden there was just a means to get Trump the hell out. And the problem is that these are obviously decisions that are being made by the Supreme Court with religious ideology behind them. And this is what happens when religious ideology makes a determination over evidence and over what works for everybody in the country. And it puts one group their message and their ideology ahead of everybody else's. So that's what's going on here, and I don't understand why the president is not why nobody has called this out. Nobody has said you're making your decisions based upon religious ideology and not about evidence and not about taking everybody into account. It's solely geared towards one particular group, and that's scary to me. So
it also, and I see, welcome on Tangelo. It also, they have ignored generally how our legal system has worked. They have basically said 50 years of legal precedent. But our religious views, well, this is what we wanted. We played the ground game. We said we were playing the ground game, and we got what we wanted.
If the United Nations can't fix it, then I guess only space aliens can save us now.
We have a guest up, Otangelo. Hello.
Yes, hello guys, what's up?
Good morning, Otangelo. We hope that you're having a good weekend.
Yes, I do. How about you guys?
Good.
Pretty
Excellent.
good.
So far, so good. So, we're hoping that you have something new for us, and we'll give you a couple minutes to present your idea. Try to keep them, more summarized if you can. And feel free to post some links in the live text chat if you like.
Wasn't my choice. I think he was brought up because
Yes,
of a lack
yesterday
of
I came
hands.
across a very nice science paper, and I'm in contact on Facebook with the author. He is from Norway, and the name of the paper is Biological Function and the Genetic Code Are Interdependent. And I really liked that science paper, and I contacted the author. And interestingly, he wrote me here, I asked him about the creator. He said this, I'll quote here. From a scientific point of view, it is not possible to know if God exists. In my case, revealed himself to me through the Bible and Jesus Christ. And I invited him to have a chat on my YouTube channel, The God Talk, and I hope that this will be soon on stage. Now, one of the interesting things which I will quote from the paper is this. Memory stored controls transform symbols into physical states. Von Neumann made no suggestion as to how these symbolic and material functions in life could have originated. He felt that they should occur in the world at all is a miracle of the first magnitude. End quote. So if you guys understand what I am quoting here, you can comment it. If you don't, then I'll be more than happy to explain it in a way that everyone can understand it.
No, oh no, go ahead, Amy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to point out there's nothing supernatural about the mind or the brain or anything that's going on with consciousness. And so anything, you could make analogies to machines, but we would have to point out that natural machines happened for billions of years. And then after the past thousands of years, we could say that, a artificial version, a created, designed version of machines finally happened, and that it's very rare.
It also has to be pointed out that statement that he views it in his mind. One, he said that it starts off, the whole thing is important. It's how it starts. That getting to God is not a scientific concept. That getting to God requires like faith. It's come to understanding through the Bible. We've already been down the road that these are logically fallacious. That you can't use the source of the claim to prove the claim, so on and so forth. And ultimately, just because it looks a particular way and in his eyes it's miraculous, it does not make it a miracle. It does not entail that it's a miracle. It's just in his eyes it is. So the individual that you're quoting sounds very much along the lines of like Francis Collins, Dr. Francis Collins, who also stated that logic and reason will not get you to a God, that it requires a leap of faith, it requires the emotional appeal, and that you have to be willing to do that first in order to get there. So Francis Collins, former head of the NIH at Bethesda, head of the Human Genome Project, he understands evolution. He understands abiogenesis. He recognizes them. He, as a kind of a theistic evolutionist, he understands that these are the mechanisms by which God could have created life and diversified life on the planet. So in his eyes, he recognizes the science, he acknowledges it, and then he just makes room for God as an emotional appeal. And then he recognizes that. He says it is an emotional appeal. There is no logic or reason that gets you there. So it sounds like this guy that you're quoting, is coming from the same place, because he himself states, God is not a scientific concept, and I get it through an understanding of the Bible, and then, of course, it looks miraculous to me, so that's his position, but that's just an emotional appeal. There's nothing scientific there. His opinion is that it is miraculous, but it does not mean that it is, in fact, a miracle. So there's nothing in what that man stated to get you to a God.
Anyone else? Okay, so JL, I don't think there is a dispute between faith and reason. Actually, I think we can use reasonable faith, and I quote here, believing in something because of the evidence. We hold to reasonable faith when we believe in something because it is the most reasonable conclusion from the evidence that exists. And of course, we cannot prove that God exists or that he does not exist. And in the end, the quest of God is a metaphysical quest, and it is not a scientific quest, it is a philosophical quest. And both propositions, nature is all there is, or God exists, they are inferences based on the evidence, on what we see around us. So the evidence, what is the path to the cause. So the question is, when we see that state of affairs, which actually, as Amy tried to imply, has nothing to do with the origin of the mind. It has to do with a state of affairs which we observe in living cells. That is actually what von Neumann is addressing to. And for who doesn't know who von Neumann is, in the 40s, he invented a self-replicating machine. And
hey,
he
Vesta,
was
good to see you.
far
Thanks so much for being
ahead
here.
of his time. And he is basically addressing what I will quote here. Cells have a codified description of themselves in digital form, stored in genes, and have the machinery to transform that blueprint through information transfer from genotype to phenotype into an identical representation in analog 3D form, the physical reality of that description. The cause leading to a machine's and factory's functionality is found in the mind of the engineer and nowhere else. So if you dispute and disagree that machines and factory are only the result of intelligent and engineering action, then please be my guest and show how non-intelligence is a better causal mechanism.
I also just want to point out you were quoting two different articles. One that was by Owen Albert Voy, Biological Function, the Genetic Code are Interdependent. And then you were also a different one that had a quote by von Neumann on something that looked like a professor's more preferred blog. And so one has the word miracle and one has it omitted. Can you guess which one is which? The paper that you are quoting says nothing about life being miraculous. And then what happens is this other person, or if it is the same person, not on the peer-reviewed research, they have posted a quote by von Neumann that states that this should occur at all is a miracle. But I also want to go back to the fact that natural machines, it would have been arising for 4.5 billion years. And then just in the past 100,000 years, we had humans. And just in the past 1,000 years, we had created machines. And so there is no reason to think that anything like our genetic code or our mind or our brain or anything like this has to come from a designer, has to come from a supernatural source, or that it leads to a god. Also, welcome, T-Jump.
Also, it has to be stated that using terms like digital and using terms like analog when you're describing biological processes, this is an abuse of language. Words are, the way the words that we use in our lexicons are nebulous. And, like, just for example, using the term observation in colloquial terms, using the term observation in a scientific term mean two totally different things. So when you use terms like this, when you try to make like code, like computer code and genetic code analogous, you're just abusing language there. So that's incorrect, and you should not do that. So the other big thing is that, like Amy was pointing out, there's discrepancies there in the quotes that you've put out, but you said so much in that response, and you brought up a bunch of other points. There was one particular thing that I wanted to respond to. What the heck did you say? Other than the watchmaker fallacy that you asserted again. You know what? Someone pick it up, because I got to try and remember. Oh, it was one of the early points that you made. Go ahead, T-Jump, if you had something to say.
Well, I didn't come in for any of his opening, but I can pretty much guess what he normally says. Quotes aren't evidence, so it doesn't matter what quotes you present that say miracle in them, unless they have like an actual proof of what miracles are and what is required for a miracle. The fact that they have an intuition that they think a miracle is required isn't evidence, so it doesn't matter what any quote you provide actually says. You need actual evidence. Quotes are not evidence.
Yeah, and the quote sounded like he was just saying, hey, this seems like a miracle. He wasn't saying this is actually a miracle, because there would be a lot that would come with that.
Yeah, Taco, I don't think that we need to ask for proofs. What we need is what is the most plausible narrative to explain the phenomena in question. Now, Amy, you said twice.
Well, what phenomenon in question are you talking about?
About the fact that in life it is instructional assembly or codified complex specified information which directs the making of molecular machines and factories. And that state of affairs, in my understanding, is best explained by the action of an intelligent engineer which conceptualizes in his mind these artifacts and then instantiates both the blueprint and the information transmission system, which then actualizes and instantiates these machines and factories.
Tangelo, when our DNA is actually putting in 4 different characters, it is actually making codons. Can I ask you,
Hey,
do
Joshua,
you think
good to
that
see you.
it is our genes doing this, or do you think it's God?
Well, Amy, you previously talked about the genetic code. Could you, in quick terms, explain what the genetic code is?
I would say we have 4 different symbols that we have as letters, and that that our genetics creates words, codons, in 3 different symbols that creates our body.
Okay, that is not the correct answer, Amy. The codons, they have an assignment to amino acids, like AUG, for example, is a stop codon. That is the genetic table. What does it? The messenger RNA, which stores... Can I finish, please? No. Can I finish, please? The messenger RNA stores information through genetic words, which are these codons, and 3 nucleotides, they are assigned to 1 amino acids. We have 64 different codons, and they are assigned to 20 amino acids. And in a translation, what happens? The messenger RNA goes into the ribosome. There, the tRNA anticodon then, which will indicate to the amino acid tRNA synthetase which amino acid that has to be added to the polymerase chain. And it will then be picked amongst these 20 amino acids and added to the elongation of the amino acid chain. So what we have is an assignment of meaning. And I can give you an analogy here. For example, you have a translation book from English to Chinese.
That's not analogous. I'm sorry, that's not analogous.
Can I finish?
No, Tangelo, I'm sorry. No, Tangelo, we've already been down this road. We've been
He also
down.
didn't answer my question.
Yeah, Tangelo, we've been down this road before. No,
question.
Tangelo, we've been down this road before. These are not analogous. You are abusing language on this. But nonetheless, what you completely glossed over one very, very important point is that you speak about this process of the replication of DNA. You speak about this process as though it is flawless. Now, in your worldview, and I've heard you state before that God is perfect, okay? And the process of DNA replication is not a perfect process. It is not perfect, and it is not efficient, okay? So the problem is that you're essentially stating that a perfect being can create imperfectly. But because the process of DNA replication does not happen flawlessly every single time. In fact, it fails a grand amount of time. In fact, there are problems all over the place. So how can your perfect being, in your worldview, create something imperfectly?
Yeah, you just hijacked my dialogue with Amy. It wasn't about what you're asking. I was answering to her what actually the function of the genetic code is. So I would like to finish my conversation.
You don't need to, because we understand genetics, Otangelo. You do not. This is not.
Don't.
Otangelo,
no, you actually don't. You have no
yes,
clue
we do.
about
Otangelo, this is not the opportunity for you to try and school us. We've been to school, okay? So
you have not. You have shown it times and times again.
Hey, come on, we're not going to insult people.
Can I just
Either way, have a conversation or get off the stage.
And can I just reiterate? DNA. There are letters. We have A, C, G, T. Those make words in 3-letter combinations and codons. The question I asked was, is it our genes doing this, our biology, or is it God?
Well, I think that God instantiated life at the beginning, Amy, and then he actually just left life on its own to self-replicate and to thrive. Now, if you think that God was not necessary, hey, be my guest and explain how assignment of meaning, like a codon like AUG assigned to a stop sign, which indicates to the machinery to stop translation, how that state of affairs of assigning meaning could not come from a mind.
what is this meaning that you're talking about? Because you're using this term and no one else uses it. It's not assigning meaning to anything.
It's physical.
I am using
the question.
strictly scientific terms, JL, and there is an assignment or a mapping of 64 codons, triple nucleotides, to 20 amino acids. That is what the genetic code is.
Wait.
If you don't know it,
sec.
please go and educate yourself and look it up.
Angelo, the way it stops is it's a physical marker. So there's a physical bond and a physical connection that causes it to stop. So it's just like the end of a river is a giant rock. It's not actually giving meaning to anything. There's no meaning there. It's literally just a physical interaction, like a switch.
T-Jump, what is the function of the genetic code?
There's lots of functions. And they're all physical.
So you don't
Every
know.
single one of them.
So you don't know.
No.
Just explained it to Amy
correct.
because she didn't know it either.
Angelo, there is
even
no
less.
meaning. There is no meaning in the DNA. It's all physical. It's a physical interaction, physical bonds, physical levers. There's no meaning that is required.
Yeah, I find it deeply strange that you keep inserting this word like it has some sort of like that it has meaning when I think it has results. There are results. There are physical results that come from this process taking place. But you're trying to ascribe some sort of like extraneous meaning or agential purpose to it, which doesn't exist. And I don't know why you're doing this.
I said assignment, JL. There is an assignment of codons to amino acids. That is a fact. That is a scientific
That's physical
fact.
interaction. So it's not meaning.
Yeah, it's
it's
chemistry.
interaction.
It's
It
okay.
happens through a physical interaction, D-Jump. The question is why that state of affairs exists where a codon is assigned or mapped to amino acids. That was my question.
It exists because it's the process that produces life. If it didn't produce life, then it wouldn't be stable, and it would fall apart, and it wouldn't do anything. So
It's also a... Oh, no, continue.
No,
sorry.
go. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Amy, please.
It's a natural way of data becoming information, but it's been going on for billions of years. We have just become a species that can actually make programming languages. And so I want to know, where is this guy? And I also want to know very specifically, is this what convinced you, Antangelo? Is this why you are a Christian?
Amy, when you see a blueprint on the table and you don't know how it was made, and it contains the precise instructions, sizes, materials, shapes, forms, and whatever is needed to make a machine. And you have two options there. Either there was intelligence involved to make that blueprint, or there was not. Which of the two options do you think is the most case-adequate explanation?
In a blueprint that was made by a design creature, it was designed because that's how it's set up. But if you're looking at a clogged river, you have to find out, was it a beaver or did it clog naturally?
Right. So we have an analogous situation, Amy, in genes where the sequence of nucleotides directs and instructs the making of a polymer chain of amino acids, which then will become a molecular machines, which are proteins. And if you don't have that specified complex sequence of amino acids, that strand, it will not fold into a 3D form and then become functional. So the question is, where does that specified complex sequence of nucleotides or that information or instructional assembly and operation information come from? Either it was an intelligent mind or it was not. If you think no intelligent mind is required, be my guest and explain how non-intelligence can instantiate such specified complex sequences which are functional.
So I debunked this entire argument last time. Like, there's a thousand steps to creating life, and the hypothesis that can make
That's what he does. He's trying to shift the burden of proof is what he's doing.
Is the better hypothesis. Naturalism has made successful testable predictions about many of the different steps. They don't need to explain every step, just any step at all, like explaining RNA forming on clay or corpuscles forming on clay, or just any step individually. If that's explained naturally and it was predicted by a naturalist hypothesis, it's evidence of naturalism. Intelligent design is predicted 0 steps. It was given a 0 explanation of any of the steps at all. So, better hypothesis is naturalism. That's just how it works. The one that makes the successful testable predictions is the better hypothesis. That means the only hypothesis that's reasonable for anyone in science to believe is the naturalist hypothesis. There's no evidence of design. That's why it's considered pseudoscience. So your argument's debunked. The better hypothesis is the one that makes testable predictions, which is naturalism. Naturalism wins.
Okay, T-Jump, you are conflating what we are talking about. One thing is in regards
he absolutely did not.
Well, can I finish, please? So one thing is about the quest of where specified complex information or instructional assembly information comes from, like
that's also a pseudoscience.
That is, can I finish, please? So that is one question. The other is, of course, how polymerization of nucleotides occur, which is what you addressed in our debate. Can I finish, please? I would like to finish. No. You don't interrupt me. I am permitting everyone to make case.
Artangelo.
And when you finish, then
Artangelo.
I answer. So you will
You're
not
saying
interrupt
stupid
me.
things.
You will
Artangelo.
not interrupt me, teacher. I
Artangelo,
will
you're saying-
overtalk you until
No.
you let me finish
We
my
can just
sentence.
mute you, Artangelo.
Okay, so I
So-
leave the
Okay,
stage.
I
That's
would
it.
be.
Then
Either
run
you
away,
respect
run away,
me or
Otangelo.
I leave.
Okay,
No,
okay.
I'm
So
not
have a
running away.
back and forth,
Otangelo.
not this. Whatever's going on. Stop fighting. Have a back and forth.
So this applies to
I
both.
want to finish my sentence.
That's great. So Antangelo, my
I
statement
want you
applies to
to
both.
finish my
Antangelo,
sentence.
Antangelo.
He is
want
getting
you
finish your
to
sentence.
finish my sentence.
Let Otangelo finish his sentence. It should only take a few seconds, and then you can continue to jump.
Otangelo's not the most decent
No,
guy.
I'm not interested in listening to
Thank you,
Antangelo
thank
talk for another minute. What I said applies to both.
But
Antangelo.
I am not interested to listen to you either, T-Jump.
We just kick him. Let's
Yeah, we'll move on to the
one.
next one then. Sorry about that.
Just
So
repeat.
Hey,
What I
before
said
we
applies to both.
move on,
Applies to both.
I want to hear T jump, and then I have something to say.
cool.
So what I said, the scientific method of making predictions to explain hypothesis applies to both the origin of information and the origin of nucleotides. So it doesn't matter which one you go to. Both are best explained by naturalism. Both naturalism makes testable predictions which explain the hypothesis. Intelligent design makes zero. That's why it's pseudoscience. Applies to both. So until intelligent design starts making novel testable predictions, it's a pseudoscience. It explains nothing. You can't use it in science ever.
T jump. Good morning. If you could increase your volume about 10 to 15%, you'd be
Hey.
right in line with the rest of us. I just want to say, Tangelo did start to talk about one thing that I'm glad that he got cut off on. It was about Chinese characters being proof of Christianity, and there's so many problems with that. The Chinese language predates the Christian religion by well over 4,000 years, and to say that the Chinese characters come from Christianity just doesn't make any sense at all. They make all kinds of mistakes like that. First of all, the timing issue. Another one is they'll take characters and pull off the radical small portions of the characters and ascribe meaning to them that doesn't actually mean those things. So that's another fallacy that's created with that. If anybody's ever interested in looking into more of that, it's just search. A good place to start would be Rational Wiki's Hanzi of Genesis, and that's spelled Hanzi. And I'll post the link for that shortly.
I remember.
Thank you very much.
I
was that?
remembered what I was going to bring up because at that moment, because he spewed so much stuff, he just gish galloped a whole bunch of information. But it was at the very, very beginning when I brought up that Francis Collins and the individual that he was quoting, that they pretty much stated their position that it was a matter of faith, and that it was a leap of faith, and that reason and logic do not get you to a God, that you have to be willing to go there, make the emotional appeal, and they recognize its fallaciousness. They do. It's completely emotional. And then I brought up faith, and then he said that there's like a reasonable faith. And Otangelo, I don't know if you're still listening, but I wanted to respond to that, and because that was the biggest problem in everything you said, is that no, there is no such thing as reasonable faith. There is reasonable confidence and there is reasonable trust. And confidence and trust are sliding scales based upon the evidence. You are conflating confidence/trust with faith. Okay? Faith is by definition irrational. It is not based upon evidence that can be collated, quantified, or tested, or or used to make predictions with. That is not how faith works. It is even recognized by early Iron Age philosophers that getting to these concepts requires the jump, because just looking at the world in itself does not get you there, does not get you to where you need to be. So that was the biggest issue there, is that if you rely upon faith, then you have no argument, because you're essentially stating that you have no evidence to support your claim. And that was the whole point, is to present the evidence as you have. And you immediately ended it when you said, it's faith. Because there was no such thing as reasonable faith. So that was all I had.
Jill Warren, I'm curious, have you by any chance created a video on these distinctions or written an article about it? It'd be very interesting to kind of tune into that at some point.
I use them oftentimes through the videos on my channel, through my content, is I'll go back and I'll touch on them and break down, the problems with faith and why faith doesn't work, how faith, pretty much my biggest issue with faith is that faith is an emotional appeal, and faith can be manipulated by external sources without you being aware of it. That faith can be misplaced, can be put into the wrong things, and you might not even realize that you're putting it in the wrong thing. That faith is wholly irrational, and while people can choose to have faith in things that they have no evidence for, which is fine, they need to be able to recognize and be intellectually honest about what faith is. So yeah, I touch on this multiple times whenever I'm covering somebody who brings up faith and how important faith is. And of course, the biggest issue is that it's about confirmation bias. Essentially what individuals like Otangelo are stating is that you have to believe in this thing first before you can find evidence for it. Is that I need to be, like they keep saying, like, you need to be open. You need to have an open mind. You need to have an open heart. You need to be able to approach this thing willing to see these things. It's like, well, if you entail that, if God requires that I believe in it first before I can find evidence for it, then that's extremely problematic, that your God would demand that I succumb to confirmation bias to justify my belief in it. And every time we get around to this, it's constantly put forward that your God requires the worst mistakes in human reasoning be made to justify a belief in its existence. Logical fallacies, confirmation bias, emotional appeals, arguments from incredulity, arguments from ignorance. None of this works. And yet your God requires it. Because if we take all of that out, if we say, I'm not going to fall prey to this, and our methodology eliminates all of these fallacies and irrational and fallacious reasoning, then we don't get there. So why does this entity, as powerful and as loving as whatever it is, require that we eschew, in his worldview, from Otangelo's worldview, that we eschew all of the gifts of our brains to critically analyze evidence, to come up with methodologies that ensure that they are not biased, that we are doing things correctly and intellectually honest? Why does it require that we eschew all that in favor of the worst things? Why? That makes no sense. It makes no sense, especially if your God is all-knowing and would know that we would run into this problem in the future before it ever even created us. Which is a question
ready for the next speaker.
I'm sorry. Am I boring you, T-Jump?
A little bit.
I just wanted to say hello. I was a little bit late.
What's up,
but,
Peter?
Hey, Amy. Really good to see you here.
One last, and I'll make it quick, is that it was very subtle. He's tried to sneak in abiogenesis. So the genes, well, they are doing their natural thing for the past 4 or 5 billion years, but God came in at like the very beginning, the end.
And that's
Amy,
also really
one quick addition to your question that he didn't answer. He refuses to answer. When you asked him, "Is this why you believe?" No, it's not. And that is the part that he will never want to talk about.
It's also really, really weird that, he rejects abiogenesis when he doesn't think that God is living matter. So he thinks that God is some metaphysical brain without a body that exists out there beyond time, space, and reality, and that it created life. Well, technically, abiogenesis is life from non-living matter, so from something, life from non-life. So that technically is abiogenesis, which is weird. And then he says, no, it's not abiogenesis. I reject that. I don't know what his reasoning is. So go ahead, on to the next person.
Yeah,
I
so
know, he won't talk about it.
Eutychus.
Yeah, Eutychus is kind of related to the last 5 minutes you were talking, J.L. Warren. So he was discussing with me in PM's evidence. What is your standard of evidence? I'll let him take over from there.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to have a back and forth unless you guys want to, I guess. But just to be clear, like, I'm not an apologist. I usually avoid conversations with people arguing in favor of atheism because those conversations tend to go in like an academic philosophical direction, and that's just not a domain I can really speak fluently in.
Well, I just want to interject. Can I just interject for a moment here? Just say we're not arguing for atheism. We're addressing the matter of whether a god or a goddess exists being presented here.
Sure. I'm just saying that in general, I avoid those kinds of conversations. So I'm not like I'm not an apologist in that sense, right? And I'm not really...
Oh, okay. I see what you're getting at. No problem. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not really like trying to argue a point necessarily here. I'm more interested in like clarifying the framework of a discussion like this. because obviously I still hear questions like, how do you justify what you believe in?
Oh.
What is the proof that God exists, right? And it feels kind of like a trick question to me, because I have no idea what exactly would qualify as evidence for people. I was not raised in a faith, and I was militantly agnostic for nearly 2 decades. And the thing that brought me to Christianity is pretty subtle and based entirely around personal experiences, which I doubt I could ever adequately explain in words to another person, especially not a stranger who knows nothing about me. But I do know that if during that time that I was agnostic, that if like a blinding light appeared to me and spoke to me saying, this is God and this is what you should do, that I would have run, and I would have been convinced that I was going crazy, and I would not have thought that it was God. And I would still be very skeptical of any similar experience now, being a Christian. Like that, just automatically I get red flags if something like that were to happen. So I'm just wondering what exactly would qualify as evidence to any of you, and how would you be able to recognize it if that evidence were to be presented?
Same thing that qualifies as evidence in any scientific field.
Can I just point out that the term militant agnostic is really funny? I mean, I'm sorry if anything happened. But...
Amy, my
it was in the
live chat.
sense that like I don't know, and neither do you.
My live chat pointed it out.
I think that's actually
Eutychus,
quite a good definition of it.
The issue, the thing about evidence is that obviously, things that, when evidence is presented, we can test it, we can make hypotheses with it, we can make novel testable predictions with it. This is exactly what T-Jump said. It's how we would handle any evidence given something that is presented as evidence for any other claim. And when we apply, and methodology to that, then we can eliminate something that is proposed as evidence. We say, no, this is not evidence for it, or it's not good evidence for it, or it's insufficient evidence for it. So, but when it comes to like what evidence out there would convince us, the problem is that when you're presented evidence for a claim, the evidence seems to support that claim, it opens up more questions. So there's also the matter of, if a big super powerful entity showed up and said, hey, I'm God, and it's like, oh wow, and it looks and appears like God and like that. Well, just because it does that mean that it's God? No, it doesn't mean that it's automatically God. It could just be a sufficiently powerful enough entity claiming to be God. Also, how would we know that this being is lying? So there's more questions there. So what evidence would convince us? Like automatically and outright? I can only speak for myself. I honestly don't know. But if the God exists and it has the attributes that you think that it does, then it does. It knows what evidence would convince me outright, immediately, automatically, and has yet thus far refused to give that evidence. So,
well, as far as like testing it the same way we test anything else, like I'm presuming here that if that means like that there's some if we discover something that goes against everything we know about the laws of physics or something like that, we're just going to assume that we don't know everything yet about physics, and we'll have to wait until we have an answer for this. It's not like there's going to be something that is going to happen that would be like, oh, this is God, because we don't even have a definition for what that is, right, scientifically. So if we're just speaking scientifically, like, how do you find something you don't have a definition for?
Well, novel testable you can't find something you don't have a definition for, but we do have a definition for God. So how we would find something is you make novel predictions. If God exists, when you die, you're going to meet him at the pearly gates. It'd be great evidence. That's when that happens. So making novel predictions about things is pretty easy. The reason Christians haven't is because all the religions who have were falsified. So it's only the religions that don't make novel testable predictions that haven't been falsified.
Just to piggyback off what T-Jump said, in the Old Testament, God was doing empirically verifiable shit all the time. He was going around kicking butt, taking names, taking nations. And those types of events would be verifiable. And yet, for some reason, as our ability to become more scientifically literate has increased, God's appearances have decreased.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious, like, I mean, the example you gave, like, after death appearing at the pearly gates, T-Jump, is something, obviously, by definition, that we could never experience or test in this world while we're alive, And that's kind of like the
Oh.
point I'm getting at here.
It doesn't matter. Novel testable predictions don't have to be about this life. If it's novel, just means it's new. Testable prediction just means a thing you expect to happen after some experiment. So if death is your experiment and you expect after death you will have a particular kind of an experience, and that particular kind of experience happens, that's a novel testable prediction. They don't have to happen after death. The only reason that most of the predictions are after death is because that's the only kinds you can't falsify them and then come back and say your religion's been debunked. So that's a problem with Christianity, not a problem with science. So your hypothesis, whatever it is, God, leprechauns, fairies, would need to make novel testable predictions, and then those things would need to be confirmed after an experiment, and that's what would count as evidence. Just answering your evidence question.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Any other questions, or is that sufficient?
Can I ask what convinced you? Is there some knockout reason that puts you in the theist camp?
I think he mentioned
Beat me-
personal
beat me
experience
to it.
earlier.
Ah, gotcha.
Well, I don't. Like I said, I don't know if I could even words, but I mean, it was based around the transformation I saw in a person, and I also kind of always like had an intuition that there was order in the universe, and there's a reason for that order. Now, that right there, that sentence is going to trigger a line of responses that I have no interest in responding to, because it's going to get like, I'm not here defending what I believe in necessarily. I'm just telling you because you asked.
One quick question. It's probably not the transformation. I mean, we have Amy here, but it's probably something different. Can I ask what the transformation was?
Well,
If
there's
you
no
don't, if
way.
you don't want to say that's okay too. I mean,
it's subtle enough that I don't think I could really explain. I don't think I'd be able to do justice to it by trying to explain it. So I don't even want to try.
Out of curiosity, before you bounce, but you recognize I mean, as long as if you can recognize the irrationality of that, as far as being intellectually honest, if you can recognize it, then that's cool. I can.
Oh yes, I fully embrace the irrationality involved in it, and I would go a step further and say that I recognize that at the heart of Christianity in particular, there is like a paradox, right, in the idea that God is 100% man and 100% human. That's something that does not align with what we know of as logic, right? And I'm comfortable with that. Yes.
So, would that, having an intuition and then seeing someone's life be transformed, would that be evidence in any other scientific field as far as you know?
Well, this isn't a scientific field, so I don't know what you mean other scientific field.
Just any scientific field. Would it, like law, history,
No, it would not
biology,
be.
physics, chemistry? And why? Why do you think that is?
Because it's a totally different domain. This is not science here.
Well, no. The reason is because those things have been proven false. Like using those as a basis to come to conclusions, gotten it wrong so much. We know we can't trust those as evidence. They've been filtered out in the scientific field. It's not because it's a different field. It's because science tested those things, and we started with those as evidence before science developed. We realized they didn't work. So the reason science doesn't accept those is because we know those things are unreliable.
Well, that's fine. I mean, there's this part of this paradox at the heart of Christianity is this idea that in Christianity, God is relational, right? This is part of what the Trinity is about. It's about this relationship between persons in the Godhead, and also between the Godhead and humans. And that's just not something that I'm really interested in, like a scientific argument about, because I'm not going to break down my relationship with my wife in that manner either.
You can prove your wife exists. That would be the
That's true.
difference.
That's true. It's much easier to prove my wife exists to you if I could just take a picture.
Yeah, but the question is more like science wants to differentiate. Is it real or imaginary? So if you have a relationship with your wife versus a relationship with an imaginary friend, what are the differences between these two things? And with a wife, we can make novel predictions and confirm them, like taking pictures. With imaginary friends, is there any difference between your relationship with a god and your relationship or somebody's relationship with an imaginary friend.
Yeah, I would say the relationships are different. Yes.
Well, he stated that he acknowledges that there's an irrational aspect to this. That
What's the
he-
difference?
What's the difference between my relationship with God and the relationship with my wife?
You know, an
the
imaginary friend.
Yeah, so say you have a relationship with God and somebody else has a relationship with an imaginary friend. What is the difference between
I'm kind
those
of
two?
the mind that T-Jump is just hammering him.
Oh, I
He's
don't know. I
already
suppose it would
admitted that he
depend on the
recognizes
imaginary
it's
friend.
irrational. He's being intellectually honest about it. There's no need to go any further on this.
I don't go down hypotheticals that much because I can't get in another person's mind.
Can I ask, you said that you kind of leaned in towards the irrational.
Yeah.
I mean, why?
Well, I just think the universe is weird enough that makes sense.
He can. He's allowed to do that as long as he's being intellectually honest and he can acknowledge it. I would say that would be the biggest point. Is the minute when you begin saying that your irrational things are completely rational and that you have justification for them. But from my perspective, you acknowledge that it's irrational. There is nothing more than a personal justification, whether whatever it fulfills for you, whether it's psychological or of some sort of physiological utility for you. That's fine. That's great. But you acknowledge this, and that's fine. As long as you can be intellectually honest about it. That's the important thing, that we can have an intellectually honest conversation regarding it. You recognize the disparity, and that's okay for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's actually like a real danger when people try to make their idea of what God is align with what their sense of a logical order is. I think that's where a lot of the dangerous stuff comes in.
I would also, and like I said, Taco, or if anyone else, if I'm overstepping time, but I kind of just want to know and press on like the whole Christianity thing, because from one aspect, you almost sound very deist, but you have a personal relationship with Jesus, and I always want to know, do you believe, and tell me if this is a straw man, in ritual human sacrifice is a good thing?
Ritual human sacrifice is a good thing.
Yes.
No, I don't think it's a good thing.
Okay. How is what Jesus did any different than ritual human sacrifice?
Well, Jesus is not a human person. Jesus is a divine person.
Okay, so you're right. Let me steel van the phrase.
Person sacrifice, not human sacrifice.
Or how do you think ritual God sacrifice is moral?
Or how about how about blood magic
moral.
rituals, like blood magic rituals, stuff like that.
I think you know the answer to that. And as far as like whether God's sacrifice is moral, I don't even know how to approach that question.
Well, because I view it as immoral. I would take that position. I view the Jesus sacrifice as immoral. Any God that would kill his son is an immoral God.
I would take it as logically contradictory, is that any entity that claims that it is omnibenevolent or that it is all-loving and is all-powerful has the ability to affect change and operate in a manner that comports with omnibenevolence, and that murder, even no matter how you justify it, killing something when you don't have to kill something is logically contradictory. God has the power to do things a particular way. That comports with its supposed attributes, and it for some reason refuses to do this, which is just ridiculous. Because if you're all loving and you're all powerful and you know everything, then you don't need to kill anyone in order to affect any kind of change. You could just affect that change because you have the power to do so. So without violating free will. But God doesn't apparently do this. God doesn't operate on these terms. It operates in decidedly human terms, which is weird.
Yeah, well, I mean, offering up like a succinct explanation of the atonement is something I wasn't prepared to do right now. And I don't think that's really what this stage is for either. So I'll just leave it at that. Because it is something that there's an explanation for, but it would take a while to break down, and did not come here with that in mind. I just wanted to drop one thing off and
That's
see
cool.
your guys' answer to that.
Well, thank you. Perhaps we could go through that in a future stage. If you find that things are quiet, feel free to join us again.
I wanted to try and give him
Sure.
an out so he could
Pleasure.
slide
Thank you.
out because he
Send him
wasn't
out.
prepped for this. So I didn't want to
for
see him
coming
get
up.
hammered when he wasn't
So
ready
this
for
next
that.
one is kind of interesting. Does anybody have anything they want to say about that one?
No, I think pretty much got to a
Cool.
got to a good place there. He recognizes he's intellectually honest about his position. I can't really complain about that. He recognizes what it is, and as long as he recognizes the reality of it, there's always the opportunity for change or the opportunity for growth. So I got to give him that.
So this next one is Call Me Need. They were telling me that there has to be a god or paranormal or something. They're not quite sure what. They're an atheist, so that's an interesting position. So I figured we'd let them talk. What's going on?
Yeah, so I'm trying to say here that what do you guys mean by guys convince us that a God exists? I can convince you that there's someone or something at least that has a hand in a lot of things in this world. A lot of things that can never make sense. A lot of things like science and scientists can never explain. Paranormal activities, extremely weird coincidences. We have to believe that there has to be something or someone who controls and has an effect on this world that we can't see or directly feel. It's just like
Gravity.
signs and us
Okay.
everywhere. There has to be something,
You
What
did,
things?
you did ask a question, and so I guess kind of what we're looking for in a deity is something that would be a superhuman being or supernatural being or spirit of some sort that has some kind of power over nature and human fortunes, like a deity.
The latitude of the pyramids of Giza match the same exact speed of light. How can you explain that?
Say that again.
Can you say that
The
again?
latitude of the pyramids of Giza, they match the exact speed of light.
The
can Google
latitude
that.
of the pyramids of Giza match the speed of light?
Yeah, the exact speed of light. You can Google that.
So the pyramids were built with a system of
I am
measurement, as I
going to.
understand that
I am going
pretty
to.
Yeah, but
well
pyramids
matches
themselves
metric.
are a miracle.
No, it doesn't. So I just looked it up. The latitude of this pyramids of Giza are the last three digits are wrong. So they're not.
It's
it doesn't. match the speed of light.
29.9. I can send the pictures. I'll
I'm,
send them for you.
I'm literally looking at it right now. So the last
Yeah,
three
mine
digits
too.
are wrong.
I'm looking at
But the
them.
speed of
too.
light, the speed of light is 299792458. The latitude
That's-
of
Which
Giza.
is the
So
famous-
wait. Latitude of Giza is 299792311. So it's missing three digits.
Yeah, because they're extra digits.
So it's not.
If
It
it's a
doesn't.
miracle, it
they-
should be precise, right?
They're extra digits.
But the latitude is just I
So
don't know how to
the
explain that.
latitude
It's just-
the latitude two nine nine seven
It
nine
can't be more
two.
than that. You
Wait,
understand me?
stop.
Yeah.
The latitude 299,792 goes the entire way around the world. So there's literally thousands of miles of things that all match that latitude. Like let's just Google latitude 299.
I don't
Find
understand. what
other
that-
buildings. There are tens of thousands of buildings that all have the exact same latitude.
Yeah, but why the pyramids? Isn't that a coincidence?
Yes, it's a coincidence, just like every other building that's on the exact same latitude.
And do you think it just doesn't mean anything?
No, because literally there are tens of thousands of buildings on that latitude. Why is Uncle Bob's house on latitude 299,792? Why did the designers of Uncle Bob's house plan this? Is this a message from
Pyramids
God that they
were
wanted to put
built
it?
million years ago, and
It doesn't matter when it was
nobody
built.
knows
Uncle
how
Bob
they
from
were built.
3,000 years ago. Why is Uncle Bob's house from 3,000 years ago on the latitude 299,792?
This might help. So call me need. What God do you think is real? Which of the Egyptian gods is
I
real?
was born in a Muslim environment, and I grew up as a Muslim, but not anymore, honestly. A lot of things just don't make sense. For
I'm
Allah is
curious.
the God.
I'm curious to which Egyptian god do you think is real, or all of them real?
I don't think that there is an Egyptian God. I don't think there is a God. I'm not certain about
So-
that. I
That's
believe
a
that there
different
has to
topic.
be something.
The thing
That's
is,
what I
the thing
believe.
is though. Hold on. The thing is though, you point forward that the pyramids being there is evidence. If it should be evidence for any god, it should be evidence for one of the Egyptian gods, correct? Not,
No, that
not
doesn't- that
the
doesn't
god.
No, that doesn't have to be, because
Doesn't
there are so many other coincidences.
So I want to go back
Yeah,
to the
not
actual
even-
topic.
But
So
the pyramids
doesn't
were
matter what
built-
God. Doesn't matter what God.
Yeah,
the pyramids.
it might not be a God, even some kind of power. I don't know. I don't believe that there's a God myself, but I believe that there has to be something or someone. That's what I believe in.
I was
What were you
trying
saying?
to get
That's-
something
that
out.
cannot
Do you
always
know?
explain
Do you
everything.
know what? Do you know why they built the pyramids? What the pyramids stand for?
To bury their kings, I believe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
No.
And I don't care, honestly.
They are a pathway to gods. So
There are
if-
so
if
many
you
stories
think-
about that, I believe.
I agree, but if you think they are evidence, shouldn't they be evidence for the gods that they are a pathway to?
No, it doesn't
I don't
matter.
know
It's
about
literally
that.
irrelevant. So I want to go. I want to go back to his actual argument.
G-Jump, please let me ask my question. I never interrupt you, so why are you interrupting me?
I answered your question. Your question does not
I
logically
didn't
follow.
ask you a question to answer.
Oh,
I'm
it doesn't
asking
matter. Oh
the
my God.
guest. I'm asking the guest. I do not need any correction from you, G-Jump.
Peter, your question has no logical
G-Jump,
entailment.
I do
You
not
are
need
wrong.
any
Shit, here we go.
correction from
You
you
do.
in my
You
line
do.
of questioning.
You do.
I could really do without this drama.
Paco, can you deal with this?
Come on, guys. One at a time. Don't. If Peter's asking him a question, just let him ask the question. Everybody has the right to ask questions. We're all here for quite a few hours.
I was actually in
Yeah.
a line of question and Peter interrupted. So I was wanting to talk about the latitude
Oh, sorry, I
longitude
thought-
thing,
I
which
thought
is
you
what
were
he
done.
brought up.
I'll mute. No problem.
So the latitude longitude thing. One, none of the specific pyramids have a latitude or longitude on the speed of light. The Giza one has 299,773. The Sphinx has 299,753. The Pyramid of Khufu has 299,759. But if you just go to a map of the world and you type in that latitude, you can see a big line. It goes all the way around the planet, and you can just zoom in to literally any country you want on that line and find someone's house at any time period in history. Does the fact that that person's house being on that latitude indicate anything at all?
Are you saying that every house has a latitude of 299?
Every latitude in that line, so latitude and longitude are lines. They go parallel up and down and left and right all the way the world, around the planet, the entire planet. Right?
Oh, I got it. Well, that was just an example. I didn't do any research or something, but that's just one of the paranormal activities that I've noticed that just led me to think that there has to be something or someone. There are tons of like
Wait, why
miracles
is
and,
that?
and
why
things
is that
that don't make
paranormal?
any sense. That science can never explain.
Why is that paranormal? Again, there is a line, a latitude line.
Unsensible. I honestly couldn't tell you why T-Jump
goes
does
the
that.
entire way around
Why
the
he gets
planet.
bored with
Oh, there
other
are
people on the panel.
Thousands and
Why
thousands
he
of houses that have all
he
been on
tries to
that
turn
line.
it. He tries to turn
What
it into
about
the
that
T-Jump
is
show, and it gets
paranormal or
really,
supernatural?
really obnoxious sometimes. It really does.
Look, as I said, I didn't know any
His
researches, so
exasperated
I'm not sure if I
sighing
can
is
answer
one of
that.
the things that
I'm not sure if
really
you're like,
is a pet peeve for me because it's so passive
but
aggressive.
I'm sure that
And
there
I
are
can't-
tons
I
of
can't-
those things that you
passive-aggressive
can just
behavior is
explain. If this one
really
is wrong, there are
obnoxious.
so many others that are just
I think I can answer that. What it sounds like you're telling us is something really cool happens with something else that's really cool. But you would have to show us why. You would have to be like, the people who built the pyramids of Gaza knew the speed of light, and they put this building here because they were trying to transmit that thousands of years later they were trying to give us this information.
Hey, Sean, man,
or
good to
it
see
could
you.
be like T-Jump said,
And
and they
John
just
Norris,
picked
good
a
to see
random
you.
address they didn't know. And it's just a really cool thing happening with another really cool thing.
What about
You-
like latitude line 3.1415? Is that did they all know pi? Did everyone who built a house on latitude line 3.1415 just know pi? What about E or I?
Also, not
You
to
can just pick any number.
not to point out, call me, that the pyramids were built long before the latitude longitudinal system was created. So before we understood that, so the Egyptians had no awareness of this, and the fact that the numbers don't line up precisely, and it's only on one, that's also problematic.
That's a really good point. Like the latitude longitude lines are totally made up by people. They aren't like correct. They're just numbers we made up. And so did the Egyptians know that we were going to make up this completely arbitrary system of latitude and longitude lines, and that in this made up system it was going to correspond to the light?
Man, I just believe that science can't prove everything always. That's what I
Sure.
believe in, and I'm trying to convince you as well by some examples that science can never ever explain maybe half of those coincidences. This is just one of thousands.
No, it's a cool. Okay, so call me. You acknowledge that coincidences happen all the time, correct?
Right.
Okay, so coincidences are not miracles. And two, you're
Some of
familiar.
them are.
And two, you're familiar with pareidolia and apophenia, correct?
I'm not sure what that means.
Pareidolia and apophenia are problems with our essentially problems with our perception and reasoning, in which we derive values from patterns that we see in nature, in like randomness. The best example I can give you is if you look at looking at the texture paint on your walls in your house, and you can see like faces or objects or things in there. It's because the brain typically tries to make sense of random pattern, of like just random information. It tries to find patterns within that so that it can better understand it. So this is a well understood phenomena. All right. So when you're looking at coincidences happen all the time, it's a reason why some rock formations found underneath the ocean from a particular angle look like they were laid bricks, but when you look at them from another angle, they don't. So it looks like, oh, there was a road down here, but only when you look at it from a particular angle. But if you literally shift over to the right, it doesn't look like brick anymore. So it's just a rock formation. Or why people see giants in rocks, so they think that like mountains are like, you petrified giants and stuff. It's the same kind of thing. It's just you're trying to derive information from a coincidence, from a lineup of numbers, but coincidences happen all the time. So my question would then be, just because there are coincidences, does it logically follow that gods exist, or a god exists?
Some coincidences really just, I don't know how to explain the power of the feeling that I had sometimes that just led me to 100% believe that there has to be something or someone. And I'm sure that each one of you guys has went through something that made him believe that, oh, wow, what is that? It doesn't make any sense, and that there has to be something or someone. And the thing is, it might be explainable, or like, okay, you found some scientific explanation for this or that, but a lot of really big, weird things that science can never 100% explain them. And that just leads us that there is some kind of power, there's some kind of God, I don't know.
Well, call me. Why
That
wouldn't I
just
just say no? If I could come up with a scientific explanation for a coincidence and I can understand it completely, then that's fine. But just because there are things out there that I can't, but just because there are things out there or coincidences out there that I can't like immediately explain, or they haven't been studied enough, or they haven't occurred enough for us to be able to explain them, then why would I ever assume that that's a god? Why wouldn't we simply say we don't know?
I believe that there are a lot of coincidences that you can never come with an explanation for. You can Google that.
That's fine. That's fine, but that doesn't answer my question. It's fine that we may never come up with an explanation.
Yeah, and those coincidences just lead us to believe that there has to be something.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It just says all you can derive from that is that we just don't know.
Well,
you adding in an answer where we don't have an answer doesn't follow.
Call me, can you give us your best coincidence? Like the one that is just like the knockout.
I'm not sure if I can. Um, I'm not sure really. You can guys Google that. There are tons of them.
Well, I think it comes down to it that
Like, if you-
coincidences
if
are
you
not a
decide-
reason to coincidences,
decide-
even ones we cannot explain, are not a reason to believe in a god, because it does not follow that gods exist because coincidences occur,
Or the paranormal.
or
Because I
even the paranormal. Yeah. And at most, it might get you. At most, you could propose deism because it's unfalsifiable. But when you're choosing specific gods, then you get into more problematic territory. So it doesn't even get you to that point. So I think it's just an emotional appeal. I think you yourself said so, that it was an emotional appeal, that you have this intuition, you have this feeling, and that this is the best answer for you to stick this answer in this slot. It's like, oh, we don't know, we may never know, therefore God. Yeah, that doesn't follow, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand, guys. Thank you for having me.
sending you
coming out.
love.
What?
Thank you for coming on.
Thanks, bud.
Everyone said thank you at the same time.
Sorry.
No issue.
It was
no issue.
paranormal coincidence.
Amy's apologizing like a Canadian here.
All right, so
Oh, I'm sorry, eh?
Holy Relic was wanting to talk about God's properties, which
Ooh.
I really am looking forward to hearing about.
Hey, Holy Relic, you there?
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, so you want?
Hello.
So can I start now?
So I guess which god and what are the properties?
Okay. I guess I would just ascribe to like the Christian God, and the properties that I'm referring to are, I guess the moral properties that he also, because he's perfectly moral as well. Because a lot of times when you bring up things that should be logically possible, like he should be able to like atone for our sins without like a human sacrifice. It seems like that would be that didn't make much sense to much people, but I think that the only thing I'm going to say, and I'll leave it at this, is that there is a moral property and I guess a moral world to the way things are done, so that God can't do everything, and I think that he does have limitations by definition, and because he has to abide by a moral framework. For instance, like he couldn't do an immoral thing, for instance. So if it would be immoral for him to, I guess, forgive sins in a way that wasn't sacrificing his son, then he couldn't do that.
Well, are you
So-
stating implicitly that God is morally perfect?
Yes.
Then how can
So that-
okay? So but there's a logical contradiction there, because if a morally perfect being would not be able to create beings that are morally imperfect or beings that are capable of being corrupted,
Why do you think that?
because that's the attribute of perfection. Is that perfection cannot create imperfection. That if something that is perfect creates something that is imperfect, or something that can, when something is corruptible, it is not perfect. That means there's a flaw in it. If things are designed, and if you can corrupt the system, then the system is not perfect. So if God created
pretty
human
good point.
beings and human beings are corruptible, if you were by your worldview, and God is morally perfect, this is a logical contradiction, because a morally perfect being cannot create things that are morally imperfect or capable of becoming morally imperfect.
I actually understand where you're coming from. That's a really good point, but I just don't see personally how that follows, because I think that in order to be morally perfect, you have to be a god, and I think that the fact, I guess I would have to just go to the common like free will type thing, right? I don't think that creating I think the alternative would be like us being like the wind, not having any choice, not like anything. I think this is also a little bit beyond our understanding. So like in order to be able to conceptualize like what a human that would be like, that would have free will but also be perfect at the same time, it just doesn't seem like it fits for me. I don't
Do you
know.
mind if I ask you just a few questions on that perfect
Okay.
concept?
Yep. Of course.
So you said God can't do immoral things. Can I ask, has that always been, or is that like post Old Testament?
I guess it would be, since I guess, yeah, it would be all the time. It would be an ever present, like he's outside of time actually, but yeah, it'd be like at every given
Cool.
moment, I guess.
So let's just take that down then and go to
Yep.
Noah. All right.
Okay.
God decides
Sorry.
to drown. No, I mean everybody. Basically everybody, right? There's a single family, but if this was a horror film, it would be everybody.
The biggest issue being he said that God was outside of time.
How do I
Isn't that
justify that?
immoral?
That's problematic because
Well,
a mind that's
I
outside
guess
of
I would
time
have to know
cannot
the-
think
all
of
the
it, and
surrounding
it therefore is
circumstances, like, it's supposed to be
non-quiescent.
described
Or
in
no,
the
is
Bible. Well,
there's
there's like
quiescent,
two
and
implicit
so it
assumptions
wouldn't
here.
have
Like one
thoughts
of them
because
would be like
thoughts,
God killing
having
anyone
one
would be a
thought, two
bad
thoughts,
thing
three thoughts,
necessarily,
having thoughts in
Yeah.
an
which I would
order
agree with.
implies temporal states. One thought, then another
thing would
thought.
be the
After it's
circumstances
like
in
this,
which he
so
chose to like
if
make
it's
that decision
atemporal,
would
then
be
it can't
like
think
unjustified. For
because
instance,
time
like
doesn't apply.
I think that you can play the game both ways.
It's
Like if someone,
problematic there.
because like the
That's why I laughed. It
the
was, I
idea
knew
was
she
at
was
the
going to go
time, like, a lot
Noah,
of the people
but
were very immoral and they were like going away from God's, I guess, covenant. But
What about the babies? There are a bunch of
can I
babies.
finish this point? Can I finish this point, and then we can go on to the babies?
Sure.
So I think that if so let's say someone was violating God's covenant or whatever, and they were killing people, they were killing hundreds of thousands of people, right? And then I feel like you have like this type of inner something inside of you that says like he shouldn't be allowing this guy to be continuing living, just committing this much evil. God should have been able to stop this person killing hundreds of thousands. So I feel like you can play the game both ways. Like if the society at this point was evil to the extent where like it was pretty much beyond repair, and he wanted to cleanse the earth in that way, so that there would be possibility of virtuousness and I guess his will being fulfilled in the long term, then he would do that as a morally perfect and all-knowing agent. I don't know if that answers your question sufficiently.
So
Okay.
yeah, I have another question or two, but it's leading where T-Jump is, so I think I'm going to hand it off to him.
Was it moral for God to drown the babies? Were the babies killing anybody? Did the babies do anything immoral there?
So that's a really good question. I like that question too, because that also goes into like another point where they talk about like how what was it, the Passover where God killed the firstborns of the like the Egyptians, right? And like as a punishment for like the Egyptians not letting his people go.
Yeah, and he sent the bears to
yeah.
kill the 40 kids, and he
Yeah,
killed
exactly.
Jochebed's daughter. He's killed lots of children.
These are all really good questions, and I can't pretend that I can corroborate every single one of them, or even sufficiently one of them. But I guess the way I would view something like that is that I guess that just because I don't necessarily understand the mechanism on why that would be like morally permissible, I would just have to plead that this would be I think what you're getting at, this would be like an undercutting argument for God. Like I don't think this is a defeater for him, because you could always plead the fact that it sounds like a cop out, but you can always plead the fact that there's some like unknown circumstance or unknown something in the moral realm that we can't see that that would justify such a thing, since we have imperfect knowledge. But like I think the whole point, I think this is just like not getting to the heart of the issue, because all of these arguments you're speaking of are kind of like undercutting defeaters and not just like complete.
Well, the big
argument.
defeater on this is that you've stated that God is morally perfect. God has always been morally perfect and always will be. The problem is that you also gave other attributes there. You said God is all powerful, that essentially God can perform any action that is logically contradictory, and that God is all knowing, that God possesses all true propositions. So the issue there is that the question then becomes, could God have performed any of these actions in a different way to affect the exact same change without resulting in mass death and destruction?
I think any answer we could produce is based on imperfect knowledge. Therefore,
No, the answer is yes, because it's omnipotent, so it can do it. If I can look at a situation, say that there's a bunch of evil people all over the place, right? And I need to come up with a solution for this. So one of the solutions in my omnipotent repertoire is drown the planet and everything on it. So that's one option I have in the infinite span of options that I have, because I am all powerful. So if I am also morally perfect, then I can come up with, I as a human being can come up with a more morally justifiable response to sinful people everywhere than drowning the planet. So if I can come up with it, and I'm just a human being, then you can guarantee that God can come up with it. And God already did. In its omniscience, God already knew the more morally perfect action. So that is a violation. If there is a more moral option, and God did not use that, then God is not morally perfect.
Okay, I can understand why you would think that. But I would just have to say that what solution, if you, let's say, for instance, like, this is just an example. Let's say that 98% of the world was very hedonistic and very evil, and they were all killing each other constantly, raping whatever else, whatever. what would be your solution to something like that? Let's just say.
Can I answer that? Can I answer?
Yeah, go for it, Amy. Go for it. I had one ready to go, but go for it.
Oh, I want Holy Relic to play a game, which is trademark Pine Creek. But Holy Relic, would you like to play Poof or Drown? It's a fantastic game. So, God comes to you and he says, Holy Relic, I know that I've drowned the entire planet, but that was just season 1. I'm coming and I really need to do it again. We are going to eliminate everyone, except for you and your family, of course. But I need to know, how are we going to get rid of everyone? Are we going to just poof them out of existence, making sure, you know, nothing bad goes on, but they're gone? Or do you want to go the classic model? Would you like everyone to drown?
Okay. I think that there's an implicit assumption there that the people that drown don't deserve it. I mean, I think that you have to know the surrounding circumstances. I think this is where omnipotence comes in. I think that you'd have to know the surrounding circumstances on what these people were doing. For instance, like if I saw like a child rapist or whatever, I think that person deserves to drown. I think that they're terrible people and they deserve punishment. I mean, like if everyone was like that at the time, I could understand that type of judgment being cast.
Well, that's what's problematic, is that if you're the God, right, and you're all loving and you're morally perfect, that even though that person may have done something totally atrocious, like he was, you know, like he preyed upon children, just blinking them out of existence, Thanos style, would be more morally perfect, would be the more moral option than the agony of drowning to death. Because ultimately the end goal is the same. They're removed from the system. So, but the thing is morally perfect. So it would understand that it's not going to, it's going to die. I'm not trying to teach it anything. I'm trying to teach the survivor something. So the circumstances of their death doesn't matter, because they're not going to learn anything from it because they're dead. So I'm a morally perfect agent, so I'll just blink them out of existence. Poof, they're gone. I snap my fingers and their history. And now all that's left is Noah. That's the more morally perfect option. And in response to what you said, what would be mine? Mine would be, if I was this entity, I would reveal myself to everyone on the planet simultaneously, because I have the power to do that. I would not remove their free will and say, you have this option, I exist. You can choose to follow me or you can choose to not, because I'm giving you the option to do so, and it's going to be a legitimate option, because there's no punishment if you choose not to. I'm giving you the option to do so, but you don't have to. So it's a legitimate. I'm not putting a metaphysical gun to your head saying that there's a hell or damnation or punishment. You just won't follow me, which is great. Okay, but it's totally your choice. And that's it. I would give them the option. I wouldn't try to bait them. I wouldn't try to manipulate them with like, oh, but there's a heaven. I wouldn't try to sell them. I just give them the choice. I'm here. I created everything. Here's the knowledge you need. I don't require faith to exist because I'm freaking God, but I'm going to give you a choice to follow me or not. It's totally up to you. No punishment if you don't. Nothing grand if you do.
Okay, my closing statement on this would be that I just think that any judgment we made would be based on imperfect knowledge, and I guess what my point is trying to get at is that any determination on poofing or whatever would be based upon information that is not complete. Therefore, you might be wrong about the type of determination that, like, on your type of moral ruling.
No, it doesn't matter if it's not complete. What matters is, can I come up with something better?
Well,
that's the point.
How could you come with something better if you don't have complete information on the topic?
Because I don't need complete information on this particular thing in order to come up with a better response. Because we look at what the claim was. The claim was there was sin everywhere, and the response of God was to drown everyone and to kill everything in agony. I can come up with a better response to sin being everywhere, and I just did.
Well,
I also think that you're underplaying like what's the like. It's not just sin, right? Like, it's hedonism, it's disgusting, it's like...
Oh my god, babies. Babies don't have any of that. You can't say that.
Yes. That is really if I was trying to build towards something, what I wanted to say, and you even brought up free will, is that means the possibility, at least, that there is some evil baby that deserves to be drowned. That's really what I'm trying to get to.
I guess on the baby question again, I mean, I don't think necessarily that God killing a baby would be a moral wrong, but I guess
I mean, you said it, not us.
I do have a point. I just want to leave you with to think about. You're
Actually,
saying
I had
that-
another,
Raise
enjoyed
your
this
hand if you want to
conversation,
share
though. Thank you
eternity
for-
with his God.
You
I had
know,
another question before he leaves.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, you've indicated at the beginning that this would be generally the Christian God, and so the way I see it is, if this God is perfectly moral, that imposes a limitation on that God's omnipotence. They're not all powerful then, because there are certain things that they can't do as a consequence of that characteristic. Do you have a way of rationalizing this?
Sorry, can you repeat that really quickly?
Okay, so if your God is morally perfect and cannot do anything immoral, I'm going by what you specified at the beginning, and it's a Christian God. The Christian God has characteristics of omnipotence amongst other omni traits. To me, that seems like that will limit his omnipotence, because if he can't do anything immoral, then he's not all powerful. There are certain limitations to his power. How do you resolve that?
Hey, Oscar, good to see you.
I
Thanks so
guess
much for being
I
here.
mean, I kind of like admitted this at the beginning. I don't think that I don't think that he can do anything. I think that he can do anything that is morally good. I guess. I mean, I don't know how.
Well,
Oh,
by,
okay,
by
I
your
missed
by
that
your
part, I'm
definition,
sorry.
he could only do what was morally good because he's morally perfect. He
Yeah.
can't do anything that is immoral.
Yes, correct. He can.
Right.
I had a question about that specifically. So let's say I have this guy I know, call him Adolf. Let's say Adolf can never do anything that isn't morally perfect, but he just gassed a whole bunch of Jewish babies. Does that prove that he's not perfectly moral, that he just gassed a bunch of Jewish babies?
I really feel like this is just like this is so irrelevant. I mean, I don't think it's at all an apt comparison. I don't know.
Well, that's great, but I do. So let's go through it with me. So I say Adolf is perfectly moral and he can never do an immoral thing, but Adolf gassed millions of babies. Is it rational to say he is moral, or is
To
it
me, it sounds like
rational?
you're saying, can God make a square circle? It seems like a logical contradiction. I think any like
Didn't-
I don't.
I'm not asking. This is not about God. This is about Adolf. So I say there is a guy named Adolf. He is perfectly moral, and he gassed millions of babies.
I would have
Which
to
is
say
more
that your
rational?
determination that he's perfectly moral is incorrect.
That's great. Why would that be the more rational conclusion?
Because there is already an inherent like morality that's been instilled in all of us that contradicts your idea of morality that is in Adolf.
Right. So the fact that he killed millions of babies means he's immoral. Right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm done.
And there really isn't an inherent morality built into every human being. It's not a universal. Is that morals?
I think
Morals
there's some constants that are. I think there are some universal constants, but there are some things deriving from said constants that aren't universal.
I mean, there's like psychopaths who have none.
and that would support the fact that it's completely and totally subjective, because morality is subjective to the individual, it's
I don't
subjective to
think
the
the
group,
exception
it's
affects
subjective
the
to
rule.
it's subjective to the village, subjective to the nation, subjective to the planet.
I don't think the exception creates the rule. I mean, I don't know.
Well,
But you can't
if
say.
it's
Go ahead, TJ. I'm sorry.
universal and exception are mutually exclusive.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know how to respond to that.
So ultimately, the attributes that you give to this god result in logical contradictions.
Okay. That makes sense.
Okay, since logical
Coming on,
contradictions cannot
next
exist,
feature.
the god does not exist.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be so like quick to make that determination based on like I can understand why you would make it, and I don't blame you for it, but I just think that there's other there's other factors personally for me that I wouldn't go to that conclusion.
Would that not be an emotional appeal?
It would be an emotional appeal, slightly, but it'd also be like an appeal based on like my limited knowledge and understanding that any like judgment I make is incomplete at the end of the day, even if something seems to be the case.
But well, think about the statement you just made. I don't know everything, therefore God.
No, I didn't. I think that it's most probable for God to exist. I guess I didn't go over this, but I don't assert that it's. I don't assert that this means that God exists. I think that it's just the most rational thing that makes most sense given the information I'm presented with.
Okay, so the most rational explanation with the evidence you presented is a logical contradiction. That doesn't make sense.
No, I think that you see it as a logical contradiction, but I see it as a lack of my knowledge.
No, it is a logical contradiction. These are logical. This is A does not equal A, or A does not equal not A. It's the identity of this thing is this, and you're saying that not A, that the the antithesis to its identity is still a logical possibility. It doesn't work that way.
You're simplifying it down to A and not A, which would make sense in that case, but when it comes down to killing people and the surrounding circumstances we're in, I think that I guess the last thing I'll say before I leave here, like for instance, if they were all, I guess, like I don't know, they were all child rapists, okay? I don't think that God drowning all of them would be a bad thing. I don't think.
Okay, well, I mean, then you have to reconcile one very, very simple thing. If God's end goal is for everyone to believe in it and accept it and have a relationship with it, and God in its omniscience would know that this would be a stumbling block in the future before it created anything, because it has infallible knowledge of all true propositions. It is a true proposition that what you have presented is a logical contradiction, is a stumbling block for anyone accepting God and having a relationship with this apparent moral monster. God would know this and still yet chose to act in the fashion it did when it could have acted in a different fashion to elicit a different response. Why did your God act in a logically contradictory fashion?
I think that he acted in a seemingly logically contradictory fashion because
No. If God's end goal is for all of us to accept it and have a relationship with it, and it would know that particular actions... No. Holy relic. If God in its omniscience wants to have a relationship with everyone and wants everyone to accept it and believe in it, but God would also know infallibly that in the future, its actions would be seen as immoral, which would create a logical contradiction, which would justify people not accepting it and not believing in it. Why does God's actions directly contradict its end goal? What it wants.
Another thing is, I don't think that not knowing one thing about it, I don't have an answer for that. You're right. I don't have an answer for that. But just like you don't have an answer for the beginning of the universe, I don't have an answer.
Sure, I do.
So how
you didn't ask that. This hasn't been the conversation about cosmology.
No. So what I'm saying is that there's limit to like my knowledge. Like if you're asking me that specific question, I don't know the answer to that. But I think there's also a limit to your knowledge and your worldview.
Yes, as you know, as a result of like, Gödel's incompleteness theorem or, the halting problem, there's information out there that we will never possess and that we can never have. Sure, I acknowledge this. It doesn't mean that it doesn't follow that a God exists. Which is why I said earlier, I summed up your entire position. I don't know everything, therefore God.
That's not why I believe in God. I'm just talking about a specific like sub-argument on his properties, right? That's not my my logic behind why I believe in God. This is just a discussion about something I thought maybe I'd have some knowledge on.
Why do you believe in God then? Because we're trying to be convinced here, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But I wanted just to talk about that specifically because it was a topic that was brought up. Because you want to argument specifically for God, I'm sorry I brought that up if that wasn't relevant to this discussion.
Maybe just like something presented that doesn't require fallacies to get to.
No, I just wanted to discuss. I wanted to discuss this part of theology. I didn't necessarily want to convince you, so I guess that's my fault.
Well, and that's fine to at least try and convince us of an argument, but I still would love to know, is there something, what convinces you to wake up every day and think that Jesus is your Lord and Savior?
I think it's very, very much an intuition.
Emotional appeal.
Yeah, I don't think all emotional appeals are built equal, but yeah, I'd say so.
No, they're not all built equal, but they are all fallacious.
Okay, I got you. Another thing, just one thing I'll bring up really quickly. Do you think that all of the historical evidence for his resurrection is bollocks? I'm sure you do, right?
There is no historical evidence for the resurrection.
Okay, so can you walk me through some of that?
Some of the nothing.
Yeah, some of the nothing. Like so, like some of the claims, like for instance, the empty tomb. Do you know about that?
Do you have a historian that makes any claims about Jesus' resurrection? Because I'd love to hear.
Yeah, the only
a
story.
historian that says something about that.
The only
That'd be
the only story about it is in the Bible, and you can't use the source of the claim to prove the claim.
Well, so more specifically,
So
history
like
and law don't accept testimony for things that have no empirical basis. So miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs, none of those are supportable by historical testimony. There's no historical document that we accept any of those things in any of them. So like Pliny the Younger, Pliny the Elder, they wrote about the origin of Rome, how Rome was founded by Romulus and Remus and they were raised by a wolf. No historian accepts that. It's in a historical document from an actual historian of the time period, but we don't accept it as true. So history as a field is not allowed to accept any miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs based on testimony. You'd need some kind of actual empirical evidence that those things are actually possible before historical testimony counts as evidence for any of those.
Okay. What amount of martyrs would like let's say if there,
Zero.
so there could be an infinite amount of people and infinite coincidence that you would still chalk up to naturalism or a mass psychosis.
Need a
Under your-
martyr
Yes.
count.
That seems
Yeah,
that seems,
the
that
number
seems like a bit
number of
irrational,
martyrs is
though.
irrelevant. Well, it would be irrational to say that something is true because a bunch of people are willing to die for it. The fact that people are willing to die for it doesn't increase the probability it's true, no matter how many people are willing to die for it. Like literally, if there were tens of millions of people willing to die for flat Earth, would that make flat Earth more likely? No, it would not.
But that's not the only thing, right? That's like one of the big things, right? But
No, it's just an argument for popularity.
Well, can I also ask about this empty
Okay.
tomb thing? Because the empty tomb has always been strange to me. Because an empty tomb
that's why I
can
want you to walk me
mean
through it.
a lot of things. Like, walk us through why an empty tomb meant that Jesus came back from the dead and then ascended to heaven. Because I can think of a dozen naturalistic reasons why a body would actually no longer be in the tomb and they would be mountains of statistically higher than someone raising a resurrection. And it also, the resurrection itself is weird to me. Not saying that you can't resurrect and then go to heaven. It's just odd that the
That's
first
funny.
thing you do after being resurrected is leave and have no evidence, and that the evidence of you coming back is that there's no evidence.
It would have been really cool if he'd come back and then just like showed up on Pontius Pilate's doorstep and been like, "Yo, what's up, bro?"
Yeah,
I actually have my own explanations for this type of thing, but it might sound retarded to you guys. I don't know, but I could try explaining that. But another thing I have to, like, I guess the assumption would be that the empty tomb, like, you put the body there and there was Roman guards presumably like keeping watch 24/7 and the body disappeared. I mean, I don't know what else to say about that one.
There's actually multiple accounts throughout the Gospels. Each Gospel is a different account of what happened at the tomb and who was there, who discovered it, what was going on. The whole point is, what Amy is bringing up is that an empty tomb just says nothing about divinity. It just says that the tomb was empty. It says that the most logical response that somebody removed the body is all it is.
Or burned it, or did something.
Or burned it, or buried it somewhere else, or stole it so that the Romans couldn't get to it. Nobody could try to. Maybe they were just trying to steal the body away so that nobody could try and lay claim on it or steal things from it, or for whatever reason. There's a number of reasons why a body would disappear, because humans have been stealing. Humans have been stealing corpses for a long, long time, to try and keep them out of other people's hands, try to give them appropriate burial rights, whatever. It says it does not logically follow, divinity does not logically follow from an empty tomb. Not to mention, there is no historical account of the resurrection outside of the Bible. There's multiple variations about who was there, what they saw, when it happened, what happened afterwards, who those people talked to. So there's nothing there's nothing substantive to give this story any credence whatsoever.
So the idea of the martyrs is that if you could prove that they had no, because martyrs in and of themselves wouldn't be. I'm gonna go back to the point you're saying, but martyrs in and of themselves, because I saw someone comment this. wouldn't be proof of anything, right? But I
People
think that
willing to die for something
Yeah,
is not
exactly. Yeah,
proof.
it
Is not
yeah.
proof of the existence of what they're dying for.
But if they had no vested interest and they had nothing to gain from it, I think that's decently good evidence.
No, but they convinced themselves that they did.
No,
If they were, I actually did a live stream on this where we broke down every single one of the martyrs, listened to a book, and explain how.
Can you send that to me? That'd be really interesting because I'm not someone who just like is closed-minded about these types of things. I loved learning about it. And
Wait, why? Why do you think that whether or not they genuinely believed matters to the truth of the statement? Like what?
Indeed.
It's not about whether they. I mean, like, if you could come up with an explanation for them martyring over this that wasn't them thinking this was true, that would decrease the
Grant, they
probability.
think it's true. So they think it's true. So what?
Yeah, David
Why
Koresh
does the
thought that
fact
he
that
would.
they think it's true?
David Koresh thought he was the
increase
lamb,
probability?
and David Koresh thought he was the lamb, and thought he was going to bring about the new age, and he died in his compound for what he believed. Does that mean what he believed true?
No. I guess I would just explain it from like let's say if you had a friend that died and you have 10 friends that you know very well are like attesting that he didn't kill himself, even though seemingly he did kill himself, and they're all willing to die for that, and they didn't seem to have any vested interest on why they'd be lying about this. They don't seem to have any motivation. I think this is how you do in the court of law as well. I just feel like that increases the inherent probability.
No, they would have a vested interest because they're a friend.
Well, that doesn't matter. So in a court of law, again, testimony isn't evidence for miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, supernatural, UFOs. So like for suicide cases, murder cases, testimony does count because those all have an empirical basis. But for miracles, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how many people believe what. It doesn't matter if there's 10,000 people who saw Santi Sai Baba do a miracle in person. It's zero evidence of miracles. Or thousands of people seeing UFOs. Or a miracle where it was in South America. None of those are considered evidence because there's no actual empirical basis that the miracle could happen in the first place. So the suicide case is different than, let's say you have 1,000 people who all believe that there's a comet and they're going to go to heaven and they all kill themselves because they want to be on this comet. Does that increase the probability that comet is going to bring them to heaven?
I concede that I don't have enough surrounding historical information to overgo, like, because I understand. I think there's a Hume argument on this that like any naturalistic explanation will be pretty much inherently more likely because of all the evidence that we have of other natural things that have occurred in the past. I understand that override pretty much any other like probability for you. But,
well, I'm going further than that. I'm saying, say there's a bunch like 1,000 people who think that there's a comet coming, and if they kill themselves when the comet comes, it's going to take them to heaven, and 1,000 people kill themselves by drinking magical Kool-Aid. Does that increase the probability of the truth of their claim?
I would have to say no. That doesn't increase the probability. But in the case of the comet, I mean, I think there would be other. I think the idea is like behind his resurrection isn't that there's just martyrs. There's also like other, like I guess people at the time that were quite influential that have also attested through different evidences as well that they're like of the surrounding information, like some of like the. I think there's like minimal facts arguments as well.
Okay, so let's say that
Jesus Christ existed, for instance. Jesus Christ died on this cross, and then he was buried in this thing, and then there's these guard whatever, you know, like.
Well, that's great. So let's say that there's an asteroid coming, and thousands of people kill themselves, and there's a bunch of historians who mention all of this and mention their beliefs. Does any of that increase the probability that their belief is true? We know the asteroid came. We can just check it in the charts. We know that 1,000 people killed themselves. We have historians who mention all of these facts. Does any of that increase the probability that the beliefs of the people who killed themselves were true?
I guess the only way God would reveal himself would be through something supernatural. And I guess with enough surrounding evidence, I guess you're just not convinced that it was supernatural, because if God were, for instance...
How do you know supernatural exists?
I don't...
And I could show you or
so you're agnostic?
So I would view it kind of as like a knowledge versus certainty thing. I think that I don't think I'm certain of this, but I think that there's reason for me to believe that it's true.
Well, I'm asking about the reason thing. Like, I don't care about the certainty. Let's just grant it was supernatural. We just don't know it yet. My question is does the fact that the people believed it and died for it count as any evidence at all? It seems like no. Like in the case of the asteroid, it doesn't matter how many people believe it. It doesn't matter how many people killed themselves. Those are literally irrelevant.
Because you said that it
Well,
increases.
just those with this example, no, it wouldn't increase the. I feel like they're not the same, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, so would this not evidence thing somehow become evidence with other facts?
It might be if there's other surrounding facts, as
What
well
was-
as this.
Oh my god.
I think
So if there's
other
other
things-
evidence, there's other things that
evidence
count as
on
evidence.
top of martyrs.
But the
Okay,
martyrs
so-
have been discredited.
Go back. So martyrs, the martyrs of the asteroid count as zero evidence. They are zero reason to believe this is true.
Martyrs of the asteroid.
You're saying
I like
if we
that.
add in other things, that zero somehow becomes more than zero?
It's a cumulative case, I think.
Okay, so the zero becomes zero. So if you add zero, it doesn't matter how many times you add zero, it's still zero. So the question
No,
is,
I don't think so, because I think that like, for instance, that if you already have something, like, let's say you have something extremely unlikely, like a 1 in 1 billion chance of this being a supernatural event, right, or something like that. Like, it's a low chance, but then something crazy, some crazy piece of evidence brings you up to 50% evidence. I think that can be like since the zero would be still, I don't think it's zero. I think that it's like a very small amount. That's what I'm trying to say. Very, very, like, minuscule amount.
And that I wanted to ask. You said that it increases with every martyr. I wanted to know
I think it's a
how
very small
much
amount.
does it increase with every martyr, and if I'm trying to buy martyrs, how many would it take to get to 100%?
That's like a really hyper intellect. Like, I don't know. Like, I can't give you a number.
But well, can I ask, how convinced are you that Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior?
I would put it above 50%.
Ooh, interesting. About 50. That is fairly agnostic.
how many martyrs does it take to get to 1%?
Like that's like a hyper. I feel like there's other surrounding factors too. Like, that just counts for a very small percent. I don't know. Like, I can't give you an answer to that.
And I'll give you an extreme case. It's one that atheists normally talk about, but why we don't think that killing yourself can get you anywhere is we've seen it happen to two towers, and it turns out that when you believe something is true, it does, and you martyr yourself, it doesn't seem to.
Another thing that I would say is that another thing that I think is lost in this conversation is, a lot of times the implication that a lot of people are willing to kill themselves, we have this idea in our mind that they're affiliated with each other, and that's
Hey,
why
sir,
the
good to see you.
probability wouldn't be raised. If there's a 500 people that walk up to you and say that this flying saucer is coming, and then the flying saucer ends up coming, I think that you would respond to it a lot better if you could determine that these 500 people weren't connected whatsoever, and they're in different parts of the world, and you can determine that they had no connection because they had no technology at the time, and they all said at the exact same time at different parts of the world. I think that would really raise the inherent probability.
Okay, I got one of those. So
right? I think
we
that's
used
what you're losing on this.
that's a good example. Let's go with that one. So all over the world, there were people who would sacrifice other humans in their tribe for certain events, like if the sun got darkened from an eclipse or volcanic events. They would sacrifice people, and tens of thousands of people in their culture, the Mayan culture and different Chinese cultures and different cultures from around the world, all completely separate, not in any way connected, all thought that this super amazing event would be connected to some supernatural thing, would be alleviated if they sacrificed virgins or someone else in their culture. Does that increase the probability that their beliefs were true?
I would say that I think you're assuming that these people, yeah, there's a lot of people at one time doing it, but, like, what if it was coincidentally all at the same time, rising at the exact same time? Like, let's say tomorrow, let's say technology didn't exist and we had some way of knowing that tomorrow at like the 11th at 7 p.m. everyone at the exact same time said this exact same thing from different places. I think that would count as evidence. I don't think your example is amped.
Like if there's a solar eclipse and people all around the world, or at least half of the world, see the solar eclipse and think they need to sacrifice a virgin to make the gods less angry, is that evidence that the gods are angry?
No, not in that example. I don't know. I feel like you're just I don't. That wouldn't be proof. I think that we both don't know the historical context here. And I think we're just gonna talk past each other the whole time.
I'm pretty familiar with the historical context on all of these subjects.
Well, then then
Hey,
why
Mr.
don't you
Colby,
just apply
too.
it
Good to see
like,
you. Thanks for being here. And Odin,
I don't know why you have to
Odin
use
Allfather.
examples then.
Good to see you.
Why don't you just apply it to like what we're talking about?
I literally am. So I'm saying, if what you're saying is true, here's a historical example where what you're saying is clearly not true. And so it's clearly not true in the case where you're trying to apply it. So the fact that lots of different people sacrifice virgins to appease the gods, they're completely unrelated and don't know each other, isn't evidence that the gods are angry and that sacrificing virgins.
Were they at the exact same time?
Yes, this has happened all throughout history. This is a common thing. And so also, in your case, no one other than Christians ever claimed Jesus rose from the dead. There's no historical accounts of anyone saying that.
Well,
other than Christians.
I feel like that's obvious though, because if they did believe that, then they would be Christians, right?
Right, but there's no one claiming it happened other than Christians. Like there are people who could say, "Oh, well, we thought Jesus rose from the dead or something, but we still don't believe in him." Like, it wouldn't necessarily believe.
Why would they not believe in him if they saw him raised from the dead? Am I missing something? I don't know.
It's pretty obvious. Like there are people who used to believe in magic and miracles and stuff all the time. They didn't believe in every person who did a miracle. Miracles and magic were pretty common back in the day. They thought it was, at least. So just seeing someone do magic wouldn't make them believe that they're the demigod.
I would need to verify that claim through research.
Okay. Just Google the time period. There's tons of miracle workers.
Sounds like you got a bunch of work you still need to do, Holy Relic.
I do have a lot of work to do, and that's why I wanted to talk to you guys. I was hoping you can help me out.
Yeah.
Send me some links to stuff.
Yeah, and you feel free to jump over. You can check out my channel. I did a big long talk with King Xerxes, where we broke down the martyrs and the actual historical accounts of some of these individuals that can be corroborated as best as they can, and how some of them were not martyrs at all. Some of them died as a result of their own actions, and they did not die in the name of their faith. And that Christianity, pretty much the faith pretty much took their deaths as that they died for the for the faith in itself, when in actuality they did not. So there's a number of them. We go through a bunch of them, because King Xerxes, who's on this stage every now and then, is probably one of the best experts on biblical historicity that I've come across. So
King Xerxes, who's that?
It's another member that comes up on the stage every once in a while. But I did a live stream with him where we went through the martyrs.
He's no longer part of JL. He's no longer part of the panel.
Peter, no. JL, if you could post a link to that video in the text chat, I'll put it in YouTube as well.
Okay. I really appreciate all that. Thank you. I could, if you want to, I can leave, or I could bring up something else. It's up to you. Want to give other people chances, or what?
Well, there are quite a few people waiting. If we could go to some other people in the audience and bring you back later, we'd be happy to. Does that work well for you?
That works very well for me. I appreciate everything you did.
This was a great conversation. Really appreciate you coming on and having these conversations with us. Thank you.
See ya.
Nice meeting you, Holy Relic.
So Anti-Scam Angel's been in queue for a while. They are making the proposition that God exists. Then they had a couple things they wanted to say. So Anti-Scam Angel, go ahead and tell us a little bit about what's going on today.
Thank
Hi.
you for being anti-scam.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Hey, Taco, so sorry for taking so late to reply to you. Hey, TG, T-Jump, Peter, Amy, and Randolph.
What is up?
Hi. So the debate, the stage title is "Convinced as a God Exists," right?
A goddess or a god? Yes.
Yeah, goddess or god. So I guess I'm not gonna be childish and just post a picture of like a Roman god and say, "Hey, this exists," right? This doesn't work.
Is that a question?
Try us. Tell us about the god you want to present, and we can examine it.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to talk about the god. Yeah, the creative gods, like the god who can create something. It's not the god you worship. So like, for example, you can worship anything, but I'm talking about the god who cause everything to exist. So, for example, you guys' existence here is real, I guess. Everyone believes so. Therefore, like for you guys to be here and for this discussion to take place, there must be like a series of like cause and like effect happens. Therefore, like the approach I'm trying to make is if we imagine like there is a bottle, right, an empty bottle, and it's closed, firmly closed. Do you think it's possible for it to have like apple juice inside?
What? I don't understand the question.
Okay, the question is like this. Imagine like you have a bottle and it's firmly closed, right? Do you think it's possible for it to have like apple juice inside at some point?
Sure, it is, but I don't understand the designer question.
So there is a possibility for this.
Can I
Right.
ask what I think your question is? Which
Yeah.
Are you saying there's a bottle that
I'm a little
has
lost
nothing
myself.
inside of it and it has a lid on it? How
Mark, you
long
heard
will it
butthole,
take
didn't you?
until
I heard
liquid
butthole,
forms
too.
in the bottle? Is that
Not,
what you're
not
asking?
any liquid, but I'm talking about like
Anything?
a specific type of liquid, which is apple juice.
Apple juice.
Yes,
Okay.
it's possible that a closed lid has apple juice in it.
See, I
No,
think
like, so
the
the bottle is
presupposition
totally-
is obvious, though. What he's trying to say is there's nothing in it. How long will it take until it randomly, spontaneously generates apple juice with there nothing being inside? I would say that's not what life is,
Exactly.
not the universe. I don't think that's an analogy to it. There's reasons why apple juice forms and in bottles, and it takes something natural like a tree, and then you make apple juice that is designed in a bottle. But those are a mixture. It's not spontaneous generation. It's not going to happen. But I don't think that's what a god is. Or are you saying that's what a god is?
No, so what I'm trying to say is like atheists today, they make they say like nothing, something can come from nothing.
No, that's not what
No,
we say at all.
no one says that.
I guess that's what most of the atheists.
I
No.
will
Zero,
point
zero
out.
atheists.
I agree with these guys that most atheists don't say that. I can't rule it out. I have some views on absolutely nothing and not being able to rule out the possibility of something erupting from it. But I'm not going so far as to say that this is what's actually happened. So I agree with them generally. Most atheists aren't taking this position. That's kind of a straw man argument that comes up from a lot of religious apologists. And it's unfortunate because it misleads people to end up thinking that we have these kinds of views when we don't.
And I'll make a stronger assertion. Something coming from nothing, unless it's Lawrence Krauss writing a book tongue-in-cheek as a response to theists saying it over and over and over, it's generally a theist and a creationist phrase.
Because anti-scam, because technically something from nothing is the theist argument, because there was God and there was nothing else, and then there was God created everything. Well, they don't state that God like created everything out of itself, like it didn't pull its own energy, it simply willed it into existence from nothing. So technically that's a theistic claim that just when you project it onto the atheist, you're saying, well, you don't believe in God, so it's something from nothing. There was no mechanistic God to like magic everything into existence. But that's not what atheists claim. That's not what cosmologists claim. So no, sorry.
It is what creationists claim
Yeah.
that atheists believe.
Yeah, but how would you explain the existence of the world then?
Natural process. Are you talking about the planet, or are you talking about the universe?
The whole existence, like for you to be here today.
I'm
I
here
think
because
that
my
quantum
parent.
fields-
I'm here because my parents smashed.
So I think that quantum fields have always existed. They have never not existed. They are uncreated, and quantum field fluctuations
So they came
created
from nothing.
matter. No, they didn't come. They've always been. Did God come from nothing?
No, it's the same thing. He was always been.
Oh, we can
Yeah,
both
because
just say
he
it's
is
always
the
been.
starting point. Like he's the creation, the creator.
Right, so
basically.
so we say the starting point is quantum fields or something like laws of physics.
we both agree that there must be a starting point.
There's a starting point for observability, but there doesn't have to be a starting point for our universe.
So basically, like what I believe is this: I believe like the starting point has to be God itself.
Why?
So whether you believe why, because like it is the creator. It's the starting point that created.
No,
everything.
you defined it as the creator, but where's the evidence that this is a creation?
So why does it have to be a god? Why can't it be laws of physics?
Okay. So it's like this. So we go back in time when there's nothing but except this entity, this thing, right? So it has to have like some criteria, like some attributes, right? The free will and the intelligence. So
Why?
it's like
why are neither of those things seem to be required?
Something. It causes things to happen.
Yes, all things in physics
So it
cause
did
other
something.
things. You don't need free will for
No,
that.
but-
Like,
True, but today we have free will. So how can something that doesn't have the free will inherit the free will to other things?
the same way it creates pineapples. Like pineapples didn't exist at the beginning of the universe, but pineapples do exist now. How did no pineapples create something with pineapples? Well, it's different combinations of laws
But
of physics can
pineapples, they
produce.
don't have like free will. They don't have like intelligence.
Wait,
They are just
you're
atoms.
not following.
Yes.
So pineapples did not exist at the Big Bang, but they do exist
That's right.
today, right?
True.
And so free will didn't
Sure.
exist at the Big Bang, but it does exist today, right? It's possible, right?
True. Yes.
So
But
you don't
it
need
is
a
the
thing
same
with-
elements, just recombined, like in a different shape.
Right. So free will could be an emergent property. I don't think free will exists, but if free will did exist, it could be an emergent property like pineapples. It is a thing that results from brains. You don't need it to be in the origin of the universe. It could just be like a pineapple.
Yeah, true. What about intelligence and other things? Like it's a
Exactly.
lot of things that the first thing that caused everything to happen had like inherited to us, the humans, for example, that we
They're
don't
all
see like
emergent.
in other.
Emergent properties. So none of those
Yeah, so
exist.
you know,
in the
so you know
thing.
this, right?
Yes, that's what brains are emergent. Intelligence is
Do
emergent.
you know this, or do you just believe in it? What you're saying?
Yes, I know this. This is what we have from evidence from every single scientific field: neurology, psychology, cognitive science, biology, philosophy. Yes, these things are emergent from brains. That's what the consensus in every academic field is. That's what all the evidence indicates. We know this.
So based on this,
You see
we don't
the
need
bot in there.
the first cause to be worshipped.
Well, I don't think we would need to worship the first cause anyway, but the first cause just needs to be a quantum field. And the quantum fields can explain everything we see in nature, including brains and humans.
Angel, you there?
All right. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening to what he's saying. I guess he's saying something that's beyond my informations.
We're saying that as far as explanations go, just saying God magicked it is not an explanation. It's just sticking God as an answer into something that you either lack understanding yourself or information that human beings don't currently possess, or we're in the process of trying to understand ourselves, which is just God of the gaps. So, but we do have a mechanistic explanation when we look at quantum mechanics and we look at physics, and we can use these things to create predictions about, or to form predictions about reality that come true. So the God explanation for God did it is not explanatory, and it's not necessary.
I'd say this falls under first cause arguments, but they are rarely why a believer is a theist. So I would ask, is this why you think a God is real? Is this what convinced you?
Yeah, exactly. What convinced me that God is real is like we really need like the creative God is essential, like the first cause.
So you were an atheist, and then you were like, holy shit, we need to have a first cause, and then boom, you were a theist?
So no, basically I was raised in a religious environment, but I have never been following anything. But at some point I was thinking about it, and I wasn't really convinced until like I thought about like this, like the cause thing.
Justin, am I a little louder now, people?
Yeah, you're good, TJ.
A little bit too loud.
I would thank you.
But okay, so but Angel, sorry. But why is a God necessary? Why do you think a God is necessary?
Because if what I think is if the first cause was like stupid enough to not know how to use its own energy, like there is no laws that help this first cause to use the energy correctly, it's not going to form anything further. Like it will stop there. Like it's going to be like a rock, and it will be always a rock. There is a tree, for example. It has like some like rules that help the tree to create like fruits. So of course we're gonna see fruits all the time.
So quantum fields, they're kind of like the tree. They have rules that create
who
stuff
set
called
the rule?
fluctuations.
No?
Nobody.
No.
It's just as a part of its nature. Who set the rules for God?
There's also, I mean, you have to take into account that we can't eliminate the possibility that this presentation of our universe is the only one and was not the first one. So there's a possibility that this presentation of a universe was not the first presentation of a universe, is not the only presentation of a universe, and will not always be the only presentation of a universe. So we only have a sample size of one. So there's a lot of things that we can't eliminate, a lot of possibilities that we can't eliminate, just because we're working, with one. So we're working with what we have. So you're making a lot of assumptions about things that we can't possibly know. But we have a mechanistic explanation. T-Jump has presented that. We have a mechanistic explanation that we can work with that, and we can make predictions with it. Those predictions come true. They verify the model. God does not supply any of these things. So why would you accept God? Why is God necessary when we have a mechanistic explanation that explains it better than God does?
So I guess that's why I should like stop pushing forward. I need to go read more, because T-Jump here referring me to like some papers where they talk about this stuff. All right. And I guess like what I'm trying to say is like not about like exactly this one universe or like multiverse, for example. I'm talking about the whole existence in first place, like the why we are here now today. So
that assumes that there is an agential purpose for our existence, which we don't assert that there is, and there doesn't need to be an agential purpose for our existence. We just acknowledge that we exist, and we need to determine our own purpose for ourselves.
Yeah, I guess.
Right?
So thank you, everyone. I guess I should learn more before I talk.
No, it's all good. It's okay. Everyone's learning.
Thank you for coming up.
Thank you, Tacos. Sorry again. Thank you, everyone.
It was nice meeting Angel.
Take it easy, Angel.
Thank you very much.
We have Luca. He is a cult leader, apparently. I don't really know that. That's just in his name. What's up, Luca?
Hello, Luca. I remember Luca and I spoke a few days ago and had a really good conversation. I'm looking forward to what Luca has to present here today.
So, one, I guess the cult leader thing it's a joke on the server. Someone called me that, so I just added that to my tag.
Heads up, Luca is a philosopher troll. He's probably going
I
to go
wanted
after
to touch on
T-Jump.
something that came up earlier in the conversation. So, there seemed to be a dispute between you and someone else. I think it was the Holy Relics guy, about whether or not God's alleged act, I'm not a Christian, of drowning the world with a flood or something like that would be moral. And I'm just curious about the substance of that debate, because it seemed like Holy Relic had some kind of theory in the background, had to do with like God to make things morally permissible or not. But the thing that I didn't really understand, sort of from the objector side, is what exactly is going to make it the case for any of you that God drowning the world with a flood is like impermissible for God to do? Because presumably that's required for a moral argument against that kind of thing.
Well, for me, it's going to require convincing me that somehow that was an act of morality and that was morally justified. The big problem here, the big elephant in
Hey,
the
Cindy
room here
Johnson, good to
is
see you. And Lori Marie,
the
good to
fact
see you
that
too. Thank you.
morality is not objective; it is subjective. So this will require that there be we find some agreement on what constitutes moral, and then if we can agree that there are certain moral standards that'll help us to decide this, then we can make non-subjective or objective determinations on whether that act was moral, and then from there we can proceed. So there's a bit of a can of worms on this, I guess you could appreciate.
Well,
I would actually go a little further than that. So, when we assess what morality is, we use our moral intuitions, and so it's usually reflecting morality from the Christian. Ask the Christian, is it moral to drown babies? They say no. So they understand intuitionally that drowning babies is bad. And we say, well, look, God drowned babies. And so we're using their own intuition to contrast with the Bible, because the way Christians work is they look at their own intuition to try to assess what objective morality is. They think that their own intuition is a reflection of objective morality. So you can contrast what they believe objective morality is in their hearts to what it says in the Bible. So we can use people's intuition to understand what morality is. Drowning babies is bad. And then contrast that to the actions done by the Christian God, which are drowning babies. We don't need an objective standard to assess that it's bad to drown babies. It's irrelevant to the point. The point is simply that if you in your heart understand drowning babies is bad, that's in conflict to the things that God in the Bible did.
Hey, Bob Nadell, Gyroscope, good to see you.
So, I think I'm probably just going to straightforwardly disagree with that, and then to quickly respond to what Richardson said. I think the issue mainly is that if you're saying that morality is subjective insofar as there's no like substantive sort of external to human agency facts or something like that, I don't know, about moral truths, it seems like that guy is going to disagree with that. I generally take theists in those kind of debates to be committing probably to either some kind of divine command theory or some other theory on which God is the grounds of what is morally permissible. And it's going to follow, for instance, from, let's just say he's positing DCT, divine command theory of some sort. Well, it's going to follow from the basic sort of precepts of DCT that drowning the world, babies included, with a flood is not morally impermissible for God. Drowning babies might be morally wrong for us. That's going to satisfy maybe the intuitional appeal or something like that. But it's not just mere intuitions on their part, presumably, because they're committing to a theory about what makes things morally wrong or not. Now, I don't think DCT is a terribly good theory, but I think the point is that if that's becoming a point in the conversation, there actually needs to be an argument against DCT from the counter side here, or some kind of argument that what people sort of find generally permissible by intuition somehow tracks some kind of fact of the matter, that the theory that God determines these things is going to be incompatible with, which I don't think there is such an argument, so I don't know. Do you think that there was an argument against DCT presented? Because maybe I just didn't hear it.
Just put on the table, I think that ethics and morality are based in situations. I think they also have an objective base in both biology and then the fact that there are subjective conscious creatures. I think when you have those two things on the game board, you start to realize what type of moral decisions. I often explain to my Muslim brothers and sisters that, okay, you're trying to tell us and sell us on the idea that you're about to cut someone's hand off, but if the biology was that their hand grew back, you might have a different view on that. And so I think we can emphatically say that drowning babies is evil, just like we could say because you're taking a conscious creature and killing them for no reason.
Well, I mean, there might be a number of reasons. For instance, the person in question might have some kind of goal they have to achieve or something like that. Those are like pragmatic. Those are like practical reasons they have. They might have some kind of like they might derive some kind of like satisfaction from doing it.
Sure, but I think we need
they
to
might have a
fight it.
consequentialist kind of reasoning, like they know some sort of either contextual or intrinsic facts about the baby in question. But that's sort of underdetermined in the hypothesis, and I think that
supervillain logic, and I think we need to prevent ourselves from these supervillains that you're trying to explain.
So I mean, the person that you were talking to earlier has a theory in the background about why, for instance, for a person it would be wrong for them to drown a baby or something like that. For them,
would that
because
be
to make it very explicit, for them it's because they think it's God commands not to do that, and God's commands are normatively forceful on human decisions. But I'm not really hearing a theory.
My question is, why are we discoursing on a hypothetical theory that a person is not here to tell their position?
And all I'm hearing is from the henchmen. You're like, well, the henchmen say the supervillain is great and killing babies is fantastic, so why shouldn't we let them kill babies?
No, I'm saying
we should try to protect life in general. We should try to protect, because well, you're now asking why be moral, but moral is
I'm not asking
biology
why be moral.
and conscious.
I'm asking why is that moral?
So I wanted to like try to explain this more clearly. So that the weight against the argument is that people have feelings that drowning babies are wrong. So it's a data point of what morality they think objective morality is. It doesn't matter whether you or I posit objective morality. Christian says, I believe objective morality, and my data points of what I think objective morality are correspond to my intuition. So you give examples of those intuitions. Drowning babies is bad.
Do you mind if I interject there?
Sure.
So most people who use DCT or something like that can accept that, but for instance, let me just play Christian's advocate, I guess, not devil's advocate there. So someone might say, for instance, in the supermajority of cases, the act of a human drowning a baby is going to be wrong, and they're going to use that maybe as something like evidence or something like that. I'm very skeptical of like using intuitions as evidence in this kind of discourse, but let's say they do. DCT is going to, in 99.999% of cases, for that person, presumably accommodate that kind of evidence. The theory is probably designed to do that, and
that's great.
The only difference that you're going to have between the person who's advocating DCT is that they're going to think it's okay for God to do that.
That's great. So the second part of this argument is that we assess whatever methodology they have and then apply it to like Hitler. And so if this methodology could then apply to Hitler and justify any of Hitler's actions, it shows that this methodology can't differentiate evil from good. It doesn't give you anything to do that. It makes it circular.
Clear, the arguments that people make for DCT could not be applied to Hitler because, for instance, one of the theories. So here's an example. One of the theories, I believe, this is a theory discussed by. Coast Guard isn't a divine command theorist, but this is one of the like routes she brings up in her book Sources of Normativity about how someone who could argue for DCT. For instance, they think there are certain teleological facts and that God is the creator of those or something like that. Hence, God is going to have like a causal role in explaining why certain things have these like normative facts about them, these teleological facts, and so it's going to be wrong for like a human to do something like that. Hitler doesn't have any ability to determine the like intrinsic or teleological content.
Literally
of
irrelevant.
So this
irrelevant
could not be used to justify.
Literally irrelevant. Literally irrelevant. So it doesn't matter.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. So literally, it doesn't matter. No, you did not. So it literally doesn't matter what they do. The point is to give an example of someone who the Christian says, yes, they're immoral. And could this methodology be applied from a Hitler apologist to say that, no, he's not immoral for the exact same reasons? If it can, then that means that the methodology being used can be applied to literally anything to say literally anything isn't immoral. Yes, it can. So I just proved it.
So I'll explain exactly how. So again, the person for it, the kind of theory that I'm giving you as an example, DCT, divine command theory, I'm using it has a background, for instance.
I'm very familiar. I'm explaining to you why that doesn't matter to the argument.
I did let you finish. Do you mind if I explain?
But
So
you didn't let me finish. You interrupted every time I spoke. So you did not let me. It does not matter
let's
what you
decompress a
said.
little bit.
So again, if Christian apologists can say God can drown babies and it's not immoral using divine command theory or whatever model you want, if a Hitler apologist can use the same rationale on Adolf Hitler, they can. They literally can. This is literally one of the arguments against divine command theory. I literally have spoken to the experts on the field on this. Yes, they can.
I'm going.
So
Well, I'll
just,
explain.
They believe Adolf is a perfect sky daddy who created the universe as an incarnation of God. Yes, it literally can.
So that's not Adolf
that's
Hitler. That's a hypothetical person you've made up.
Stop interrupting me. The fact that you're an idiot does not help here. So you can literally apply the same methodology. You're still
I've
interrupting.
Insulted you. I don't want to be rude. Can you not be rude to me?
Like, you literally never let me finish once.
This is Luca.
Stop talking. I'm an expert on this. You're ignorant on this.
So
exact same
Can
methodology.
I like the other people in the conversation to not have
you have to stop
thrown my
talking.
way? I don't want this to be like a bad conversation, but I
I'm
don't
just gonna
really
move to the
appreciate like being randomly insulted for no reason.
Well, I'm insulting you for a very good reason. You won't shut up. Let me finish.
I'm not.
Shut up.
Not terribly
Shut
interested
up.
in listening to you while
Shut
you're
up.
like screaming,
Shut
"Shut up" at me.
Okay,
like
but-
I was
okay.
having a conversation with someone else, and you interjected.
I move you.
Like,
What's the saying? Goose fraba. Calm down a little bit.
For the sake of
I'm asking for the conversation to become a little calmer, but I mean,
Can
not
we
to
smooth this
point any
down the
fingers
audience? I'll
at
give the
anyone,
answer.
but
He's
there's
done.
like
I'm
a
so
person
tired of this.
screaming at me to shut up, and
shut up.
I'm a little confused.
So I wasn't. I was. Can I like return to the conversation I was trying to have with an Amy person? Please?
No.
Okay.
Idiot. Holy shit.
I was a little confused as to why we were discoursing on a hypothetical position that the person who espoused that argument, they're not even here to elucidate on it.
No, he made it a good argument. His argument is that divine command theory is a theory that states that moral grounding is whatever God says or whatever, and therefore drowning babies isn't immoral. So what is the point of arguing that drowning babies is immoral? What's the possible reason that could be a good counter argument to divine command theory? The reason it's a counter argument to divine command theory is it's a reductio ad absurdum. You take a data point that's obvious to everyone, drowning babies is wrong, and you use that as a way to try to create an intuitional conflict, the cognitive dissonance between the individual and their intuitions and their objective belief that divine command theory. That's the justification. And you can say, if you use this methodology of divine command theory to justify God's action, anyone who believes some sky daddy or divine command Adolf could use the exact same argument to justify Hitler's actions, even though they were wrong. There's no way within the methodology to differentiate between a correct usage of divine command theory and an incorrect usage, just made up, it's arbitrary. So the reason we can use the drowning babies against the divine command theory is by creating cognitive dissonance, by using their intuitions that certain things are wrong to contradict the actions of the Bible, and then show from whatever methodology they're using is arbitrary because it can be applied to literally anything. That's the answer to his question, but he was too stupid to shut up and listen.
We've Concrete Plus in queue next. This should be an exciting one.
Concrete Plus.
What's going on, Concrete?
I'm in a noisy restaurant.
It happens.
T-Jump just made a weird claim that he's an expert. How did you get your expert status?
By speaking to and discussing with the experts.
Okay, so I've spoken to an expert. I've discussed with an expert. So therefore, I'm an expert.
If you've made progress in the field and they say you have, then yes, sure.
I'm sorry. How do we judge your progress versus my progress?
Do you want to like bring up an argument for God here? Like, if you want to know my expert status, go talk to the experts I've spoken to and look at the videos where they say, "Yeah, you really know what you're talking about."
Oh, and then that would determine that you're an expert. They say, "Yeah, you know what you're talking about."
Yes, if the experts in the field talk to you and say, "Yes, you know what you're talking about," then yeah, you're an expert. Do you have a question related to the topic?
Okay, awesome. I have a problem with you excluding miracles from being, I guess, verified as being evidence. Now, how is it the case that you've been able to do that? That hand waving?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. So I said in history, the field of history and the field of law, miracles, magic, mythical creatures, paranormal, etc., none of those are considered evidence. This isn't me. This is academic fields of history and the legal field of law.
Also, I just want to put on the table that miracles, by their definition, are a defiance of physics. So if you get a physics journal to present an argument or evidence for a defiance of physics, I mean, holy shit, but bring it on.
I don't.
No,
I don't think
miracles
that's
don't have
not
to
true.
be. Miracles don't have to be a defiance of physics. And whatever our legal or historical philosophy is, it's just going to be based on the current or local philosophy. So there could be another environment or another time where historically, legally, miracles are admissible, well understood, and accepted. So you pointing to your current or local understanding or philosophy on these subjects doesn't somehow create a universal standard. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, obviously it's not a universal standard. It's just the best standard with all the evidence we have today. So obviously there were a bunch of goat herders in the past who thought miracles were legitimate. Then today, when we've actually explored those with evidence, we found they're just making shit up. So maybe in the future, when we actually have novel testable predictions of miracles, we might accept miracles. But since they don't exist today and there's no evidence of them today, they're rejected by every academic field because there's no reason to believe it, and so all rational people don't.
Well, Concrete.
Yeah, you're making a lot of claims.
Concrete. I have a question. I have a question about what you.
Let me just deal with what he's saying real quick.
Well, I have a question about.
All right.
Like, well, I want to
Go ahead,
clarify.
ask
I want
the
to
question, I'm just
Concrete.
gonna
I want a clarification about what you're talking about. What do you specifically consider a miracle? Because is there a difference between a miracle and a rare event?
I don't want to get into semantics. So
it's not semantics. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, Concrete. Like if you're citing, huh?
I think you're going to bog down the conversation by getting into semantics.
So Concrete, would it be fair to say a miracle is just an action done by God or something along those lines?
No, that wouldn't be enough of a definition. Because actions done by God would be flooding the earth, killing the Sodom or destroying the Sodomites, so on and so forth.
It would be like actions done by God to help or something.
Let's not. If you want a quick answer, which we're not going to delve into, it's going to be a highly fortuitous, highly improbable, fortuitous event, right? Highly improbable, fortuitous, highly improbable that the Jews would be killed, but it's not fortuitous. So highly improbable and fortuitous. All right. Now, back to your claim, T-John. Back to your claim, T-John. You said that we have no evidence for miracles. Was that your statement?
Well, we like winning the lottery by your definition would be a miracle.
That's what I was going to bring up.
Oh man, look.
So it's like a supernatural thing, right?
Look, I'll add another part that it would be in alignment with God's nature. So God is not a gambler. He's not into gambling. I think lottery to be a part of gambling.
Okay,
so
that's good. That's good. Let's stick with that one. So if it has to be in alignment with God's nature.
That's your question.
Yes, that's what I'm going for. So if it has to be in alignment with God's nature, if it has to be in alignment with God's nature, you need evidence of God's nature. Otherwise, anything either could be or could not be.
Yeah, we have evidence of God's nature.
No, we don't. That's why there's no evidence of miracles.
See, John, no, like I don't even know. You're from the school of Matt Dillahunty. Matt Dillahunty knows that you should never say there is no evidence for God, and yet
I'm not from the school of Matt Dillahunty.
Continually make this mistake. So, what evidence is there? Any information or facts, information, events, arguments that could be used to forward the likelihood of a proposition being true? Proposition on the table is God. The fact that
novel
the Bible
testable predictions.
Novel testable predictions is a methodology used in natural sciences. Does not apply to every proposition. I don't know why you think that you can use a fork.
It applies to literally anything. One second. It doesn't just apply to the natural sciences.
I don't know why you think you can use a fork to plug up a leak.
No concrete. No concrete.
So
this
yes,
applies
it is
to
a
anything.
Tool, but it's not
no concrete. No
concrete for all propositions.
Concrete. This applies to all propositions to differentiate imagination from reality. All of them.
Look, did Julius Caesar exist?
Yes.
All right. What novel, testable prediction are you gonna? What experiment you think you're gonna be able to conduct tell us whether or not Julius Caesar existed.
Well, because he's a human being, and human beings already have an empirical basis. We can say
He is a
that
dead human being that lived thousands of years ago, if he lived.
yes, all of those things, have an empirical basis.
Experiments to
Concrete,
show that he
concrete. So all things like novel testable predictions apply to classes. So do we show humans exist? Yes, humans exist. They exist in the past. Yes, they exist in the past. So we have empirical bases for all of those things. So in history,
that is an observation.
Wait, I'm answering concrete. So in history, historical claims like I saw a dog or Julius Caesar existed are reasonable in history because there's already empirical evidence of dogs and humans. The things that are not reasonable in history. One sec. So the things that are not reasonable in history are miracles and magic. An answer, concrete. I'm going to move you to the audience. You got to let me answer. So the things that are not evidence in history are miracles, magic, mythical creatures, things that we have no empirical basis for. We're saying Julius Caesar existed. There's already been novel testable predictions for humans. We already know humans existed. So saying a human existed in the past is completely reasonable to believe based on historical accounts.
Okay, based on that very poor logic, humans exist, therefore any figure that is referenced in history exists, would then account for Jesus. Because we know humans observed particular and wrote about particular things that Jesus did, everything that Jesus did is now accounted for. So you just shot yourself in the face, and now you're going to try to walk it off, but it's a headshot. It's fatal. Go ahead,
No concrete. So this is very, very basic. It says if there's an empirical evidence of a thing that exists, then testimony of it can count. Wait, stop interrupting. Stop interrupting, concrete.
Dude, you're making it so laborious, man.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Miguel, good to see you.
Humans exist.
And Martino,
we
good
have
to see you.
empirical evidence, novel testable predictions that show humans exist. Anything that has a current empirical basis, then historical claims in the past can be considered evidence for that. Doesn't mean they're good evidence. Doesn't mean everyone who's claimed to exist in historical texts exists.
Inquisitor Bacon, none. In fact, every miracle that's been presented for examination has been debunked.
So, if humans exist today, we have empirical evidence of humans.
Holy shit! From the stage
because he keeps interrupting me, like you are now.
Like you
I
are.
want to be able to finish my points. So, if, like Concrete was asking, the reason it's reasonable in history to accept humans existed in the past, like Julius Caesar, is we have empirical evidence humans exist. Things that don't have an empirical evidence, like unicorns or miracles or magic, it's not reasonable to believe from historical testimony. Not that you believe every historical testimony, it's that testimony at least counts as evidence if it's for something that has an empirical basis. That's the criteria.
Okay.
I just want to point out that miracle. Oh, okay. So he's back. I'm just want to ask a question. So miracle definition: a surprising and welcome event that is not explicable by natural or scientific laws and is therefore considered to be the work of a divine agency. Using that definition, I can assert miracles do not exist. So how do we know which one of us is correct?
Well, I want to deal with what T-Rep was just saying, which is basically a reiteration of his first point with actually no changes that would negate the existence of Jesus Christ, right? All he did was label it great. And humans, since we accept human testimony, because Julius Caesar's existence is not merely because he's a human, it's because it was testified by other human beings that he existed. So your entire argument is horrible. And so now we'll just move on to the testimony of Jesus Christ. And along with his existence, there was testified of his miracles. So now you have the miracles brought into evidence by your methodology.
I literally just explained that.
You are so ridiculous, bro. You didn't see it coming. You shot yourself in the face.
That's what he or she.
Now you're done.
I literally explained that. I said testimony of things that have an empirical basis are reasonable evidence in history. Testimony of things that don't have an empirical basis, like miracles, are not. It's not even my thing. This is a thing in history. You can read about it in. Wait. No. This is a fact of history. You can read about it in Michael Lacona's paper historians and miracle claims. It literally says this. This is not my claim. This is historians, the consensus in history.
Yeah, so according to Mike McCona, or whatever position he may hold,
He's a Christian.
I know he's a Christian apologist. So just because he has a philosophy about miracles and their evidentiary classification doesn't mean that this is like undisputable, irrefutable fact of the matter. This is just a philosophy and position on a phenomenon. I don't care. Look, bro, look. You hate it when you over talk, but you're doing a thing. I know you're a diva. You can't control yourself.
Concrete, stop calling him names and have a back and forth with him.
I'm
interrupt.
okay
Tell him to stop over talking.
I'm okay with him calling me names. But wait, I just want to clarify. Mike Lacona is arguing for miracles. So he's in the paper. He's specifically saying that the consensus of historians in all fields of history.
That doesn't change anything about my argument.
Wait, Concrete.
It's a philosophical position. It's not an ontological position. It's not a fact of the matter. It's a philosophical position. Do you understand the difference?
Concrete. So my argument is that the consensus. Wait,
bro. Now you need to engage, right? You can't just sit here and lecture and overtalk.
You're deflecting. You're deflecting and not addressing the point.
I addressed it straightforward. It doesn't matter his philosophical position about miracles. I do not care. Your standard of evidence was used to justify.
I'm going to move you to the audience. I'm going to move you to the audience. You got to shut up. You got to shut up. So Mike Lacona is a Christian. He is arguing that we should accept miracles. In the paper, he literally describes the consensus of historians in every academic field, which is what you're arguing against. You're arguing against the consensus of the entire methodology of history. That's the part that I'm talking about. So if you want to disagree with that, that's fine. But this is not my position. This is not Mike Lacona's position. This is the consensus of experts in the field of history. That's the thing you're arguing against.
So I'll pull him back up. Please stop kicking him to the audience. Concrete, stop interrupting T-Jump. T-Jump, stop interrupting him. When y'all finish conversing, we can go ahead and move on. But one at a time. Come on.
So basically what T-Jump did was he cut me off and he's accusing me of derailing.
Okay, we're not...
For something... Let me just...
We're not doing meta.
His position. Just chill, bro.
Concrete, drop the meta and get to the point.
My homies said so. I don't care about what your homies said. What I care about is what is factual. It is a fact of the matter that people reported the miracles of Jesus Christ. Now, if it's the case that you hold to a philosophical position that those people cannot be relied upon, that is a you issue. Doesn't mean that I should take on your philosophy. All right, great. So now we're just going to move on to another aspect of what you brought up was, can we know that Julius Caesar is a real person? Yes, because humans exist. And humans have reported events in history. So I guess Paul Bunyan exists. I guess Aquaman exists, or the Loch Ness Monster, or any other entity that's been reported on. It now necessarily exists because of the T-Jump standard. Do you agree?
No, moron. I've literally explained this like 4 times now. If we have empirical evidence something exists, then that means testimony in historical claims is evidence. So if someone had testimony that some guy named Xerxes exists, that testimony would be evidence. It does not mean Xerxes exists, idiot. But it is evidence. It is valid evidence to bring testimony for things that have an empirical basis.
Yeah, what do you think empirical means? Because I think you have a misunderstanding. Go ahead.
Verify through sense experience.
Okay, great. So, Jesus
No, I didn't.
Christ.
I did not have an incorrect understanding, did I, Concrete? You were wrong again.
Okay, great. But you're still misusing it. So if you have an understanding that's correct and you're still misusing it, there's still an issue, and I'm going to suss that out right now. So, Jesus Christ.
So how did he misuse it?
I'm telling you now, dummy. Jesus Christ and his miracles were reported through what means, T-Jump?
Testimony.
T-Jump. And what was the basis of the testimony?
People's imagination.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. So now what T-Jump has done is he knows that the answer is observation, that people observed Jesus Christ, i.e. Thomas, who observed that Jesus died and required that Jesus show him his wounds within his hands, which Jesus did. And thus we have the testimony of Thomas that Jesus had resurrected with a full body. And what T-Jump is not going to say is that every instance within the gospel, while he grants that you weren't imagining the existence of Jesus, you, however, imagined all the supernatural events. And then I guess you weren't imagining the natural events. So you saw the natural events, such that you were able to accurately document this human's existence. But everything that was a supernatural event, multiply attested to, was the imagination of multiple people simultaneously, which we know is not an actual psychological phenomenon, right? Mass hallucination, as the prior person stated, is not a psychological phenomenon. And guess who brought that up? Guess who brought that up? I think it was Michael Lacona in the debate with Richard Carrier, right? Who wanted to attest that all of these statements could have been a hallucination. So no, doesn't exist.
It's wrong. So that's wrong. Mass hallucinations do exist. We actually have a technical name for them. They're called folia do. They literally do exist. We know they literally happen. Communal reinforcement is another example. Yes, we do have evidence that happen. But the first things you said were correct. You seeing Jesus exists as a human, yes, that's reasonable to believe based on historical testimony. Seeing him raised from the dead is not reasonable. That is a reasonable conclusion is yes, you made it up in your imagination. That is something that is very common. It's called bereavement delusion. So you got that part right, Concrete. The fact that you see Jesus existing as a human is rational based on historical testimony. Miracles not rational. That's the consensus of all of the experts who have studied the field for decades. Yes.
All right, great. So now what we have is an alternate explanation. And for T-Jump's current existence and our experience of T-Jump right here, right now, visually, audibly, there could be an alternate explanation, which is we're all hallucinating it right now. And if it's the case that somebody else was to hear the recording, not only are we hallucinating it, it was fabricated through some other AI means, right? So that's all that's happening. So now, if it's the case that we were to take those two theories, hypotheses, mass hallucination or the event actually happened, we'd apply Occam's razor to the mass hallucination. We'd apply. I'm talking about what rational people are doing, not you. So what
we're talking about my method, right? You're talking about my method.
You're over talking me, bro. So what we would do is apply Occam's razor to the mass hallucination theory and say that most people or groups of people are not going to be able to simultaneously and identically have the same hallucination that they are reporting in identical manner. So just think about what's happening. Something that is not happening in the real world is happening psychologically across multiple people in an identical fashion. Now, T-Jump believes that this phenomenon is real, mass hallucination, but there's no reason that a normal human being to believe that this is real. The most likely cause is that the event actually occurred and multiple people witnessed it at the same time.
Just interrupt that even though you say normal people, it is the consensus of scholars that either Jesus did not resurrect or no position at all.
That's just a claim. If you could post something in chat, I'd love to read it.
I gave you the reference. Historians of Miracle Claims, Mike Lacona, he literally goes through that, exactly what you just asked.
And I gave you my reputation
wait. You don't like it. You don't like that historians disagree with your position. But wait. I wanted to go back to the other nonsense you just said. So folie à deux, I'm looking at a PubMed journal. Folie à deux. Folie à deux is defined as an identical or similar mental disorder affecting 2 or more individuals, usually members of the close family. 2 case reports of this condition are presented in a brief review of this literature. Yes, we know this happens. This is the most plausible explanation, not that Jesus magically Sky Daddy rose from the dead. That it was actually one of these very well-known mental disorders that do happen to groups of people. Yes, there are mass delusions, and the 500 isn't an example because that we can see like in the miracles of Fatima and whatever, and Santi Sai Baba. Nothing magical happened there. That one's really easy to explain. The bereavement delusions, which were of the apostles, are very easy to explain as folie à deux, which is what the consensus is on the topic. So yes, all the things I listed are the most plausible, rational explanations, and are far better than Sky Daddy rose from the dead.
Yeah, that's going to be based on your prior philosophical commitments, and that's fine. I'm not going to argue with you about what you think to be true in the world, right? Because you're also an evolutionist. You're also someone who probably believes in a eternal universe. So there's going to be a myriad of things that you believe in that are nonsensical in order to promulgate your beliefs, right? I don't care.
No.
What I care about is what we understand to be normal and reasonable and rational. And it is normal, reasonable, and rational, especially when human beings experience miracles for themselves. We now are going to be able to juxtapose your theoretical and philosophical positions with actual human events that are on a personal level.
Concrete,
Then
every
what's gonna
single
happen from there- one second,
concrete,
though.
every
I'm
single
almost done, bro. I'm almost
concrete,
done, bro.
every
I'm
single
almost done.
miracle that has
I'm
been
almost done, bro.
concrete,
I'm almost
every
done, bro.
concrete,
I'm
every
almost
single.
done, bro.
I'm done. I'm done. This he's being intellectually dishonest at this point, and he's making claims that are unfounded, and this has become a dick measuring contest, and it's not getting us anywhere. We're talking ourselves in circles. T-Jump has explained his position a number of times. There is no point in continuing with that because this is just dick measuring at this point.
I do want to say one extra thing. So my position is based on empirical verified evidence that we can know exists things in reality. We know folie à deux exists. We know bereavement delusion exists. We have lots of evidence that these exist. So these are kind of like dogs, things we have past evidence they exist. And Concrete wants to say magic and unicorns exist, even though we have no past evidence of those. The most rational thing is the thing that we have evidence actually exists. That's the better explanation by definition. So simply him calling it a philosophical position is just him denying the past evidence. That's all it is.
Or implying that you're biased in some way because you hold particular positions regarded that are evidence based. So you're inclined to take other positions based upon it's just that's all he was doing, was saying that you're inherently biased against it. That's why you don't accept it, and that's not the way this flies. So that's intellectually dishonest, and at this point, he's just up here to waste time. So.
Just before you start that, we need to bring Luca back up. We were going to do that.
Oh, yep. Dietrich, go ahead and put your hand back up. Luca, I invited you back up.
Hello. So, to very quickly sort of recapitulate what we were saying, what was going on. So what I was saying was that the particular person you were talking to was committing to a certain view in metaethics. I'm going to interpret him as committing to some kind of divine command theory. I don't know exactly what kind of underlying theory is there for him, but I'm just going to interpret him as using some kind of teleological account of why God's commands have moral authority for us. So the thing I was saying was basically that it's not really going to be very informative to say that he has intuitions about whether or not he's going to drown babies. And I didn't really hear anything from the Contra side giving an argument as to why, on his view, God drowning babies is going to be wrong. And so I'm just wondering why there wasn't an argument presented against his view, particularly because it sounded like you guys wanted to run an internal critique. So I'm just wondering what the argument would have been there.
I literally explained that last time. I'm just not paying attention.
Does anyone else want to answer?
No, I don't want to try and hypothesize what the dude's point is. Holy Relic is not here, so I would rather have him elucidate on his own position to try and suss out what he meant. I just kind of pointless to hypothesize about what was the point without him being here to represent himself. So
I will say, just going back to the earlier point, I think it's trivially easy to show that God is more evil than Hitler.
Well, so if the metaethical theory in the background particularly bases what's moral and what's not on like the complex relationship between like God's nature and human nature or something like that, well, absent an argument for that, and against that rather, it's not going to be particularly easy at all, I suppose, mainly
This
because
fly
there's going
is
to be like
aggravating
relevant
me.
asimilarity between Hitler and God, mainly that, for instance, if what makes God's commands obligatory for us is some kind of causal relationship he has with our obligations.
Well, let's go
That's not
into
gonna be true for
the
Hitler,
logistics.
so-
Let's go in. Let's see. Who do you want to start with first? How many did Hitler kill?
Well, but the point is, killing people by itself.
Well, I mean, come on.
Well, so the idea is just this. Killing people in and of itself on this view isn't going to be wrong because he's not committing to something like utilitarianism or some kind of hedonism or something like that, on which the consequence of killing someone is considered as like a pro tanto reason for abandoning that course of action. It's going to be whether or not it was impermissible to kill that person or something like that. And so while it may be impermissible for Hitler to kill a person, or to command the Holocaust or something like that, it won't be impermissible for God to command a very similar sort of thing, particularly because of the moral authority that the advocate of DCT says that God has in virtue of his creation of the world or something like that, that Hitler obviously is going to lack because Hitler is a human being. It's very similar to, for instance, well, just to elaborate, it's going to be a theological voluntarist is going to usually analogize God with something like a just government. So in just the same way as it is impermissible for either you or I to imprison someone for many, many years, presumably it's not impermissible for our governments to do the very same thing. And so that's going to be the kind of authority that they're particularly talking about, right?
That he somehow has an authority to just kill. Well, I did want to go back to numbers because we were just comparing.
Mhm.
So, we have the millions and millions of that Hitler killed, but God did kill everybody, right? So it does seem like God is pulling ahead in the evil category versus Hitler, at least if we were just look at
Why
it
is killing a
population-wise.
person intrinsically evil?
Well,
Hey, real
because
fast, I'm
it's the
sorry to
only
interrupt.
reason.
T-Jump, can you just read group chat when you get a moment? Sorry, you continue.
Where is that?
In DMs?
In the PNR thing or in the like other thing?
Oh, it's a private chat group.
So the idea is that the person who advocates DCT, that kind of meta-ethical theory, is probably going to disagree that there's an intrinsic moral status to like some kind of relation like X and Y, of where X and Y are two persons, X kills Y. For instance, there might be morally sufficient reasons for someone to kill another person. Like, let's say they're invading your house and you have like the obligation to protect your family, and so you kill them in the pursuit of protecting your family. Or the other person has, for instance, committed an immoral action sufficient such that they deserve to be killed or something like that. That's actually what the person you were talking to about this brought up, that he thought that in the flood account, for instance, that people who died were in sufficiently like sort of illicit moral situations that it was just for them to be killed. And so
Exactly. The babies were evil enough that they were worthy of drowning.
I don't really. So you're saying that as if it's like an objection, but I don't see substantively why, on that view, something like even a baby could be held like blameworthy for something. Do you have an
When
argument
I
against
hear
that, or?
objection, it just sounds like God. Like, it sounds like it's evil and stupid and things that humans wouldn't do, but really God has this 4D chess, and he's so powerful that it actually kind of makes it right. Like, is that the...
So, do you have an argument particularly as to why it's intrinsically wrong for you to like punish someone or like that, or
Or because it's basically the only reason that we have ethics and morality is biology and conscious creatures, and that if you're
Well,
actually talking about something else, you're not talking about ethics or morality. You're asking why be ethical or moral.
to be very clear, if that's an argument against someone who's an advocate of divine command theory, that would be a question-begging argument, because that's to assert that their position
Why?
is false in the very argument, like in one of the premises of the argument that you're giving.
I would
So that can't be a good argument against their position.
no. It could be that God exists and he's a moral monster.
Well, so the advocate of divine command theory thinks that the reason there are moral obligations is because God exists. So,
But that
no,
doesn't make sense.
with that theory in the background, well, so whether or not it makes sense to you is not exactly logically relevant as to whether or not the position is true or not.
Should it make sense to anybody?
Well, I mean, theological voluntarism, while I think the theory itself is actually false, it's a theory that makes sense insofar as I can understand like authors like Hare who defend it.
Hey, get me there. What's a good moral reason to drown babies?
Well, so there are obviously like intuitive reasons for this. For instance, I think that you could probably set up some kind of trolley scenario where most people would say that drowning a baby can be morally permissible, just in case the consequence of it is preventing, like, I don't know, the death of the entire human race or something like that. I think most people would say that you're morally in fact obliged to do something like that, even if the act itself is distasteful. If there's like some significantly morally weighted consequence sort of downstream to the continued existence of this baby, like, I don't know, again, like it becoming Hitler, for instance. That's actually a very like common example. Would you kill baby Hitler? I think the last time Q and various different other like statistics organizers actually like did questioning on that, most people indicated that it would be morally permissible if distasteful to kill an infant Hitler.
And then they would kill the vast majority of people born from Israel post-Hitler.
I'm not really sure why that. I don't know if that's relevant. So
well,
the main point
you just
is
said
that
it's really easy to kill Hitler, and then you just killed millions, if not more, people really quickly. But that's irrelevant to the question of whether God.
Killing people, because again, in this, we're not granting that killing people is intrinsically wrong. Killing people on something like a consequential count is going to be wrong only insofar as it like has something to do with some like morally relevant consequence down the line. That seems to be kind of what you're talking about, or the person
or an
again
all-powerful
who's
God
the divine command theorist is going to say that it has to do with God, with
that's why this conversation ultimately is pointless.
God, whether or not
that's why
something
I don't
is morally wrong. It's not just like killing people is intrinsically wrong. So
this is just philosophy.
Do you have a particular argument as to why
he doesn't even
divine
believe in
command
God?
theory is like
He's an atheist.
self-stultifying or incoherent or something?
He's just
like
doing
that?
it for his own.
Generally speaking, because
giggles.
might is right is a
He's
fallacy.
doing it for the lulz.
Well,
so his question, he's asking.
Might makes right is not the position of the theological voluntarist.
Wait, so just to clarify, he's asking is that God, the divine command theory says the ontology of morality. There's an objective morality that comes from God, and he's saying, well, do you have a different ontology that's like a contrary to that? No, that's not the point of the argument. It's irrelevant to the argument. The argument
that's
is
not what I'm asking for, actually.
It is actually. You're saying why would divine command theory be wrong? Do you have a different ontology that's a better one or something more supported? Was that one wrong?
Well, no. I asked her an objection for divine command theory.
How is it wrong? Oh my God, you're dumb.
Do you have?
I'm not really entirely. I'm just going to not. Like, I'm just going to not talk to you because it seems that there's like not a point in engaging with someone who's like extremely polemical and very rude. So, Amy, continue, please.
I just think that divine command theory
and this kind of defeats the purpose of the stage.
It sets up the premise
theists there that have
that everything
or they
that
want
he
to have
does
conversations,
is
and Luke
right,
is not a
even
theist.
when it looks horrible and wrong to us and has no explanation. And that, to me, is the same type of things we actually got from SS officers who thought they were doing right and thought they were doing things for a higher order.
Well, I mean, a divine command theorist does have an explanation for why it's right. I mean, for instance, like Hare defends like a moral supervenience thesis. Not to go into the specifics on that, but like basically the idea is that like generally theological voluntarists like divine command theorists are going to say that it's because of God's position of moral authority or something along those lines. It's licit for him to do things that obviously are illicit for us. And they can explain the intuition because we're analogizing
Jervis,
our
good to see you.
experiences, they'll say. Or
Yeah,
something like that. Like
Luke, this is a conversation
in
Luke
most
should be
cases,
having with
like
Holy
in
Relics, not
99%
with
of
us.
cases, for instance, killing a baby or something like that is going to be wrong. And so it's obviously going to be intuitive for us, generalizing from those experiences, that it's obviously going to appear wrong to us that God would do such a thing. But the divine command theorists would then say, well, on further explanation, and like presumably some kind of like actual good justification for the theory in the background, the intuition that it's wrong for God should disappear in a sufficiently educated person, or they should at least be able to reject the intuition as sort of faulty. And so the point is, if you're having a conversation forwards that theory, just saying that it's counterintuitive or something like that isn't really an terribly contributory response. And so what I'm advocating is that you should develop something like an argument as to why divine command theory is either a not a tenable position, or if you think that there's an argument, for instance, for some other kind of moral theory that's like sort of that falsifies sort of implicitly divine command theory, what would it be? Like, why is it wrong, for instance, for God to kill a baby?
I think many atheists, agnostics, non-believers, we struggle with seeing God as a moral agent at all. Like, they say he's the most, he's super, he goes above and beyond, and he does many, many, many horrible things. And we have a trouble kind of squaring that circle.
So why are those, when you say those things are horrible, that you like find those things distasteful, or do you think that you have an argument particularly as to why they would be wrong?
See, don't you think that is a politician-like answer? Like, every time I'm like, why does God smash babies on stones? You're like, well, why is it so bad to bash babies on stones? Like, we have to go to the root of why be ethical, why be moral in general. When we are observing evil events, why should we look at this God who to us is doing super crazy, horrific things and go, wow, we'll just really understand it once we die?
Well, so I'm not granting the assertion that they're evil. I mean, so again, full disclosure, I'm an atheist. I don't agree with divine command theory. I don't think there's a God in the first place. I'm also not a moral realist. I don't think there are such things as good or evil events or actions. So the point is that if you're having a conversation with someone who has a different metaethical position from yours, asserting something that's yielded by your position in either meta or normative ethics isn't really going to be an objection to what they're saying. And I'm asking, like, don't you think it would be better if you developed an argument for the position that you have rather than just sort of asserting the conclusion of it?
I think there are good reasons. Well, first of all, just let me say that I think atheists are split, like, between objective and subjective morality. I
wouldn't fall into that dichotomy. I don't think there is such a thing as moral. There are such things as moral facts at all. I'm not a subjective or objective moral theorist in any way.
I think we can develop good naturalistic reasons as to why we should not be bashing babies on rocks and why we should be criminalizing people who do so.
That may or may not be the case, but I mean, for instance, do you have like an argument as particularly why it's like intrinsically morally wrong to do something like around a baby? Because I mean, it's going to be needed.
Because I think that biology is grounded objectively in biology, and then it is the subjective notion of consciousness. So things that can feel pain. So once again, I'll go back to the Muslim example. I go with cutting off hands. If we cut someone's hand off and they feel no pain and it keeps on growing back, is it a punishment? Is it morally unwrong? Probably not, because we're basically doing something that is not painful and that keeps on growing back. It is the fact that we are making, if someone steals, this is not a big horrific crime, and you are altering their biology, you're torturing their consciousness, you're altering it in a way that we cannot change it back. And so that's a big deal.
Why is it wrong to cause someone pain?
Once again, what is your definition of something? What is morality? What is ethics?
So in general, ethics is going to be a branch of philosophy that has to do with sort of the normative status of certain actions or events, depending on how you're going to use it. So, for instance, one of the statuses we're going to talk about is either permissible or impermissible, and to say that something is wrong is to say that it's impermissible for that thing to either happen or to bring that thing about, depending on
like
how
I
we're
said,
talking. What I'm asking is,
dude, you saw
particularly, why is it that it's impermissible?
This is what happens when you
pain?
digress at length with Luca. Luca
I
is
would
just
say
a philosopher
that's really
troll.
what we're dealing with.
That's the only
Pain is
point.
the
He
root
doesn't
of it all.
even believe the position that he's arguing.
What?
He is an atheist.
We're dealing with conscious
So-
creatures. We are dealing with the reason that solitary confinement it splits among ethical philosophers is because you are putting someone alone. They are torturing themselves mentally.
Exactly insensible. He is
These
a
are the types of questions that we deal
philosopher
with
trolling
when
pro.
it comes with biology and conscious creatures. That is what ethics is.
So, sure, we can grant that ethics is presumably is going to be talking about whether it's obviously there presumably needs to be someone it's impermissible for. But the question I have that maybe I didn't hear it is an answer for is, why is it impermissible to cause someone else pain, sort of intrinsically? I mean,
And I'm saying you're asking why be moral. You're asking. I think
I'm asking why is it immoral?
Because you're torturing them.
Why is that immoral?
Once again, now you're asking, why is torture immoral? Why is murder immoral?
So murder, I'm not asking specifically because at least if you look at the general definitions of murder, it's like unjustified or impermissible killing. So it would be it'd be more accurate to say I'm asking why do we think there are any murders? I mean, it seems like we're actually going to need an argument as to why these actions are morally impermissible to say that someone is asking or something like that. Why be moral? Because we don't have a groundwork in the background of this conversation to establish why things are immoral in the first place.
Murders happen because we are unperfect animals running around trying our best. And sometimes we have psychopaths that we have to deal with that are biologically dispositioned to do horrible things. They even find joy from torturing people. And some people are just given bad luck. In fact, part of our judicial system is trying to find intent. Are you going to do this again?
So when you say those things are horrible, are you saying that those things are distasteful, or are you saying they're wrong? Because one of them is a perception that I'd probably share.
Are
It's
you convincing us God exists right now, or what's going on? Oh,
so because the question I have, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a theist. So the question I had initially, because it seemed like there was a lot of things that were a little peculiar in the early conversation, like just sort of asserting that certain things that a god would be doing were morally wrong, but I didn't really hear a background moral theory. And that's what I'm trying to get at. What is this background moral theory that makes those things wrong? I mean,
well, we were operating off of what
rely on religion,
we were operating
right?
off of what
Okay.
Holy Relics presented to us. So, and he didn't bring up anything, so we were going to put words in his mouth or assume anything about it. And obviously, we got the sense that he wasn't prepared and really didn't want to go into these headier topics, because he acknowledged that. He said, "I'm not really prepared to go into this. It's not something I want to digress on." So we didn't push him on it.
Well,
so
I believe he did say divine command theory at one point. So let's be charitable.
I don't recall him saying that, but this seems very
Okay.
much like a conversation that you should be having with Holy Relic, not with us.
Well, so the question I'm having, the thing you just said, for instance, if you were operating on what he's saying, because he didn't say the words divine command theory. He did say though that God determines what's right or wrong. That's a component of divine command theory usually. And so presumably if you're operating on that kind of definition, you can't be presenting counterexamples when you present, for instance, the flood, because if God does it and God is sort of the standard for what's right and wrong according to him, that's not incompatible. That God did it, that would be right, correct?
That's saying if God, everything God does is good, does something horrible, is it good? I guess technically, but you're not going to get a conscious moral agent, at least an atheist, agnostic, non-believer, on board that, because to us it just looks horrible. And what it's saying, in essence, is, look, I know on the surface it looks absolutely horrible and terrible, and it seems like a human could make easily a better decision than what's going on right now, but just go with it, because technically speaking, God has this 5D plan in the background that you can't see. But without evidence for that 5D plan, I'm sorry, it just looks horrible to us.
If I remember correctly,
I can understand you saying it looks horrible, and I agree, it does look bad, but the point is, it was being interjected as a counterexample.
No, it was a counter to his claim. No, Luke, it was a counter to his claim that God possessed the attribute of moral perfection.
Well, so
that's what it was.
An attribute of, well, pardon, God's possessing an attribute of moral perfection on DCT is probably like trivial. It's not really terribly substantive because God determines what's more.
That's why we just countered. That's why we just countered with the logical contradiction that moral perfection creates, given God's actions and given God's other attributes that he also said that God is all powerful, God is all knowing.
If God's the standard for morality, something God does can't be a counterexample.
It can be if there's a possibility. No. It can be if the possibility exists that there is a better way of doing it that doesn't elicit destruction and death
but that's question begging that those things are intrinsically wrong.
On, he's asked the same question like 50 times, and I answered it. I said exactly what he was saying, and he's delusional. Like, can we move on?
So, JL, do you get what I'm saying? To say there's a better alternative is to beg the question against his position. That's not a good argument.
Yeah, we've got other people in queue. We do appreciate you coming up.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, if we
not convinced that there's a God, so thank you. Have a good one.
I'm not convinced the conversation was
another 30 seconds to finish up or something might be good. But and then we should move on. Yes.
But Amy, what he was asking was about moral ontology. He was asking why is divine command theory wrong? Because if you accept it, then it's right to drown babies, and so saying it's wrong to drown babies isn't relevant to their position. In order to make a valid objection, you have to object to divine command theory, say why it's wrong, like present a different.
That's right, actually. Thank
ontology.
You.
Exactly what I said last time, which you said was wrong.
So no, you said something different earlier. But again, I'm not continuing the conversation with you. To close, if you want to make arguments against theists who are forwarding divine command theory, I suggest reading, for instance, Christine Korsgaard has a very good book, particularly Why. That covers it has a third of the book is why voluntarism and metaethics is a completely untenable position. It's called Sources of Normativity by Christine Korsgaard. I would highly suggest at least reading the theological voluntarism subsection of that book. It's only 40 pages long. It's very short. It's very short. It's a good argument. Good talking with you all today. And hopefully you can have better conversations with theists in the future with that in the background. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh God, he was worthless.
We're going to make the assumption that
don't say that.
We were going to make the assumption that we were going to make the assumption that Holy Relic was talking about divine command theory. He didn't bring it up. He didn't even bring up something that we could relate to that. He was just making a commentary of what he believes. So there was no point in diving into that whole thing. No. Let's go on to Dietrich.
He wasn't making a comment about the previous guy. He was objecting to our counter argument to divine command theory. It didn't matter what anybody else said.
Right, but we were never addressing divine command theory is the problem. Is that Relic never brought it up. He never alluded to it, and we didn't address it because he didn't do that.
It wasn't about Relic.
It was about Holy Relic.
No, he was specifically objecting to our objection to any God-based morality. Divine command theory is one example. So any God-based morality, which says
that's
God doing it is
fine. But let's go on to Dietrich because
that was his point.
No, at the very beginning of the statement, he said he was talking about Holy Relic, but nonetheless, it's beside the point.
Example.
Dietrich, what's going on?
Hello. So I hope you guys are doing all right. I think it's cool to have people from another channel come on here, have intellectual conversation.
Hey, historical philosopher, good to see you.
So one thing, obviously the first
T-Jump,
thing I thought when I saw
grinds
this
my
was
gears.
kind of a shifting of the burden of proof here, because God, as a necessary being, is by definition required. So what we're really talking about is, since I don't believe, you must instantiate this for me, otherwise I don't have to. I think that's the wrong approach. However, it's not a big deal. I understand at the end of the day, it's just a conversation. But I can't convince you of anything. I cannot.
Sure, you
force
could.
You could
present you could present evidence that is convincing, that is sufficient.
And I would actually say...
It depends on your standard of evidence, does not?
You're saying God is a necessary being, and so you're saying that we are contingent on God. But I would like to know, I think that God is contingent on us. So if humans went away, so with these concepts of God. So how do we know which one of us is right?
Well, I wouldn't fully disagree with that, because in a sense, if there was a disembodied, mind that's not God, but existed on this earth, and it's just like us, but the earth was actually empty. There was nobody there. There were no animals. It's just a dust rock, like some space place, right? Well then, yeah, it'd probably be very hard to come to a conclusion without while being ignorant. So I'm not going to fully disagree with you on that. But to a degree, yeah, we can. I think people are a large part of the evidence for God. Firstly, that so many people do believe in God, and that the idea of God is ubiquitous among all cultures, kind of showing there's a need for God. But also, again, with the standard of evidence, I would have to know your standard of evidence to be able to convince you of anything. So in the court of law, that there's a standard that shows if you can reach a level of probability based on even circumstantial evidence, then if it's high enough, then you can go ahead and convict somebody. But if it's not, even if it is circumstantial and it could be probable, if it's not, actually, beyond the reasonable, what is that phrase they use? Reasonable, no, I forgot what the term is. But you got to be pretty sure about it, right? So is that the standard you would say you're using? Would you say that you're trying to put God on trial, so to speak? Is that
evidence is just that which can differentiate imagination from reality. So any kind of evidence that can show this is not just a figment of your imagination is evidence.
Yeah, and for instance, the Bible is one example of how
source of the claim.
There are historical claims. There are historical claims in the Bible. So that is one
fallacy from composition. Just because that there are historical references in the Bible, or there are references to real places in the Bible, does not mean the claim about God from the Bible is true. That's the exact same thing as saying that's the exact same argument as saying Spider-Man lives in New York. New York is a real place. Spider-Man therefore exists.
No, that's ridiculous. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm saying
I'm saying you can't cite the Bible. The Bible is not evidence. The Bible is the claim.
I can do whatever I want to do.
Dietrich, the Bible is the claim.
It's not the claim.
Yes, it is the claim.
Don't say that. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Nope. The title says God, not the Bible.
You said there are correct things in the Bible, like historically accurate things, right? And you're saying that this is reason to believe that all of the claims in the Bible are more likely to be true, like the God thing, right?
Yeah, there's claims in the Bible, like prophecy, that we can just verify historically.
Prophecy would be better, but historical claims, like certain events and locations that are correct. That part isn't what you're talking about. You're talking about specifically about the prophecies?
Okay, yes. Prophecies.
He does kind of historical philosophy
for instance,
a little bit.
God telling them, you're going to be in slavery for this long, right? And then, lo and behold, it's that long. So that's something that if you can verify the date that this was written, then...
they were written down after the fact, so we cannot eliminate the possibility of post-diction.
Yeah, sorry, say that one more time?
I said these stories were written down after the fact, so they already knew how long they were in captivity, and then they were released, and they were written down after the fact, so we cannot eliminate the possibility of post-diction.
Okay, so you think that's possible, All right, that's
It's
fair.
absolute.
And
It's
that's why we
absolutely.
would-
It's
this is-
absolutely possible.
Okay, look, I hear you, but I'm saying, this is, in these things, I would say that you should look. Like, have you looked into like historical Christian?
Yes.
Like Christian history?
Yes,
Have
at
you
length.
looked into that?
Just like I know that the Book of Daniel had a 6th century setting, but was written in the 2nd century. So everything that occurs in the Book of Daniel was not prophecy. That was written down after the fact, after all these events had taken place. So Daniel's dreams about, and Nebuchadnezzar's dream about the statue, and the Daniel's dream about the beast rising out of the sea. Number one, they don't correlate because they don't reference Rome. And two, they were written down much after the fact, and they're generally considered to be stories they're like oral traditions that were told and then written down after the fact. So no, there's no prophecies there. It's post-diction. Not to mention, there's no indication that the individual spoken about in Daniel is Christ, and there's no correlation between the two. It's just that, and then Christ coming along and saying that he's fulfilling the prophecy. Christ would already know about the prophecy because this was Jewish oral tradition in the Torah from the books of Moses. So Christ, being a Jew, would be already aware of this. And so him saying that he's doing it is post-diction. That's hindsight bias. So no, they're not prophecies.
Okay, so your scholars tell you that it was written after, and mine tell me before. So there's some disputes here.
No, there's no dispute in this.
Okay.
We can trace the book back to the 2nd century, roughly about, I think it's 265 BC, or 265 BCE, before Common Era.
Which book do you think?
The
was
book
written?
of Daniel.
No, I'm asking him. Which book does he think was written for?
Which book do I think was written?
Which book do you think that you have has the prophecies that were written before the prophecies happened?
You're talking about the book of Daniel, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think all the books in the Bible are like have historical accuracy in them. I don't think any of them are.
There is some historical accuracy in some of the stories. They talk about places that actually existed before they fell. They talk about cities that once existed. But just because they reference places that existed in reality, you're talking about people writing a book, and then they're going to talk about the places around them. Well, that's fine. You can do that. But saying that proves divinity or proves that God exists is the exact same as saying that Spider-Man exists in New York. New York is a real place, therefore Spider-Man exists. So it's the same thing as saying Tyr is a place that exists, and it says it in the Bible, and God exists in the Bible, therefore God exists. It doesn't follow.
Okay, listen. So if there was one prophecy in the Bible, which, as far as we could conclude based on evidence, came to pass according to its own written admission, would you consider that an evidence for the existence of prophecy?
No, I would not.
Okay, so what you're saying here is you have an axiomatic disposition towards prophecy because of a materialistic, reductionistic, like
I actually don't.
Idealism.
No, I actually don't. It's a matter of the veracity of the claim and the accuracy of the claim, and how I guess how much is within the claim, like how much do they predict? Predicting empires will fall is not a prediction. That's an observation about reality. Okay.
But that's not. I didn't say anything about that specifically. I told you if A equals A, does A equal A, and you told me no. So yes, axiomatically, you have a.
No, that's not what I said at all. You said prophecy.
Yeah,
you said prophecy. And you said if there was a prophecy that came true, does that mean all prophecies are true? No, that does not. It just means somebody guessed something and it came true. I can't differentiate the difference between a guess based upon empirical observation and an actual prophecy, because I can't eliminate the possibility of hindsight bias. So no.
Okay. Well, I think you, like, for instance, you have a different standard again of what you would accept. So even you just said even if you saw in the Bible somewhere where it says like this specific thing is going to happen according to this time period, and this is why, and then it happens. You're saying you will wholesale reject that could be supernatural. And then you also want to tell me that's not, because of your general sentiment about, the
it's not my general
world.
Sentiment. It's not my general sentiment. I have to be able to eliminate. No, Dietrich, I have to be able to eliminate other possibilities in order to say that this was an actual prophecy. And the problem is, in the Bible, you can't do that. You cannot eliminate the possibility of hindsight bias. So no, you don't get to rest on that.
So if you had
Yeah,
a
but you're
genuine
just
prophecy,
shifting.
one sec. If you had a genuine prophecy that was written before the event and was specific, that would be good evidence. And I think JL would probably agree with that. We just,
Yes.
as far as we know, we don't have any of those. Do you think you have one?
I believe that like there's plenty of references to who Jesus was going to be, and like the fact that the circumstances of his birth and the nature
a
of
good
his
prophecy.
death as well. So for
You're
instance,
actually incorrect about
in
this.
the Psalms,
You're incorrect about this because he is never
Let
referenced
him
by
give the
name,
example
and
first.
he's never referenced by name anywhere other than the Gospels.
Let him give the example first. So what do you think is a really good prophecy? I mean, any verse.
okay. So for instance, Isaiah 53 kind of gives an explanation of who Jesus is generally agreed to be in the Bible, and this was written far beforehand. So as far as I can tell, it makes sense that that was adequately predicting who Jesus would be as professed by the disciples. That's
Which
something
part?
that's
Give me a
fairly
sentence.
important to me. Okay, so Isaiah 53, it mentions that he was bruised for our iniquities, and that he was the propitiation for our sins. These are the things that Jesus Christ himself professed, and who was also, there was a testimony given that he was, in fact, like the representation of all these things. So, like, I tell that to Jews and stuff because I do think it's a good place where we can see, even in the Old Testament, outside of the New Testament, where there is something
says a guy was
indicating
bruised.
what the
So the guy
person
was
like
bruised?
Jesus is accredited as.
So
to be.
Jump Isaiah 53 is, but he was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. And there's no indication that
The whole
this is
chapter.
that's Isaiah 53. Or that's Isaiah 53.
Yeah,
5
there's
through
nothing
6.
about sins there. You lied, Dietrich.
There's nothing
You
about
said
sin.
something about sins.
There's nothing about sins in that.
Yeah.
Hang on a sec. There's nothing about sins in that. There's nothing about Christ in that. It doesn't give an allusion to any particular person. And if someone came along, because this was in the Torah, Jesus would have been aware of this. And then if Jesus deliberately, having this knowledge, attempted to bring this about, then that's not prophecy.
It says, because of our sins he was wounded, beaten up because of the evil that we did. We are healed by the punishment he suffered, made whole by the blows he received. So
Dietrich,
if you want to be reductionistic and like
if I
tear
read,
this apart,
Dietrich, if I read a prophecy that was written 1,000 years ago, and I read this prophecy, it's like, wow, this is amazing, and I believe this, and then I deliberately take steps to bring that prophecy about. It eliminates it as prophecy because I have foreknowledge. I'm affecting conclusions with my prior knowledge, and therefore it is no longer prophecy.
I'm lost. Which parts in that phrase does it prophesy that there are bruises and a guy got stabbed in his hands? Were those the only two things that were actual prophecies in there?
It doesn't even say his hands. It just says he was
no,
pierced for our transgressions.
It's the whole thing. But it says
which sentence
in
is the
Isaiah
prophecy?
53, 5, verse 5. Well, no, like this is describing the Messiah. This is what's generally agreed upon. Even today, Jews will teach you that this is what this was referring to. You know that?
Prophecy. You need to predict something about the future that's specific. What is the specific thing that this is predicting about the future that we can verify?
The Messiah. So that's not just our opinion as Christians. It's also what the Jews believe.
I don't like what sentences in here are things that we can verify happened in the future that don't apply to literally tens of thousands or millions of people. We can specifically say this is a prophecy. What the only things I see here are guy was bruised and stabbed, and that was about it. I don't see anything else that we can verify here, and that applies to literally hundreds of millions of people.
Okay, well, I think you have. It does require like trying to view it in a holistic way, yeah, and say this sounds like the person of Christ. It's like to me, it's a natural inference, but to you, you're saying you're not proving anything here. And again, this is why I pushed you in the beginning.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I don't even understand what you're saying. I can't read in these sentences anything that I can look for in the future and say, yep, there's one that identifies this prediction. There's no prediction there. Like scientists make a prediction. The comet will come around every 553 years. There's the comet. That's a good prediction. What is the prediction made in any of this?
Oh, okay. So, like for instance, it says right here, the Lord says, "It was my will that he should suffer. His death was a sacrifice to bring forgiveness. And so he will see his descendants, he will live a long life, and through him my purpose will succeed. After a life of suffering, he will again have joy. He will know that he did not suffer in vain. And it goes on. So this is a specific prophecy where the Lord is speaking.
So it seems like the events that were prophesied there was that someone will suffer and die and be reborn. Those were the three events, essentially.
Also, what they did. So
they don't say anything specific as to what they did to him. There's no mention of the crown of thorns. There's no mention of the crucifixion.
Okay. Well, again,
no
what you're doing is you have a skeptical mindset. You have a skeptical mindset.
No,
so
I know it's not about having a skeptical mindset. Exactly. It's about what can we derive? What conclusion can we derive from what we are presented? And you are making leaps here. And besides the fact that the Jews don't even think that Christ was the Messiah, so
no, that's a different question. They think that the Messiah was Israel, so it's the same. Same difference.
Remember when we were talking earlier? You said you gave us an example of a prophecy that said something very specific happens. Specific is the important word here. Specific means it applies to a very small number of cases. So far, based off of the words that you've read, it applies to pretty much anyone who's ever worshipped a god ever and suffered and died. That's about. I don't see what is specific.
No, about
this.
Okay, so first you were saying, well, it's not a real prophecy. Then I, just now read where it specifically says that this is what the Lord is saying, what He will do, which is by definition of prophecy. And now I made an inference, right? And I empathize that you don't want to read that into the text because you think presuppositionally that it can't be in there. So I understand why you're seeing it that way. But
I want the text to say
you can't say that it's impossible either.
Dietrich,
you can't say that at least.
Dietrich, for something to be a prophecy, it has to be specific. If it's not specific, it's not a prophecy. Anything that's ambiguous can apply to millions of different things. Like if I say somebody named Bob in the future will knock on my door, that's not a prophecy. That's just a guess.
Thank you.
Because
The word I was looking for previously was specificity.
For it to be a legitimate prophecy, it has to be specific. If it's not specific, it's not a legitimate prophecy. So what you need to give me is something in the Bible that says this specifically will happen in the future, and then it happens in the future. Simply saying a guy will suffer and die is like saying Bob will knock on my front door. That's not a prophecy. That's not evidence of anything. Like, I'll give you a really good example. In Hinduism, it guesses the age of the earth was 4.3 billion years ago. That's like 95% accurate. That's a very good prophecy. Yours are garbage. Guy will die and suffer. Like, wow, amazing. No one in the history of humanity could ever have guessed that. You got to give me something more than guy suffered and died.
Can you at least
what you're doing is
that Moses wrote, because Jesus said that Moses wrote about him.
Okay, so you keep reducing what I'm saying down and like trying to flatten it out. Well, there's two of you talking at the same time, so I can't speak out of both sides of my mouth. But
that's
what you're doing is
you're not what that phrase means.
You're not being charitable, because what I'm exposing is that the Christ that we can attest to in Christianity is the same here as in this verse. So it's not just that someone will die, where it's very specific about what that means for us, and
Dietrich,
that is
Dietrich, stop. Dietrich.
Now I respect.
Dietrich.
I respect.
This is an emotional appeal. Okay, what it means to you. What we're talking about is looking at the book and looking at the claim and looking at what Isaiah says, and then looking at what you're saying about Christ. Okay, and we have to look at all the evidence that we have available to us. And the evidence we have available to us is that the books of Moses were written, the person known as Christ or Yeshua was born. Yeshua would be aware of the Torah and would be aware of the prophecy of someone being sacrificed, or someone coming along and preaching these things. So if Christ went about doing this on purpose, knowing full well that the prophecy existed, and he said, I'm going to fulfill the prophecy, that eliminates it as prophecy, because he is using prior knowledge to affect outcomes, to affect circumstances. That eliminates it as prophecy and cements it as hindsight bias. Okay?
So if I walk around and say I'm the president, are you going to believe me?
If you just walk around saying you're the president and you're not actually the president of the United States, no, I will not believe you. If you say I'm going to be the president, okay, and then you take steps to become elected, and then you become the president, that's not prophesizing. You're just saying I'm making a prediction about reality, and then I made that prediction come true.
Yeah. So just because somebody would come along and say, yeah, I'm the person from Isaiah 53, doesn't mean anybody would believe them. The real question is,
and guess
why
what?
we
Guess
have
what,
8
Dietrich?
billion
No,
people
Dietrich.
who
Hang on a second. You hit a very good point there. Doesn't mean everybody would believe him. And guess what? Only a handful of people believed him. And the teachings he gave were at the time. And then the teachings that he was espousing were considered heretical. And so he was then executed for heresy. Okay? And then
you mean the prophecy was fulfilled?
No, it wasn't. It means that if Christ is there, Dietrich, stop. If Christ was aware of the prophecy and he knew that preaching heresy could result in his death, and then he died, it's literally he made it come true because he used prior knowledge, and then it resulted in an outcome that he was fully anticipating. Okay?
Well, anyway,
so you can't eliminate this possibility, but it doesn't matter because at the time, not a whole bunch of people believed him, and that's why he was executed for it, because it was considered heresy. And then the reason Christianity spread was because of the Roman Empire. Because it's easier to convince people. It's essentially flies and honey. It's essentially vinegar and honey. You can convince people if you're spreading Christianity, more people than you can at the tip of a sword. And the war effort was becoming way too problematic for Rome. The empire was getting way too big, and the war effort was costing them out the ear. The Senate was unhappy with it. The populace was unhappy with it. And so eventually they turned to more diplomatic means of convincing people to submit to the empire, and they used Christianity to do this.
Okay, so again, that's not part of what I was saying. I get
No. It's refuting everything that you're saying. It's refuting your argument from popularity. It's refuting your argument from prophecy.
You haven't actually given a source point, but you're providing an alternative view, and then you're saying this is also possible. But the only
I'm saying that is the actual case.
Okay. The reason why I brought this up was because I wanted to try to give an example of something that is considered to be a prophecy,
which we debunked.
Fulfilled. I'm not saying you have to now believe it.
No, we debunked it.
This was just supposed to be a pit stop.
Dietrich, we debunked it. So, do you have anything?
You can believe that if you want, right? Because I'm not trying to convince you. I was giving you an example.
Let me try to explain this a little more. So, if I make a prophecy that there is a dog who is going to walk in front of my front lawn and it's going to poop out all of our sins, and my religion is true of my religion, and just dogs do this every day. They come in front of our lawn, and then this dog that poops out our sin is going to suffer and die. And let's say in 300 years, 3,000 years, whatever, there's a group of 1 million people who all worship a dog who died in front of my lawn. Now, obviously, there's 1 million dogs who did this in the course of my life, and just one of them happened to die. And if I just attributed that to my religion, it doesn't actually mean this was a prophecy, because this is a thing that happens all the time, and we just picked one of the ones that happened to, and we believed in it. Does the fact that this prophecy is so vague, it applies to things that happen literally every day, because there are millions of Jews who were tortured and killed by the Romans, and you could have just picked any one of them and said, you know what, that one died for our sins, and that's relevant to us, and then use that to foster a religious belief. And then it'd be really popular, because it's happened all the time, happens all over the world. People die, and then you idolize them, and that's how most religions start. So the fact that this prediction was made, that a person would suffer and die for our sins, then you pick any Christian who suffers and dies, and you build a religion off of that. This isn't a prophecy because it happens so often and it isn't specific. For it to count as a prophecy of any kind, any kind of prophecy at all, it has to be specific, not a thing that happens a lot. And your religious inclinations of how you feel it's significant to you and that millions of people now or billions of people now follow Jesus isn't a confirmation of the prophecy. It's just taking a guy who died in Christianity and then building a religion off of that, which is literally how all religions form. again, for it to be a prophecy, it has to be something specific, like in Hinduism predicting the age of the earth 4.3 billion years. That's a very good prophecy. Yours is guy will suffer and die and lots of people will follow him in the future. That's all you predicted. That every religion fits that criterion.
Okay. So I understand what you're saying in that it's not, for instance, giving you E equals MC squared, right? Or something like highly specific, telling you there will be a man named Einstein and he will give you E equals MC squared.
That
Like
would have been a
that's
great
very
prediction.
specific, right? That's extremely specific. Hard to say it's not exact, like literally just true. But there are other examples. I just wanted to bring that up as a testimony to the person of Christ. That was the real reason I brought that one out first. And then, the other one that I hear is that there was a time in which the Romans were trying to go against, I think it was Italy, and Italy actually retreated to a small island outside of Italy, like a peninsula. And so it was predicted in the Bible that this place would be completely destroyed. And it was also stated that the city would be torn down completely, and that the stones would be thrown into the ocean. And in fact, the way that they were finally defeated after moving onto this island was that they took the large stones from these buildings, and then they threw them into the water to make a land bridge, and then they finished them off there. So, to me, that's another example of a highly specific prophecy. The reason that I don't normally talk about this stuff is because I'm not a historian. So anytime I speak about this, even if I've heard it's true, I don't know for a fact. And also I can't sit here and claim that I'm more of an expert than somebody else. Does that make sense? I just remember this conversation started with me asking about what's your evidentiary standard.
You realize the city of Tyre was never destroyed, right?
I believe that's incorrect.
The city of Tyre was never destroyed.
The city of Tyre? No, I believe that's incorrect. I spoke with Eisenhower about this anyway, and anyway, this is exactly why.
It's one of the prophecies that was never fulfilled.
Hey, okay. So, I know I've heard Luca make that claim, and then when we looked it up, I'm pretty sure I found the evidence, but right now I don't have the sources. So I'm happy to move on from that point. But the reason I brought this up was because we were talking about evidence, and then T-Jump said, there is no evidence. So I wanted to firstly start off by saying that we can look to the Bible and try to make confirmations of the claims that are there to try to meet that standard. And then I wanted to ask about other forms of evidence. What other forms of evidence do you think would be convincing for any of you?
Well, that's problematic. Go ahead, TJ. I'm sorry.
Other than novel testable predictions, pretty much nothing, because you kind of need those.
Okay, so essentially you're doing a wholesale rejection of any form of personal revelation.
Can you share with us your personal experience?
Well, no, because if it wouldn't convince you to have literally 10,000 angels swarm you and take you up to heaven, then there's absolutely no reason for me to tell you my experience.
Okay. I don't reject personal experience. Science rejects personal experience because we know it fails. It gets things wrong so often that we know it's not a reliable source of data. So that was something we used to use hundreds of years ago. Personal experience was something we did take seriously, and then over the course of developing science, we realized, this is actually a really bad way to do anything, so we don't use it anymore. So personal experience is not a reliable way to differentiate imagination from reality. If you presented any way that could do that, in anything, in any method, it does not that forever, never works for that. That's why we don't use it.
That's why eyewitness testimony is considered the weakest form of evidence in court of law.
I wouldn't say it's okay. Well, whatever. I don't care about that. But
it's complete. It's relevant to the point, Dietrich.
Okay, great. So look, I'm asking you a simple question. I'm asking you a simple question. What is there any form of personal experience that you would change your mind or whatever about the topic? Because if it's only history and having an exact prophecy about Einstein, then there's, I'm just curious, what else?
Are you
if
okay?
anything,
Jose.
you
Okay,
would-
so
you
Dietrich,
would
you're
be open
asking.
to?
You're asking, is there any type of personal experience that would convince me automatically that a God exists?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm telling you, honestly, to be intellectually honest, I don't know. I can tell you of all the things that I can think about of evidence that can be presented as far as personal experience, they only result in more questions. Because I would have to eliminate the possibility of anything else, like having a stroke, having a hallucination, being on drugs, being drugged by someone else without my knowledge, another stuff. There's a bunch of things I have to eliminate first. So any type of personal experience will only open up more inquiry to the intellectually honest. Okay? But I will say this. If your God exists, and it has the abilities that you know, that it has all the abilities you think it has, then it knows what evidence is there and it has yet to present it to me.
I'd be happy to accept personal experience. Like if I prayed for a gold brick and every time I did a gold brick appeared, that would make me, I believe, or any kind of novel testable prediction about the ability to pray to a god and have it do stuff, it would work. So I'm happy to accept personal experience if it's a novel testable prediction kind of personal experience.
Okay. So, but is that relegated to breaking the law, like miracles, or could that be something like, let's say,
if I prayed for lottery tickets and I won the lottery 10 times in a row, it wouldn't break any laws of physics. That'd be great evidence.
Okay, let's talk about like synchronicity. Do you think that something like that, which is fairly hard to define?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, well, synchronicity is it's a very timely set of events which has personal meaning, and it was created by Carl Jung, who had a patient that kept having dreams about some type of beetle, a scarab beetle, and then like one day she was in there, like a golden scarab beetle, and then one day she was in there, and like she was having a
Cindy, so you are correct.
breakthrough of
Tyre
some
was
kind,
captured
and then I don't know, like the golden
raised
scarab
by
beetle came, and
Alexander
it had
the
a lot
Great
of significant
in
meaning, but it can mean a lot of
It
things.
said,
So, like, for
the
instance,
destruction of Tyre does not match
the
what it
largest
says in the
example
Bible.
of this could be
is the point. So it didn't
like
fall
scientists
under
say
the
that
prophesied,
when the Jews were exiting from Egypt,
the prophesied means
that there is actually an explanation for why the sea could have parted, and they chalk it up essentially to currents and winds functioning together to temporarily create a land bridge. And then you could say that this is a natural process, but the timing of it is such that it has personal relevance,
Hey, love you. Good to
meaning,
see you. Andy.
and
Andy, good
lends
to see you.
itself
Thank you for
to
being
the
here, bud.
hypothesis that God is working for these people to help them. Would you agree that would indicate that, or do you think it would be pure
Synchronicity,
chance?
no. Synchronicity is just you have an emotional appeal to some event that happens that's irrelevant. But if you like, Moses said, "I'm going to pray to God to split the sea," and then he splits the sea. That's a novel testable prediction. That not synchronicity. That's just basic evidence. So if you could make novel predictions like God's going to split the sea when we get here, and it happens, yes, that would be great evidence, even if it was just the wind or something. So novel predictions, great. Synchronicity don't matter. It's not, the emotional relevance to your life is completely irrelevant. What matters is if you can predict some event will happen in the future, and it's not already known, and it happens. Parting the sea. That'd be great.
Also, there's no
Okay, so you're saying that if it was caused by nature, that you would still consider that to be
evidence
that would lend itself towards the hypothesis for God.
So if you can predict future events that no one else can predict, and because of a hypothesis of God or whatever, that still would be evidence of God. You might have to do like a lot of them to make it sufficient to believe in God, but that would be evidence.
Okay, so I also wanted to ask about, I think I have an idea where you guys sit as far as your skepticism. So, I mean, it sounds pretty rational, I guess. You're trying to just come to an empirical conclusion based on facts and not so much feelings and or whatever else.
Apologies about that, Cindy.
What really caught my eye
clarification
earlier was that, or my ear, is that there seemed to be resistance to Luca's questions, where he would ask you, okay, well, can you dive into a little more like why this is bad or why there's an obligation? And then the answer was essentially, well, it's just obvious to me. But if I were to tell you that it's just obvious to me that God exists, what would you say?
You're sort of right here. So I think Amy was missing the point of what Luca was asking, and when I answered it, he was just delusional. But Luca was asking, why is divine command theory wrong? Because if divine command theory is right, then God is right to drown babies. Totally fine for him to drown babies. And the argument we're making has nothing to do with arguing some kind of moral ontology that divine command theory is wrong. We're using cognitive dissonance to be like, you think drowning babies is wrong. You feel it in your heart. So it creates a cognitive dissonance to think that God did that. We're not arguing divine command theory is wrong with some kind of moral ontology, saying intuitionally we understand drowning babies is wrong. God drowned babies to create cognitive dissonance. So that's what I told him, but he wasn't listening. And so we just kept asking the same question over and over again. And Amy was presenting why it's cognitive dissonance to think that drowning babies is a good thing. Never really addressed the point. Like, I'm a moral realist, so I can present an argument against divine command theory, but it's not usually the reason atheists bring up the drowning babies. It's mostly our appeal to conduct you ad absurdum, to create cognitive dissonance between the beliefs of the individual. It's not about moral theory against divine command theory.
Okay, so when you say you're a moral realist, that means you think morals are. Does that mean that you think you can derive morals from function?
Moral realist just means believe in objective morality, that moral statements are true objectively, independent of opinion.
Objectively, but what is that? What does objectively mean?
It means different things to different people. Objective means it's true independent of opinion or intuition or mind. It's like a fact of reality.
Okay, according to what operation?
This is a point where
TJ operation.
Diverge.
There are different kinds of moral realists.
Game.
Completely relative.
It's like operation. Platonic moral realism thinks it's a platonic object. Something is like God's nature. Something it's a law, like a thing in physics. Moral naturalism. Like there's lots of different versions of moral realism.
Yeah, so I'm asking you specifically, if you don't mind.
I think it's a thing in physics. I think it's morality is a combination of physics stuff.
So, are you a proponent of natural law then?
I think, like, you mean physics? Yes.
No, I'm asking you about natural law. Do you believe that, like
laws of physics, natural laws of physics?
Okay, well, you may be reading into that more than other people would who also believe in physics, right? So I'm asking you. How are you defining right and wrong from, let's say, man's natural ability to be autonomous or free thinking, and then how do you derive that is a good thing or like that's something that's natural per se?
Well, so we're looking at the evidence of morality, which is moral intuition and moral progress, and we try to plot out the data points on a graph and see if there's a pattern and describe the pattern with a principle. And then infer from the principle what like the extremes are. That's the thing we do with anything.
Well, okay, so you're saying that you simply go by cultural or like the human's natural instincts, and from that you determine what's right or wrong.
No, we go with moral intuition and moral progress. So moral progress is not about human instincts; it's about how things change over time. And that's all everyone has. There's nothing else. There is no other and philosophical dilemmas and moral dilemmas. But other than that, that's all there is. Every single model uses that. There is nothing else to go off of. The Bible just asserts God as the grounds of these things. It's all models say there are these things, and they try to explain why there are these things.
Okay, so like are you going to say that progress is going to be defined by utility?
No, progress. This is just a pattern in the change. Progress is a label for a pattern in the change that we see.
Can you give an example?
I swear it's that time.
Yeah, so it's like women's rights, LGBT rights, gay rights, trans rights, in slavery, women's rights, voter rights, workers' rights. It seems like there's a pattern in the way that morality changes over time, and it's the same pattern every time. This pattern, we're going to call it progress. You can call it whatever you want, but the pattern goes in one direction and not the other direction.
Okay. So it sounds like you're pretending that there's correlation where there's causation.
No, I'm seeing a pattern. The pattern is there regardless of whether there's causation or if it's just correlation. So we look at the pattern, and the pattern exists, and then we try to infer what's causing the pattern. Is it just evolution? Is there something more behind it, like God's nature or a moral law? Like we're trying to say, okay, there's a pattern. We see the pattern. All the data indicates the pattern. Now is what's causing the pattern?
Okay, but like, is there an end? Is there like a higher? Like, is there an end goal or an ideal world under your evolutionary model where there's objective morality?
Evolutionary models aren't objective morality typically. So mine is not evolutionary. It's a law of physics kind of a thing. And yes, you can follow this pattern to the extreme and say, well, if we kept going on this pattern, where would it end? You can say, oh, that would be the best moral world. So yes, there would be a end point, objective end point.
Okay. Would that end point look anything like the morals outlined in the Bible?
No, because that's horrible.
Okay, so what would it look like if not that?
It would be impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing.
It would be impossible to force somebody into doing something that they don't consent to doing.
That's close enough.
So you want anarchy is what you're saying.
No, I want it to be impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing. No murder, no rape, no thievery, no hurting other people without their consent, no harm, no death, no aging. Impossible to force anyone to do anything they don't consent to doing.
So you want to change the nature of man to make him unable to will to do things which are contrary to other people's.
No, you can will anything you want.
well-being.
So willing is still free. You can will to do anything. And again, you're trying to change the nature of man when you go to heaven. Remember, because you lose all the sin stuff. You're actually changing the nature of man. Mine doesn't do that. Mine says you have all of the free will stuff, if there was free will. The only difference is that it's physically impossible to act on that to hurt other people. So Hitler could still exist and desire to kill all the Jews. It would just be physically impossible for him to actually kill the Jews unless they consented. All of your desires are the same.
Okay, so you want a world where it's impossible to say start a house on fire, right?
Unless the owner consents to it.
This is really strange. Like the fact that you think this is possible seems like a far
It is
cry
possible.
from scientifically provable, testable theories or ways to confirm that it is true.
You believe in an all-powerful being who can create infinitely many universes. Obviously, if God existed, this would be possible. And yes, it is possible under the natural world. We can do it if we control the laws of physics. But again, that's still significantly easier than an all-powerful being who has infinitely many universes he could create. Obviously, he could do this. This is not even like a hard thing for God to potentially do. It'd be very, very easy.
Yeah,
so arguing it's not
that's
possible.
not the question.
That's you said
totally
it was
not the question.
possible. Clearly,
Yeah,
it's possible.
it's-
Even under your worldview, it's possible.
It's not possible for you.
Yes, it
God,
is.
I'm starting with God, who's all powerful. So clearly, it'd be much easier, based on my worldview. But you don't have that, so it's
Wait.
it's
Again.
not nearly as possible or realistic for you.
Two different things here. One is that, again, this is saying if we follow the pattern to its extreme, is there an extreme? Which is yes. Whether or not we can get there is a completely irrelevant question. We can. There are ways to do this naturally with the laws of physics and science, and we don't need a God to do it. We humans can do this. But that's a different question. The question is if we follow the pattern, is there an extreme? Yes, there is an extreme. There is an objectively moral end point. And you don't need a God to get there. But again, God could have done this easily, so it's clearly possible.
Yeah, well, I don't see why you're like why or how you hold to these truths. They're like these things as truths, because based on your standard of evidence, it would seem that you'd have to be able to demonstrate this in a scientifically testable, repeatable, and demonstrable way. But you
Yes,
seem
that is
to be
correct.
holding to it as a dogma of sorts.
Hypothesis. It's a hypothesis. So I look at the data and I say, if this data continues, then it will be this extreme endpoint. And I make a predictions that if this is the case, we will discover morality in other species, like other aliens or AIs when we invent them, that will have the same pattern of morality. And so I do make predictions which are confirmable in the future, which can indicate that this is correct. So I do hold this to my standard.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like it's I guess a weird thing for you to hold to, but
Sure, you do.
Yeah, but I understand that's what you'd say about me as well. So
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think for most people, as far as being convinced, it wouldn't be that they just read something in the Bible. I think even if people have a large amount of evidence, in order to be convinced, it requires some element of meaning as well, because that's kind of the whole point of the Bible, is that life does have intrinsic meaning and that we can have access to it. So I don't see how other
Yeah, that doesn't follow that
philosophies
life
get
has
to that, or
intrinsic
like how
meaning
they
or inherent
justify it,
value.
and that's why I kind of brought up Luca and his line of questioning. Then there's people like you who have theories that try to bring it into harmony, at least.
They do,
but
so like most philosophers are moral realists. Most philosophers are atheists, like 70% ish, and most philosophers are moral realists, like 60 something percent ish. So most philosophers who are atheists also believe in moral realism. So most people believe in meaning and value without a god. You don't need a god for that. Most academics.
Yeah, I agree that people know that there's morality, that people understand
I don't know about that moral,
there's right and wrong.
realism.
But Luca, for instance, who doesn't believe in any of those things, according to evolution or according to a world which just exists, I don't see how you can ever challenge him on that. I don't see how you can ever go, yeah, that's demonstrably, objectively false. Whereas the theist always has the designer to ascribe a function or obligation to whatever is created.
Your designer isn't demonstrable, so you couldn't demonstrably show him false. Whereas I'm making novel predictions which are confirmable in the future, and if mine are confirmable in the future, we could actually show this, because I think it's like a law of physics that we can actually measure in the future. In which point we can yeah, you're objectively wrong, because here's the literal thing.
Well, it would be circular, right? Because you would just have a definition. Like, for instance, pragmatists, they say truth is just whatever's useful. So that's useful, therefore it's true. Like, we predicted that this would be useful, and it was. Therefore, our theory is demonstrable.
Well, no, I'm saying I think morality is caused by a law of physics. We will literally be able to discover the law of physics just like every other law of physics, so we can literally measure it.
Did you say the law of physics?
I think there's a moral law, like there is a gravitational law and electromagnetic laws. I think that moral law is like a law of physics, like every other law in physics. It's not the same as they're all different laws, but it is a law.
And I'm assuming you probably think it'd be something like E = mc squared, right? Like, it wouldn't be terribly complex, would it?
I have no idea about the complexity. E = mc squared is actually really complex, but representation through math is, I think, just our current level of physics. I don't think necessarily all physics will always be representation through math.
Okay, well, I'm referring to, let's say, if it was expressed through the logic of math, you think that you probably would say it'd be probably pretty concise, right?
No.
No? Okay. Well,
like if you look at the derivations of E = mc squared, it is not concise. It is extremely complicated.
Well, sure, but I'm just saying, like, the final. Okay, the reason I'm saying this is because I'm trying to say that essentially it's almost like you're describing an entire system which exists and has very easy to understand things that the mind can understand and learn about, and then it's like you don't want to make this step that the reason why we can understand those things and the reason why we can we have the wisdom to like understand the most foundational principles of the universe, including why we have morality, isn't because we were given the keys to the kingdom. Like, to me, that's from your position. It's like we found a car, we can drive it, like it has all the functions we need, but that car made itself. And to me, that's where I don't buy it, because the only way for me to have a foundation for my beliefs is considering that things make sense because they're supposed to be that way, like, or because that was like it's just like a puzzle piece. There's only one puzzle piece missing, so to me that's the shape of God, right? But people don't see that.
Make any sense. Like we're in the universe. Our brains are a product of the universe. So our brains being able to understand the universe is because we're literally a part of it. Like our brains couldn't evolve the ability to imagine a round square because it's literally not possible for anything in the universe to do that. And our brains are a thing in the universe. And so obviously our brains' representations are going to in some way represent the universe. That's why it's intelligible. That's why we can function in it. That's why we understand things, because our brains are literally one of the things inside of the universe. So obviously it's going to operate in an intelligible way of the universe because it is a part of the universe. You don't need a God for any of that.
Yeah, I don't. That's where of course we disagree. Everything's laid out. Like, you even think we can understand the deepest secrets of the universe. But then you say, well, that's just because we happen to be made out of dirt. And to me, that seems like an inference that could be true, but isn't necessarily true.
Why would you think it requires a God to do any of those things?
Well, so like, we see that, like, you would agree even that there are functions in the world that they truly exist, like men and women procreate, male and female. And do you agree with, like, abortion, or do you agree with
pro-choice? But yeah,
homosexuality?
Yes, I agree with homosexuality. But how does this lead to we need God for these things to understand these things?
Okay, so for instance, with homosexuality, I think maybe this is where we'd be different, because you would claim that you have some sort of objective reality, but then when you see that males and females are supposed to reproduce, you wouldn't go on to the next step and say that's how it's supposed to be.
Right.
You would say, well, we're able to do whatever we want. So,
yes.
That's where it would seem like you don't have any sort of absolute grounding, as you claim you do, for your morality.
Wait, so that's a different question. First of all, moral laws aren't all laws, and so some laws could be different or cause different things than the moral laws. There's no contradiction there. Like, clearly I'm not saying the moral law governs everything and is a force that controls all other forces, because then, yeah, immorality would be impossible. But my question to you was, why do you think you need a God for intelligibility or morality or any of those things? Because it doesn't make any sense.
It's not that I need God to perceive that something is necessarily, like, not the way things are supposed to be. It's just that, like, in order to justify the reason that I do see them that way, and that's how it actually is, that would mean that the purpose or the meaning that I'm seeing there would have to exist in reality. Like, that meaning or that reality that I'm observing has to be at least analogical to something that is real. Otherwise, it's just a construct, and there's no way for me to ultimately know or have a good reason for believing that meaning that I'm perceiving is relevant or true.
So my worldview is that there is literally a law of physics that is like morality, and it literally interacts with our brains just like light and gravity do. And our brains then construct a model of the world based off of those things, which gives us knowledge of the way the world is. So it seems like I can do all of those things. I don't need a God. So I'm not sure why you think God is required for any of that.
Okay, you're asserting this to be true. For what reason?
In my worldview, we have brains and laws of physics, and the laws of physics interact with our brains via mediums like light, and particles, and stuff.
That's not a justification for why you think that you perceive is true.
Why I think what I receive is true, like, because I can't imagine all false things. So, like, I can't imagine a round square. I can't believe I exist and be wrong. And so there are certain foundational beliefs that can't be wrong. I can build off of those to build other beliefs that are more reasonable or rational. Like, we need some way to differentiate imagination from reality. And then I can come up with a method to do that, which is science. And I can use science to differentiate the things in reality that we can believe are there and the things that are just imaginary. And I can build a worldview called naturalism.
Yeah, but you're still saying that observationally, like, observation is enough to conclude what should be. So what's your response to the is-ought problem?
I don't think it is a problem. I think there are two separate categories, but not sure. Like, I'm lost on your question here, because your question was something like, how do I know what's true? Like, if I imagine I was to ask you that question, you'd probably say, because God told me so, or something. And I could just say the same thing. The universe told me so, or the universe caused my brain to develop in a way that develops true facts.
No, that's not. I'm not saying you don't observe things, and I do. I'm saying your reason for believing that actually adheres to reality to me seems like an unfounded assumption, and ultimately can't lead you to confidence in your beliefs.
Why do you think that your beliefs correspond to reality?
Well, again, we agree that we can look at things and perceive them, and then we can say, like, make conclusions about those things in general. So, like, we'd probably both observe that somebody tried for something that they did not do is bad. That's not correct. We shouldn't.
No. So my question was why do you think you are justified in believing you're not in the Matrix? Why do you think your beliefs and experiences of the world are true and not a figment of your imagination?
Well, I would have no reason not to think that I was in the Matrix, unless the world was grounded by something outside of myself. So I adhere that the truth exists outside of me, and that in order for things to actually be intelligible, that's grounded in some higher truth than me.
The quantum field. So why quantum field is outside of me, truth is outside of me.
Right, and also
my brain.
Yeah, and also the things that I perceive are necessarily mapped onto that mind, because that's what it is. Like, that's who God is, in a sense.
I'm totally lost now.
Necessarily.
Definitely not necessarily, because necessarily means there's no logical possibility to the contrary, and there's clearly you can imagine that God gave you a lie or something, or that evil God just told you something false, because clearly evolution doesn't give us accurate beliefs. It's definitely not necessarily the case. My question to you is, why do you think believing in a ultimate mind thingy who tells you stuff is a more rational justification for true beliefs and science and direct experience of the universe giving our brains information?
I think it's necessary. That's my worldview. So therefore I have a justification for why and how I know that I'm not in the Matrix, whereas you have no reason not to believe you are.
What's necessary?
He just said it was his worldview. He didn't justify it.
Yeah. What is necessary? What specific things are necessary?
That God, the mind of God, is the substrate of all things that we can perceive psychologically, and the matter of fact of all things in the natural state of affairs.
If I said a magical potato fart monster named Bob was a necessary being, does that mean that my belief is now rational?
Well, no, because a fart monster doesn't have a specific nature.
It has a very specific nature. So the question here is simply me asserting that something is necessary.
Its nature doesn't necessarily lead you to a world in which we can perceive things and know them as a fact.
He defined it. He defined it as having that nature.
No, a mind which is all good, all loving, and creates. It is also personal. Creates in order to bring others into a relationship is necessarily different than a potato which farts.
Yes,
okay?
It's different. Yes, you're right.
It's not even close to the same.
Wait.
If you're going to attack my worldview, at least attack it on what I'm saying.
Let him finish.
Not attacking your worldview. I'm saying you have a worldview of a God who has specific properties, and you're going to call that thing necessary. Now, I'm going to make up a different thing. It's not your God. I'm not claiming it's your God. It's a fart potato monster, and the fart potato monster has a nature that it wants to create people and wants to give them direct, accurate experience of reality because it likes farts, and in order to understand and really relish the experience of farts, we have to be able to understand the reality of farts. So it has a nature that would necessarily give us true beliefs about the world because it wants us to understand and comprehend efficacy of farts. Now, does me simply saying that it has this nature that I've made up and have no evidence for, and does me simply saying it's necessary give me a rational belief that I have a concrete understanding of reality?
Does you saying that physics necessitates morality justify your claim that that's true?
It doesn't necessitate morality. I never said it did. I said it's based on evidence.
No, you haven't provided any evidence why you think that we can arrive at morality. Without
moral intuition, moral progress, there's a pattern, follow the pattern, infer a principle. That's evidence. That's what evidence is in physics. You see a pattern, infer a principle, make predictions. That's what evidence is.
Yeah, but you don't have,
necessary.
to affirm that observation matches with the actual state of affairs. You're just saying it's part of your worldview in the same way that I'm saying that God, who is all good, all living, all knowing, supreme, and eternal, is the justification for my worldview.
Yeah, but
Dietrich,
mine has evidence, yours doesn't.
Dietrich, how did you determine that God has these attributes?
I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Take it easy, T-Jump.
T-Jump!
Dietrich, how did you determine that God has these attributes?
It's written in the Bible.
Okay, how did you determine the Bible was true?
I determined the Bible was true by having a knowing relationship with Christ.
How do you know that Christ exists to have a relationship with?
Because I have a relationship with him.
How do you know it exists to have a relationship? How do you know you're not having a relationship with just yourself?
Because I know how, like, what love is, and so I can
Baby,
tell.
don't hurt me. Continue.
Yeah, when love is being reciprocated, I have the faculties to observe such things.
Okay, so you think Jesus exists? You think love exists because Jesus exists?
Yeah, I mean, it's like at this point, yes, I would be confident enough to say I know.
You know that love exists when I can actually demonstrate how love is a byproduct that it was artificially selected for.
No, you can look. You can talk about reductionism all day, but that's never going to show.
It's not reductionism. I'm giving you evidence.
Okay.
So
sure.
So I'll ask again. The existence of an emotion does not mean that God exists. Okay, and if the existence of love is all you need to justify, that's just an emotional appeal. You're literally just making stuff up at this point. So I'm asking you, but it doesn't really matter. We don't have to continue along it. Your reasoning is circular, so your entire foundation is fallacious.
Does truth change? Does truth change? Kind of like an opinion. Does an opinion change?
I'd have a question for Dietrich, if that's possible.
Yeah, go ahead. So, by the way, I was responding because you said, how do I know I have a relationship?
Yes.
And, like, there's no reason for you to sit here and say, I can know that there's, like, actual morality, which is outside of yourself.
That's not what I brought up. I'm asking, how did you eliminate by what methodology did you eliminate the possibility that you're not just talking to yourself?
What methodology? I told
Yes.
you. I'm a creature that is designed to understand, like,
That begs the question. How do you know you were designed?
Well, you're changing the topic now.
No, you're making a claim. You're justifying it, and I'm wondering how you're making this claim. You just said you're a creature, and you were designed. Well, no, you can't just make that statement and then justify your prior claim. How do you know you were designed?
Well, this is my worldview. So you're asking me, well, what the truth is. I'm going to tell you what my truth is, which is always going to be in alignment.
I'm not asking you for what your truth is. I'm asking for your justification.
My justification is my worldview. So I presuppose that God exists from eternity.
Thank you. It's completely circular and logically fallacious. That's all I wanted to get to. Peter, go ahead and ask your question.
A lot of philosophies are circular, including yours.
No, it's not.
Earlier, Dietrich, you said that it was obvious that God exists. If it's, I don't know how you say that something is obvious. I'd like to think that that is based on some kind of evidence.
You will.
Since the topic of the conversation, since the topic of the conversation is, can you convince us that a God exists? Can you, and you haven't done that, you haven't even tried. Is there, can you tell me what convinced you?
Yeah, so even when I was a kid, I knew that there was, like, love is not just this thing that, is like just an impulse or what do you call that? Like an instinct. It's actually something which we can know on a personal level. And I remember having an intimate relationship with love itself. So I fell away from that when I was older, and I didn't. Think
can I ask a clarifying question?
Like 6 to 10 years.
How can you define having a
All hail the chin,
relationship with
McKinnon.
love?
All hail the chin.
What does that entail?
Is to have a relationship with love, because
That's restating the same thing. I'm asking you to define it.
Right. I'm saying, okay, so in the scripture
Yeah,
it
Adam,
says
he's gone into
in
full
1
blown
John 4:8,
incoherency at this point.
No,
God
no.
is.
I'm not talking about scripture because you're talking about something you had as a kid and realized as a kid. I don't think that you realized it because you read scripture. I'm asking you to define your relationship with love. That's not something you find in scripture. That is something that is your own definition in your own words.
Oh, okay, that's right. So what I was saying to both of you was that I'm going to make it quite clear what I mean when I say it's obvious. So when I say it's obvious that as a
my
scripture,
question.
can I
My
respond?
question, I'll ask you again. My question is, can you define your relationship with love? Because I have no clue what those words mean.
Yeah.
What is a relationship with love? What does it entail?
Okay. So can I respond?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're asking me specific, just to make sure I'm clear. You're asking me how I know that I have a relationship with love, or are you asking
to
define the parameters of that relationship?
I'll be clear again. Can you define what a relationship with love is? What does it entail?
Giving of oneself.
Yeah, I would say it's sort of understanding.
So there is someone in the background feeding you answers. Okay, I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, no, that's no problem for me. I just really want to hear a definition of the relationship someone has with love.
Is it the CIA? Are they feeding?
I suppose it is sort of a giving oneself over to another, right?
You're giving yourself over to love. What does that mean?
Well, it kind of means allowing yourself to become something which you are not already, I suppose, but specifically in the way that we learn about, like, for instance, I can only do this by talking. So I learned who Christ is by knowing love, because that is who Christ is. So
you're still not providing a definition of a relationship.
Yeah, you basically just asserted your circular reasoning again.
You keep stating the exact same thing in different words. You're not giving a definition.
Picture. You're asking for a complete picture, and then you want me.
I'm asking for a definition of a relationship with love.
Peter wants to know what love is. He wants you to show him.
I know what love is, but you don't want to listen because you don't want to think that Jesus Christ is love.
No, that is not what we're saying, Dietrich. Dietrich, that is not what anyone is saying. We're saying that it's circular because you have defined Jesus as love, and okay, I'm pretty sure we're. Go ahead, Amy.
I'm currently having a relationship with the people in Randolph's chat. They're sending me hearts.
Like
God.
So I think we're at a solid stopping point. We've been with Dietrich for quite a amount of time. We've dug it down. We've dug it down to the point that his reasoning is circular and logically fallacious.
Yeah.
So
I don't.
And it's none of us are convinced.
Dietrich, I don't think that when you use the word relationship, you have a clue what that word means.
It's self-evident. I've told you this. How do you know blue?
It's self-evident if I can ask you to define it.
How do you know blue is blue? Because it's blue, right?
No, I know blue is blue because of the wavelength.
Dietrich, what does the word relationship mean?
9 nanometers per second. Your brain tells you that, and then you know.
Dietrich, what does the word relationship mean?
Relationship is like a mutual, like knowing of two people or two agents.
So love is people?
Oh no, it's agents, like conscious beings. So
love is an emotion. Love is an emotion. It's not an agent.
No, like love is not just an emotion. Love is also what you do. So you can say you love somebody, but if you don't treat them.
No, hold on, hold on. You said love is an
Oh.
agent. How is love an agent?
I'm saying that what we call love is ultimately and finally derived in its best definition by God himself, because God is good.
You're avoiding my questions, or you're making statements that you don't even know what they mean. You
I know
said
for-
love is an agent. I asked you how love is an agent. Does love have a will?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, like, for instance, Jesus Christ.
No, I'm not asking about Jesus Christ. I'm asking about love.
Okay. You want to rephrase your question?
You said love is an agent. And I asked you, does love have a will?
I'm not 100%
I believe
why
that
we're
the
still on
will,
this, dude.
insofar as
I
we can
try to
speak
get
of
us
the
out
will
of
of
it.
love, it's ultimately going to be
At this point, we're just hammering him
self-sacrificing.
unnecessarily.
So
You're not addressing the question. I don't think you even understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. You said love is an agent. You said that you have a relationship with love. You can't define the relationship, and you can't define how love is an agent, because you can't even answer a simple question whether or not love has a will. That's an easy yes or no question.
I am going to give Peter 5 meme points and continue.
points. Okay. Yeah. So I believe since God has a will and since love has
I'm not
parameters.
asking about God. I'm asking about love.
Well, I've already
still
told
on love. We haven't come close to God.
Peter, at this point, I think we're just continuing to hammer a nail that's already been hammered in.
I agree, but what I was trying to point out is that Dietrich is making claims and he doesn't even know what his claims mean. He hasn't thought about his own claims. They're just he's just putting words together that sound good and that sound profound, and we have a word for that. That's called a deepity.
No,
it has no meaning other than it may sound really deep. But if you look closely at it, it has no meaning whatsoever.
Yeah, Dietrich, when you start getting into territory like love is an agent, and you can have a relationship with an emotion, and it's you're getting into like extreme woo territory. Not to mention, I mean, and you're evoking all these things that are not that you can't even demonstrate to actually exist. So, I think at this point the nail has been hammered enough. I don't think we need to hammer Dietrich anymore.
I did want to say one more thing, Dietrich. Why isn't the person in the background talking? Why do they need you as the translator to bring it up on stage?
In my opinion, he can talk to me all he wants, and I can say whatever I feel like saying. Right?
I'd like to know.
I was just asking a question.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying I don't think the objection is very good.
I don't know why. Well, the point is we're talking to you, and if you're being fed your answers, then you're.
No, it's not okay. I'm being fed the answer. My friend does want to ask you a question.
I'm curious as to what is the answer that you're looking for. What is the answer that you're wanting him to say? You know.
I want him to clarify his position, and apparently he can't. So he adopted a position that he himself doesn't even know what it entails. He just heard some words and went off the cut.
I'm sorry, but we need to move on to the next person in the audience. You're jumping the queue. Sorry, you're jumping the queue by you're jumping the queue by interjecting here, and we're not going to do that because there's someone waiting in the audience for a while. But you'd be welcome to come back in a future episode.
Well, anyway, you guys should let me finish, but that's okay.
Well, you brought somebody else in to jump the queue. This conversation's over.
And it's coming up. It's devolved into incoherency, so there's really no point.
That was just my reason to jump in. I wanted him to at least realize how incoherent he was, but apparently it didn't work.
But I think bringing in another party is not acceptable, because then that's how people can jump the queue, which is not fair to the rest of the audience. That's not your fault, Peter. That's just...
No. I agree with you. I agree with you.
just want to make one last philosophical position, and that is, what is love? Oh, baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more.
What is love?
I wanted him to show me.
So, John 5:46. I was super surprised that he didn't reference one of the books Moses wrote.
Wait, what's up?
He didn't reference a book from Moses. He referenced Isaiah. Jesus said that Moses wrote about him.
Yeah.
We've gone over 4 hours here. We've got one person left in the audience waiting for a while. Let's bring them in and then see how things go.
Dropkick.
What up, JL?
How's it going? What you got for us today?
Doing good, man. Ready to enlighten all of you to the ways of the flying spaghetti monster. No, I'm just kidding. Usually, JL knows me pretty well, but Randolph and Amy and Peter, I think, are kind of new, and I usually like kind of getting insights from the new atheists on where the thought process that you guys have come into play. And if there's questions along the way, I may ask.
Just for clarification, I'm not a new atheist.
New to me, I should rephrase that.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was new in the first few years of my life.
Yeah, I was new about 60 years ago.
So what was the process, essentially? Were all of you guys previous faith, and then just through all of it, the discrepancies?
I never had any kind of faith. I grew up in an atheist home, in an atheist community, in a pretty much atheist country. So,
which country?
For me, yeah. So for me, I've always been an atheist. There's been no process. I've just never believed in deities.
See, you guys are pretty rare. I like this. And Amy, how about you?
So I was a theist until I was a teenager, and then I'd say I became irreligious, and it wasn't until my 20s into 30s that I really started to take this stuff seriously and consider myself an agnostic atheist.
I get you. So somebody had touched on this briefly not too long ago, but one of the things that kind of came up, and I just don't think they've phrased it properly. I know JL and I have had conversations about confirmation bias in the past, with you guys kind of having a confirmation bias towards atheism a bit more. Is there really any point to having a statement of convince us God exists? Because I would hope after that much time, nobody on Discord is going to be able to convince you guys otherwise in a brief conversation.
Okay, so I can jump into this.
Yeah.
In 2015, I started my YouTube channel. And I think it was early 2016 when I said something that was apparently nonsense.
God,
and
it's
it
all
took
good to see
one
you,
of
bud.
my subscribers 2 hours.
Love is a battlefield.
Because I'm stubborn. To convince me otherwise. He did convince me that my position on a certain thing was stupid.
Right.
And that to me was a turning point where I thought, damn, I don't know everything. So if there's something that I don't know, I want to know. And that has determined the way that I engage with people differently than I did before. I think there's no time in your life when you cannot be convinced of something that is actually true. And if you're open to it, like we are, because that's why we're doing this stage, then bring it.
Yeah, so that brings up a kind of like a good follow-up question. The one that your subscriber wound up convincing you otherwise on, I'm assuming that wasn't a staggeringly deep topic such as faith systems, because that's
It was a pretty important thing. It was about belief and knowledge.
Okay, interesting enough. Now, out of all of this, has anybody posed any good evidence for you today?
Honestly, I haven't listened for quite some time today because of some things. But I don't think any of the guests, at least that I've heard, have even tried to attempt to bring something convincing.
And it seems like Christians are usually the ones that kind of like go up to bat for this kind of stuff. You don't really hear a lot outside the like major monotheistic religions, so that's not entirely surprising. The whole
Yeah, the
like
Jews certainly don't. So I don't really have this conversation with the Jews a lot.
I don't think I have ever even heard a Jewish person try to like contest any of that.
Right.
That's a damn good point.
Muslims go pretty extreme, but the Jews don't. But typically, as far as like the arguments go, I don't want to make. I try to divest myself from drawing conclusions about what I'm going to hear, and I want to keep myself as open as possible and to examine the claims from to give them as much merit as I can. Ultimately, everything I've been presented, like ever since I started doing this, has always been either an argument from incredulity, an argument from ignorance, or an appeal to emotion. I don't understand it. I don't see how it could be another way, or it makes me feel good. So it always be like I can always boil down every single one to one of those, and so. But I'm not saying that they're all going to be that way. But I like to be intellectually honest. You know me. I like to be intellectually honest and like to say, hey, man, if you got something presented, we'll examine it from there.
Excuse me. And like I know, like JL, you and I have talked about, I think it was like one of our first actual conversations, like the utilitarian effect that having a religion or a doctrine that a person derives from, if that is something that's genuinely important to them about staying true to, that ends up having a pretty significantly good beneficial impact. There's some people that, gotta love the homie, but Chroma definitely seems to have a very big axe to grind about Christianity in its entirety. I'm not really one to have like any kind of like qualms against that. The Randolph, Amy, Peter, you guys have the same mind, or are you guys just completely like anti any kind of like theistic belief system?
I'm not anti. Okay, I'm sorry.
I have certain concerns about various religions and some of the horrific edicts that are counter to human rights and whatnot. That edicts to kill people who don't believe and whatnot, that both Islam and Christianity and many other religions have. There's apologists have excuses and responses, of course, but it's right there in the doctrine. So I do have concerns about that. As far as deities not existing, I don't hold the position. I'm just not convinced.
Vibe with that. I think where a lot of, and I mentioned this earlier in the chat, like where a lot of like Christians specifically, because of how militant they are with defending the Bible, that kind of writes themselves into a corner, because when you're that militant into supporting something, you have to support everything that's in it. And there's a lot of shit in there that just doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like the modern day interpretation, the doctrine of it, like knowing a lot of Christians, knowing a lot of Catholics, having served with a lot of them, when they're in their like, when you're in a combat zone, people's faiths tend to take way more of a forefront in their everyday being than it would like here at home or when you're safe and not getting shot at all the time. So even seeing them in that kind of environment, the modern day interpretation is perfectly
thank you,
fine.
God, it's all appreciate
and I don't
that.
think a lot of them
Thank you very much.
are as militantly supportive of the Bible as say people here, because it's Discord and this brings out the trash of a lot of different denominations.
Well, I just want to say that although I'm against theism because I think that theism is a superstition, but I support my theist brothers and sisters and would break bread and drink a beer. So you got to have some sort of like separation between the intellectual debate and the fact that the secular community thinks that theists are just regular people, just like us. We just think that it's only humans out there. So we got to treat everyone like brothers and sisters.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And I'm pretty much the same position. So I'm an anti-theist. So I want to see theism gone from the planet, not by with legislature. I want to have that done through education, because I agree with Amy. It's superstition, but it's also a tool to subjugate people and to force people into doing things that they might not have done if there was no theism. So I think it's harmful.
Give me 1 second. That actually just reminded me of something I don't want to like misquote. Can't find the exact quote, but like Napoleon even had like a statement that without religion the poor would eat the rich or something along those lines. So it has definitely been used as a way to like keep the larger masses in check. So I get that part of it too.
Yeah, keep people in line to. One of the worst parts about it is the manipulation that this life is meaningless and that there's something better, and all you have to do is behave in a certain way that, regardless of your circumstances, it's going to be better as long as you adhere to these tenets. And so, it allows people to be lazy. It gives justification for not improving one's situation, for not taking responsibility for one's life, for not doing anything to improve things. It keeps people stationary and stagnant. Because they're just essentially waiting to get through this in order to. This is just the elevator ride up to the penthouse, essentially what it is. So we just have to like deal with it, until we get to this point, and it's just wholly irresponsible when it comes to us being, effectively, if you want to say kind of poetically, like the stewards of the planet. But right. you know me, I'm all about people can believe whatever they want. They can make as many logical fallacies. I don't care. I only draw the line when they believe that those beliefs. When they hold that those beliefs entitle them to dictate how other people live their lives and to influence legislation and influence social order to that effect. And that's where I draw the line. So if all of Christianity wanted to just keep it to themselves, like the Jews do, if they just wanted to do that, no evangelism, no blah, 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 no running around spreading, no knocking at my door, then sure, go do your thing,
And I have to put a caveat on that because let's stick to Christianity. I think it's also child abuse. If you start teaching your kid from a very young age that your kid is entirely flawed and will probably never, will never live up to the standards that the God is expecting of them, and that they have to ask for salvation because of they're flawed. I think that's child abuse. So
yeah, teaching them that people are born broken, and that they have to appeal to this external source in order to fix themselves. That they can't. First, they teach them that they're broken, that they're born broken, and then they teach them that they cannot fix themselves, that they need something else outside of them that made them this way. They have to appeal to this thing and be subservient to it in order to not be broken anymore. That's just it's tantamount to psychological abuse. That's just my opinion on it.
Yeah.
So
that thing that is going to fix them is only going to do them after they die.
To an extent,
not to an extent.
Hang on. What I'll say to that, at least, is you're not wrong, and I'll even preface this by saying I'm sure there's some very fucked up examples that exist out in the world. A lot of them probably members of this Discord that would definitely prove your point to be valid. But just from my own personal experience and experiences of like those around me that I know, so a bit of background: one half of my family was atheist and polytheistic. The other half of my family was hardcore Christians, and then out of that amalgamation, I wound up going to a Catholic school for like the first 9 years of my life.
Oof.
So between the Christian and the Catholic exposure, that was never the message that was expressed to me ever. It was the whole kind of like what Dietrich was saying, God is love, and it's definitely like fluffing up the positives to make it just seem like this grandiose, amazing thing if you're for this team. They didn't never really hesitate in saying, well, if you're not Catholic or Christian, then, have fun in hell, which is fucked up, and that definitely got me in a lot of trouble when I started arguing that point. But the whole, you're broken, you're scum, you're dirt under God's boot heel, that stuff doesn't really come up until like adulthood for a lot of the practices and teachings. And again, that's just based off my experience. I think that's a more normalized process for it, and only when you have the extremes and the fucked up that you have people pretty much using it in the scope that you're talking about.
Although Catholicism was actually the first religion that I was introduced to at the age, I think, of 16. Introduced to, I was made aware of, is a better word. But if you say that, and I have no clue what's going on in Catholicism, but can you tell me when? Oh no, forgot
I feel like
the
Heisenberg
word.
over here.
When do
Looking for the
confessions
fly.
start? When at what age are you going to the church to confess your sins to the priest?
That is usually done like either in adolescence, so like around high school years, or after the fact as an adult. Like going through Catholic school, like we had confessionals there. The pastor that ran the church definitely took on confessionals. We the students never even had that opportunity, just because it was expected that we didn't have to be exposed to that yet, or we didn't know what we would be even repenting for, or be able to understand it properly, because we were too young for it. I guess it was pretty much my perception of it.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I think there's valid points in the extreme cases, but I don't think that should be presented as like the standard, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. But so you're still a theist to this day?
I'm a polytheist.
You're polytheist.
Practicing pagan under Norse polytheism. Have been since 2009.
Can I ask what convinces you to be a polytheist?
You beat me to it.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, you said like what convinces me?
Uh-huh.
It's a pretty cliche answer after what I've heard of everything, but it's a personal experience that I endured during my first engagement in Iraq, coupled with growing up with a family that was from Iceland and a grandmother that was very pivotal in my upbringing, that was very devout.
Bots are out of control.
But
hey,
I was also
good to see
fortunate
you.
enough to have parents on both sides of the spectrum that would expose me to it, answer my questions, and educate me, but they would never, like, I was never asked to take part in any kind of like prayers or anything along those lines, because they wanted that final decision to be left up to me when I was
Okay,
very
and I don't want to intrude on your privacy, but can you tell us what the experience was?
I would rather not, just because it also involves like the first time I saw people get killed in front of me and had bullets flying over my head, and that's not something that it's a rough topic.
Mm-hmm.
And that, yeah, I think you and I discoursed on that some time ago, and I totally get that. There's no need to dive into that. So
I will say, without going into detail, I'm not so much of an irrational person to think that, oh, well, this is a miracle or anything like that. I'm sure there's a perfectly plausible explanation that breaks it down for it, but there was an event that happened that triggered the right brain cells in my head to get my ass up and moving in the right direction. And ever since then, it's kind of one of those deals where if it's not broke, don't fix it. Just have faith in it and use it to strive towards that exceptionalism.
Okay, so and I've talked about this on my channel several times. So I had a personal experience where I encountered aliens, interacted with them. That was a period of 24 hours that I completely lost all memory of. I have no clue. I knew what I did. I had dinner. I went to a room in a hotel. I spent the night. Next day, I got back in my truck. Got back driving home. Have no recollection of me driving from Cologne in Germany to the Swiss border and back until I reached the city of Heidelberg in Germany, where my perception of reality came back. I have no recollection apart from a few shreds of that entire 24 hours. That to me was as real as me talking to you right here. I know now that none of it was real. And I have a good explanation of what happened to me. I know that I didn't encounter aliens.
Take it easy, Inquisitor Bacon.
I did
Ida
lose the
Pim.
entire time. My
You have a story
truck
there.
was
I'd love to
damaged.
hear
I have
it.
no
Hear about
clue
your
how it got
experience.
damaged. So I've had a personal experience with something that is pretty weird.
Yeah.
But I know it didn't happen. I know it wasn't real. So without giving any details, with your personal experience, have you tried to figure out, maybe even with professional help, to see what happened, and did you come to your conclusion that you have today through that, or did you just accept what happened the way it looked to you?
It's more of an acceptance point, because what happened to me isn't like some like grandiose, like, you know, the clouds opened up, tear came down and was fighting alongside me or any shit like that. It was a very minor thing that triggered the right memory from my childhood in my head and prompted me to action. And since then, maintaining that mentality, maintaining that connection with my ancestry, with the history of it, with the faith system itself, and striving to be a good follower of the patrons that I work with and that I build a relationship with, that's led me to be the man that I am today, which, without being that fucking cliche on the internet bragging about all their accolades and accomplishments, I'm 33 years old with a very successful life because I want to be the best individual I can be, and part of my faith is, it's not the entirety of the reasons for that mentality, but it's part of the bedrock. So there's no sense.
It's very Aurelian. It really is very Aurelian.
You attribute that to something outside of yourself. My question is, how do you know that it's not just you who had a memory at the exact right time to make you realize what you wanted your life to be, and then took all the steps in doing that and getting to where you are now? How did you rule that out?
I guess that's kind of like the fundamental part of it. Is like you said, how do you know? The how do you know questions get brought up quite a bit. I don't think anybody knows any of these things. And if you talk to somebody, even professional help, you can be convinced otherwise. But ultimately, you don't know until it's too late to figure out whether or not you did something.
That's why I was specific. How did you rule it out that it wasn't just yourself?
Never really processed it, never even thought about it, never even like really dove into it to think that it was just myself or not. It's like I said, it is perfectly plausible that it is just myself, but at the same time, having the faith, being devout, and believing in this faith system is what leads me to the life that I have, so I'm not going to try and change that.
Okay, but just as an hypothesis, if what is driving you is just you, is who you are.
I don't know why Peter is pushing down this line of reasoning.
Would that be a bad thing?
He's already admitted that he understands it's a personal thing. It's an emotional appeal. It works for him.
A lot of people
he holds it for utilitarian purposes, which is fine.
Something that has a higher power than me.
He's intellectually honest about it. That's the whole point. So,
why would you need a connection to a higher power?
Because when things end up going to shit, which they often do, it's life in general. Just the way my specific mentality works is if I have something that is greater than me that I have a connection to, that's something that even if life takes every single thing away from me, I still have that to build some kind of strength off of. So
it's more kind of a safety net for you.
Safety net's safety net's a rough way to put it, because safety net would imply that you're not afraid of removing any kind of safeties off of it. It's more of a propellant factor that keeps me moving forward. But it's also like, you have to understand the faith is different than most monotheistic faiths. Anytime you start getting into polytheism specifically, you're not going to find this ideology that the gods love all of their creations. They love you just because they made you and you're all special and great. No, the gods care about the population as a whole, but if you want them to take favor in you and pay attention to you, you're going to have to do some pretty incredible shit and work your ass off to get to that point. It takes the laziness factor out of it. So there's not a lot of safety nets involved there. It's, I can let what's going on in my life cripple me and break me down and be a disgrace in the eyes of my patrons, or I can buck the fuck up and move forward and rise above this in honor of those patron gods.
But you said
when you say
afterwards on a question though.
Yeah, when you say they pay attention to you, does that mean that you get some kind of reward for the things that you do?
I'll let you know when I die and find out.
Well, no, so in what way are they paying attention to you, and how do you benefit from that?
I'll find out when I die. It depends on the afterlife. Within different realms of different deities, there's going to be different types of afterlife. So if you end up working with one close enough, and you're considered to be the ideology behind it is if you're considered to be one of their favorite chosen, then you get the afterlife within their realm. If you end up just being a shitbag, then you're just kind of like a wandering, aimless spirit for the rest of eternity. I don't know how much of that's true. Seems pretty fantastical to me. But at the same time, I'm kind of just more focused on living the best life that I can, having a good legacy, and whatever happens afterwards happens.
Like I said,
So what is more important to you, the legacy that you leave for your gods, or the legacy that you leave to the people in this world?
Those are one and the same.
The one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you need? I'm still trying to figure out what the benefit of this is for you.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, can I ask, because I actually just piggybacking off what Peter said, is that
he's
you
already
said
been
you
very
wanted
clear
to
on
live
this.
your
There's
best
no
life,
need to go down this road.
but you also said you need to sometimes appeal to something higher. My question would be, is there a secular version of this? Because I think that we as a non-believer community come together because we know that we only have one life, and so you have to look around. It's the only people that you got to actually get things done.
You're gonna have to help me out there. Just to kind of preface this as well, I'm not the typical like armchair scholar. I'm a grunt from the cavalry. I'm usually got like a 2-3 syllable max before you start to need to draw me pictures.
No, well, my question is that higher power. Can you replace it with something that doesn't have a religious context? Like, I think altruism is a good way you can label it. I think that we as humans are driven to do good things, that it actually feels good to save a puppy when we think they're about to get hit.
100%. And I'm not saying that it's not. For some people, I'm sure that's perfectly fine. You may be able to have a completely different attachment to what you consider to be a higher cause, and that works perfectly fine for you. That doesn't mean that has to be true for me. Even if there was a possibility or a possible substitute, why would I be looking for a substitute for something that works perfectly fine?
Well, and so that it almost sounds like the coexist motto, and I appreciate that. And like, if the majority of theists, I think, were your mentality, we would have a lot less tension between atheists and theists. Nonetheless, I still think that if what we're appealing to matters, and I think that even if we get to the right answer with the wrong mentality, I think that we should investigate, because I think that why we're being nice matters. I think if someone says to me, just an extreme, says, look, I am helping old ladies cross the street, and I so, great, that is fantastic. And they're like, look, I am helping old ladies across the street because I feel if I stop doing it, my God is going to kick the crap out of me for eternity. It just seems like they're almost being threatened to do good when you could just say, appeal to a natural reason to be a good human being.
They're allowed to
You
do
could,
that
and because
as
that
long as
worked
they're not
for
infringing
you,
other
that's
people's lives.
fine. But at the same time, especially I'm a father. I have a 12-year-old. When you get to being a parent, you start learning things that work and don't work for your disciplining your kid. Some kids are going to be better coerced into doing the right thing through gift or reward. Hey, if you do this, I'll add $5 to your allowance. Other ones are going to be more respondent to punishment. Hey, if you do this, I'm going to punish you. Adults are the same way. That doesn't change. People end up having those flocks of, I can't remember what it was. I'll think of it here in a second, but people end up having those kind of mindsets and they respond differently to different things. That's why different faiths have those extreme circumstances. I could go to a church because I go to different, I make a habit every week of going to like a different congregation or different denominations, church or something along those lines, just for exposure. But like I'll go to one church and they'll preach about heaven the entire time and how wonderful and amazing that is. That tends to work for their flock. Go to another one and they talk about how sinners are going to burn in hell for all eternity. Those are usually more entertaining, but those also work for their flock. People tend to go with what works for them specifically. And just like earlier, I thought Peter was about to tell me that he believes in aliens because he had a conversation with him. I personally don't know enough about A, the universe, or B, Peter's life to really say, no, you're full of shit. My homie could have actually had a full down like dinner with aliens and perfectly possible. I'm not one to really say either way on it.
So for clarification, I was specific. I said, I know for a fact that it didn't happen. It happened in my brain, but that was all that happened.
100%. I got that part of it, and I should have clarified. When you started telling that, that's what the mindset that I was going down. And then you said that you learned that it wasn't.
Yeah, so I can go into the explanation as well, because it scared the hell out of me, to be honest, and I didn't talk about it for several years. I still have the evidence that it happened in the form of a disc that we have in all trucks in Europe that records the entire drive that you make. And at some point, I went to full speed and kept it on full speed until I regained consciousness again, and then drove according to what is allowed. So I literally have that black on white, and I have the evidence that I stopped in a place where I usually didn't stop, and I can track that back in distance. So I could go back later, which I did after several months, to confirm whether or not I recognized the place, because I had never stopped there. And there were things that I had seen that you couldn't see from the highway that I was driving on. And so I could confirm that I was there. I saw those things. I know that those were there. But the whole thing that happened to me is a psychological defense that is built in humans, and it will work differently for different people. It's just something that will calm you down under extreme stress. That is what happened.
Right. Certainly can be.
My brain just fed me pretty pictures.
Dropkick, you're familiar. When we were talking before, I mentioned Marcus Aurelius, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, and I think, like I said, I think we came to the conclusion that you pretty much you fall along those lines. For those in the audience not familiar with it, it's Marcus Aurelius, Roman philosopher and emperor, and essentially stated that live a moral life. If there are gods and they are just, then they'll welcome you based on your actions and the life you lived, and it will not matter whether or not you believed. If there are gods and they are unjust, then you wouldn't want to have worshipped them anyway. And if there are no gods, then the people will remember you for the life that you lived and your legacy. So just live a moral life, and that's and I can't if an individual is going to believe in the things especially for a utilitarian, they can recognize that they have a utility for it, that it provides utility for them. That's fantastic, and they can recognize that this is a personal thing for me. It's an appeal. It works for me, and that my life is functional, is more functional because of it. That's great. I don't see, the Norse pantheists up there trying to revoke people's civil liberties or try to influence legislation to, force everybody to worship Odin. I don't see that happening. So ostensibly, in us, from a societal perspective, there's no problem there. There's no issue there. You're intellectually honest about your position, and that would be all I would say. Hey, as long as we can be intellectually honest about the things we believe in and why we believe in them, then we're good to go, because at least we're at a good starting point where we can examine when our actions are irrational and not are irrational and rational, which you do. So I think you're in a great. I think before, like I said, I think you're in a great position.
Since I see Andricus's hand getting raised up, if he end up bringing him up here while I'm still here, he's going to make you guys tell me about my crazy ex-girlfriend story, because he loves hearing that story.
Now you make all of us curious. See, that's not what you should do.
If you want to bring him up here, I'll go ahead and tell it again, because I know he's going to want to hear it.
Well, so there's just one question. After JL explained it, I think I don't have a lot of disagreements with your position to begin with. One thing I would want to know: are there any restraints that have been put on you in your form of polytheism that let's say secular people wouldn't have?
Oh, just let me interject one quick thing. You won't have to repeat again because we are live streaming this on YouTube, and your friend can just listen back.
Oh, there you go. It's perfect. Not from a secular standpoint of it, just because like there's obviously like one of the main patrons that I work with daily, and
Kill
that
and fly.
I have the closest relationship built up with is an oath keeper god, and it's a god of justice. So it's essentially the god of, if you say you're going to do something, you better fucking do it. So in that perspective, it would be very limited to me to go back on my word or be deceitful.
I feel very
which gets me in
successful.
trouble
I
quite a
just
bit, because
finally
usually
the fly
when you're
that
the
was
blunt
bugging
guy
the
that's
shit
not
out of me
afraid of
finally got
telling
him.
the truth, people think you're kind of a prick. But it's just for me to be honest about myself, my situation, and those around me, because that is honorable to my God. There's another God that's a God of wisdom. Case in point, when I go to a Catholic church on a Sunday, it's not because I have interest in Catholicism. It's because it makes me a wiser person to learn more about other people and other people's beliefs. So being foolish or judging somebody based off something I have no knowledge of because I don't go and learn is dishonorable to that God. So in that, it's a very big give and take type of relationship.
Okay. Well, it sounds a lot like the way I get criticized because I'm too loud and too direct.
No doubt, Oscar. And I
most
have
of the
no idea
time.
if they've been saying anything
Yeah,
about
when it
me
comes to like
or
religion and
what the
stuff, I don't
responses
really
have been.
try
I
to take a
typically
whole
try
lot
not
of
to look
hard
at
lines,
the heathen
just
hangout
because,
chat
like I
Oh, it's
said,
not
until
just
after the fact.
religion.
So,
It's other things as well.
But
If-
if you try to convince me that the Prius is a good car, we'll have an argument over that, and I'll tell you
kinda
that you're
curious.
damn wrong.
I might even agree with you on that because there's a lot of things that people don't know about the Prius. And I'm a car nut, so if we're going to start talking about cars, then we will be here tomorrow at the same time, still
Yeah.
talking about cars.
I'm a car guy, a motorcycle guy, a tattoo guy, and a gun guy. So pretty much anything that falls into those categories, I can talk about and a movie guy, as JL knows, all about the horror movies.
Oh yeah.
So I can talk about hours about any of those.
Okay.
And apparently
Well-
crazy ex-girlfriends as well.
Well, can I ask one last, just to, I'm not sure if it's on topic or the reverse, but I have to ask this to every theist, which is, what would it take to change your mind?
See, and that's actually, I will answer that by posing a hypothetical that I usually ask a lot of Christians and Catholics. When you die and you arrive at the pearly gates, if Peter's there and he says, hey, you lived a pretty good life, but you're wrong. The right religion the entire time's been Buddhism. But since you lived a good life, we'll let you repent now and convert. If you do, we'll let you in. If not, and you want to stay a Christian, you'll go to hell. I'm a very stubborn individual, and that would pretty much tell me that everything that I've worked for my entire life has been a lie, so I'm going to own up to my consequences. If I'm wrong, then I'm
I
wrong.
have to say it. Why are you assuming that I will be at the pearly gates?
Oh, I'm definitely saying that if there are pearly gates and the entry is...
No, because my name is Peter. And you just said I would be there.
Yeah. Valid point.
But Peter's not of the Catholic standard since he hasn't been inducted into sainthood, which I think is a good thing.
Exactly. But I will say this, Peter. If that
I don't-
PFP is as of you, then with that kind of facial hair, I definitely hope that you are up there, because that fucking handlebar mustache is a G.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
That's some gangster shit.
Oh, and I have to convey one more thing. Simon Funk just said in Randall's live chat, Newman, focus.
F-U-C-U-S. What does that spell?
So daring. So daring.
A good time.
Well, this is an inside joke. I usually have a soundboard with Darth Dawkins saying that. And I use that a lot when I go on Amy's channel. I will play that a lot, the Newman Focus thing.
This is what they do.
Yeah, I don't have that, but Randolph just fed me another few nice sound bites, so I'll be changing it up a little.
Good old Darth Dawkins.
Mm-hmm.
That guy was an interesting individual.
That's a very nice way of saying that.
I genuinely think he has arguments with his cats.
I think he's got arguments with anything within like line of sight.
Sorry, I have to clarify. I've got to clarify. You think he has cats that put up with him?
I mean, I didn't say they were alive still.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now I got this image of him with like taxidermied animals all over his walls. He's just like, this is what you get.
It's better than what I was thinking. I was imagining some guy in the produce aisle at a grocery store just yelling at some oranges for not being like the proper shade of orange.
Just like accusing chestnuts of being lazy.
Yeah. Look at you just lying there all round. This is what they do, everybody. They just sit here, all citrusy.
So I think after this conversation, I'm not convinced that any deities exist. So nothing's changed for me here.
Yeah,
But this has been a great conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. Andrews will have to wait on hearing the crazy ex-girlfriend story again if I leave.
Yes.
I'll put a link in the Discord chat again.
No, I haven't gotten there yet. It involves an ex-girlfriend of mine that set my car on fire and my reaction to the event.
Oh my.
Oh, what was your reaction?
All right, let's go ahead and tell the story just for Andricus. So when I was stationed down in Fort Hood, 19-year-old guy, very good physical shape. I'm obviously going to have some fun, especially when you give me orders saying that in a few months I'm going to be deploying to Iraq for the first time. So I wound up getting involved with this Hispanic girl, total sweetheart, kind of crazy, a bit full of fire. I loved it. Andricus, good to see you, buddy.
Oh,
But she had this really bad habit of constantly wanting to get into
Smite
arguments,
those
and it was
bots.
very exhausting after a while. So she started an argument with me while I was at work one day. I texted her and said, we're pretty much done. Just stop talking to me in general. I'm through with you. That night, I was going to go out with a few buddies of mine, so went back to the barracks, got done showering, was getting my clothes on, and then 6 of my guys come blasting through my door like the feds. Like, dude, your car's on fire. I'm like, what the hell do you mean? Like, your car is literally on fire outside. We had this big field that we had to park in because we didn't have a parking lot because Fort Hood sucks. So we running outside, and my 95 Cutlass Supreme SL that I spent $1,400 on is on fire. And what I see out of the glow of my burning car is my ex-girlfriend that I had just dumped, and I knew that it was her because I saw the booty shorts that she was wearing that she knows drive me fucking insane when she puts them on. And that's kind of all I could focus on at the moment. And then, all of that happened. My guys and I, because we all kind of came from urban areas, the golden rule is mama didn't raise no snitch. So got through all of that, and then 2 days later she texted me after she had apparently calmed down. And we kept sleeping together for another 3 or 4 months because the only thing that I could think of as she was running away from my car was Wayne's World Dreamweaver, and it was slow motion. It was beautiful.
His car's on fire, and all he can think is, man, she's got a great ass.
Yes, 100%. It was a shitty car, and I had insurance. I got a better car out of the deal, so I'm not too worried about the car. And the next 3 or 4 months were filled with some pretty good times.
The crazy ex-girlfriend story challenge has been open for a long time, man, and nobody's beat it yet.
and it all as crazy as that story may sound, if anybody knows any prior service active duty guys that spent a significant amount of time in the military, that's a pretty cliche yeah, no, we can see that happening.
Thank you, man. I love that story.
All right, I will hop out of here and let Andricus be all intelligent.
It was nice meeting you, Dropkick.
Yep, you guys too. Take care.
Thanks, bud.
Thank you. Look forward to talking again.
Good talking, Dropkick. Thanks.
Thank you, bud. It's good seeing you.
Perhaps we should bring this to an end because we've gone over 5 hours now.
I think we're in a good place.
Just means we're 3 hours short. And off.
No, we actually are trying to keep it at hours.
Okay. Yeah, there's no one with a raised hand anymore.
I'm wondering if anybody has any final thoughts before we close the stream here.
I think this was a good one. This was a lot of fun. I think this got a lot darker than previous stages that we've done. A lot of talk of baby killing and all kinds of stuff. But I mean, these are where the conversations go sometimes. But otherwise, I think this one was good. Had some. Still trying to work out some of the bugs here and there. I realized that we were getting some feedback in the live chat. Thank you all for the feedback. It's very important. It helps us to improve, so I appreciate that. I want to say it was fantastic. Everybody here, Amy, it was great. This was fantastic having you on here. That was good. Taco, Peter, Randolph, and of course T Jump. And I saw Jack popped in, but he didn't say anything, so I appreciate that. And on a personal note, Eisenhower is in the chat, and he's just been running his mouth, but he never put his hand up to come up on the stage. So, President Eisenhower, if you can hear this, maybe,
snap!
Maybe next time. So,
come back next fortnight.
If you've got the stones, so I'll call you out there because you said some pretty heinous stuff in the chat. So I'm just gonna say that. But otherwise, it was good times.
Yeah, we had a similar thing going on in Randall's YouTube chat. Someone who had a lot of criticism didn't show up.
It happens. It's people. I think these sessions are also helpful to people because they can kind of get a platform where they can express their views in the way they're most comfortable. And if they don't come up, that's okay. Of course, we always like it when they do. I see Sergeant is willing to join, but we really are running out of time here, so we'll need to do this next time. Amy, did you have any final thoughts about our show today?
Yes, I just wanted to thank you all for having me. It was a blast. And if you are out there on your respective platforms, don't forget to like and subscribe. And I just want to once again send love out into the universe. Atheist, theist. It was a great conversation, and I hope to have many more skeptical adventures.
I wanna add to that, Amy. You're a great addition to the panel, and I'm really happy that you could finally make it and be part of this.
Oh yeah.
So,
Thank you guys.
And I also want to thank everyone who messaged me during the stage, and I really appreciated all the input. So that's great.
Taco, any final words before I say the final part to close down the stage?
I'm getting real tired of hearing y'all tell people your positions instead of them convincing you a God exists.
I could not agree more. I think at times we might remind some of the guests why we're here, but sometimes we do have good conversations that are not on the topic. So it's a case by case thing, I think.
And thank you everyone for coming. Thank you Politics and Religion for hosting the stage. You guys rock. Thank you everyone for listening.
Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. I greatly appreciate it. I do agree with JL Warren that things got rather dark with the baby killing. This is a common example, unfortunately, that comes up with. There are a number of common examples, and this is one of them. When we end up talking about morality and the presumption particularly under Christianity and Islam, but others too, that there's an objective form of morality, and I always try to hammer the point home that it's always subjective, but objective or non-subjective determinations can only be made once there's agreement on a moral standard. And the problem is this lack of agreement. And the fact that there's so many different religions shows that there are different standards on this, especially religions with the moral system built into them. So this is, of course, the big sticking point for that. So the objective morality argument, however you're trying to use it, is fundamentally flawed from what I can see, and we'd be willing to engage in this the next time as well. We will be back in 2 weeks, which is one fortnight, so we will be on July the 24th at the same time. Feel free to join us again, and if you have some arguments that you think of during that time, feel free to write them down so that when you're here the next stream, you'll be ready to present them to us. Thank you everybody for being here and everyone who's been a part of this. and also Politics and Religion Discord. Yes, Peter.
I have one last question for JL Warren.
What's up?
So, as a guy who does shows about horror movies, has the profile picture that he has, what's your definition of dark?
Oh.
You know, this sounds like a discussion for another time.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
No,
And anybody in the audience...
in response of him saying that it got pretty dark. Just
Right, and anybody in the audience, if you're interested, you can come over and check out my channel. I'm currently live right now, so if you want to continue the conversation with me over there, you can hit the link for my channel. You'll see me live, and we can talk in the live chat. So thank you all for coming out and check out my content if you like it. Smash that subscribe button.
And as a reminder, that is at youtube.com/JLWarren, WARREN.
Yes.
Thank you to everybody again for tuning in, the Discord audience as well as our YouTube audience and our YouTube audiences. And I hope everybody has a great rest of the weekend. Take care. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Sending love.
Everyone, click their links. They're all pinned in Heathen Hangout.
Time to close the stage. Let's see. How do you close that?
I think they have to do it, but if you just exit quietly.
Okay. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
Take it easy. All right. So, 5 hours, 57 minutes. So it was tight. Not that many speakers. Not a whole bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Only at 10 people, which is pretty impressive. Sometimes we get a whole bunch. Sometimes we get we get a bunch of trolls. But fortunately, it wasn't that bad. We just got the one kind of philosopher troll. Oh, I see Mario. It's a me, Mario. It's a me, Mario Rui. Thank you so much, Mario is a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Mario. You now have access to all of the cool custom emojis I have made for you, and of course the channel badge, the member badge. That is the expanding mind. The longer you are with this channel, the more your mind will expand. So I appreciate that. I took the meme and spaced it out. So thank you so much, Mario Rui. I do appreciate it. If any of you out there are interested in becoming a member of the Godless Army, of course, the link is in the description, and it's only 99 cents a month, and it's pretty much how much I value my content, so you can support my efforts here on the channel and the stuff that I do here, and get access to all the cool emojis. The more members we get, the more emojis that will unlock for you, so there you go. And I appreciate that, because all that support helps me to make this. So there was, I saw people popping in throughout. Thank you all for handling the bots, getting rid of those bad guys. They're so annoying. I thought, thought you could just I wish there was a way to just shut them down completely. But, oh well, what are you going to do? But, man, there was a dude who came in earlier who was in here, who actually I messaged on Facebook, who is a theist. And I wanted to talk to him because he says he wanted to debate. Andy Barton. I asked him if he would debate on my channel, and I sent him a link, and he said, would debate on my page. Reason I don't like YouTube very much because I can never send my links without them getting taken down immediately. I don't know if Andy is still there, if Andy Barton is still in the live chat. If you are, my mods can handle that, and you can say the mods can put links in there and make them available to everybody so that you could do that. So there's. While you wouldn't be like channel members and channel moderators can put up links, and channel moderators can handle links as well. So if you were to put up a link, then a moderator can put that in, and they wouldn't be shut down. So it's very easy to get around. But yeah, if you are interested, Andy, in having that discussion or having that debate, I'd love to have that with you. I can bring in a moderator. Johnny O from the Plot Hole is a fantastic, unbiased moderator. He can handle it. And I have a few arguments that I could present for why the Abrahamic God does not exist, and why that absolutely does not exist. So, yeah, I'd love to be able to do that. And God Hates Us All is a new member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much, God Hates Us All. I do appreciate that. Enjoy all the new emojis, like Darth with the red duct tape on his mouth, crying Otangelo, Eric Santa Jewel, of course, one of my favorite, Kent Hovind in jail, and of course one of my favorites, Heil Greg. The Heil Greg emoji is one of my absolute favorites. I loved how that one came out, and I made that one to commemorate when Greg Locke was burning books. that he was terrified of in the yard of his church, like a friggin' fascist psychopath. But thank you so much, God Hates Us All, for becoming a channel member. I do appreciate the support. Thank you. I don't know. So yeah, I think I don't think Andy is still available. I don't think he's still there. I think he's still available on. He's still active on Messenger, but I don't think. I don't think that he is in the chat, which is a bummer. So, man, oh man. Oh, I see over there in the live chat that President Eisenhower is an absolute troll and is just one of the worst. So I'm glad he didn't pop up, because that dude's arguments are just vile. So I'm glad that we didn't have to deal with that. But man, this was an interesting one. Did anybody have a favorite one? Did everybody have any questions about anything that was discussed? Or need anything sussed out, or anything of that nature? I'm always open to hearing what y'all have to say, or your feedback on it. I'm very much aware that we have personality problems with with T-Jump. I know that strong personalities can sometimes cross paths. I think that T-Jump does not always behave in a. I think his behavior is very, very MDD, is very modern day debate. Is that his behavior is inclined to try and elicit an emotional response. I think that's a good debate tactic in order to get your opponent kind of off their game. But when we're having conversations like this, I don't think it's warranted, and it tends to just piss people off, because we're not really debating. It's not a formal debate. It's just it's a conversation about what they believe and why they believe it. So it's something we need to rein in and get under control, especially when he starts turning it against us, starts going after Peter, or when he starts doing his passive-aggressive sighing, like he's bored, and I disagree with it. No one's ever done it to him. I don't know why he does it to other people, but I think we need to get that under control. And I don't want to say that T-Jump is the only issue, but it seems like a lot of the chaos that kind of pops up kind of centers around him, which is a little obnoxious. It's something that we need to handle, so we don't look like a bunch of children on the fucking stage. That's just me. But nonetheless, we'll listen to the feedback and try and improve. Thank you so much, Mario, supporting a great channel. I do appreciate it. I thank you very, very much. Oh man. Oh, what is this? God hates us all. Send Greg Locke a bag of dicks one time with penis confetti. That is amazing. I know that he complained once in a video that people were sending stuff to the church, like dildos and all kinds of funky stuff, just to get his goat. And he's like, you could tell that he was a bit triggered by it, that he does not like that, which I think is just an invitation for people to do it more often, because I think it's hilarious. Well, this has been fun. This has been great. So, an update as to what's going on. So, right now, after I get done with this, I will do the update. I will put everybody's timestamps in the description, so you can go specifically to one particular interlocutor if you want to hear what they have to say. Coming up on this channel, I have a video about Greg Locke coming up, so I'm looking forward to getting that finished so I can put that up. You've seen the sneak peek with the thumbnail, so I'm looking forward to putting that up. And then, of course, Week in Horror every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Just the usual, which, I think we have some good ones. I think, we're pretty much taken to the ocean. We got nothing but ocean horror movies to talk about this week. And then, of course, you'll catch me on other live streams here and there. And hopefully, if Andy sees this, or if I talk to him later, then hopefully we can get a debate going. And I'd love to hear the evidence that he has to present that God exists. So I don't know if I'd like to see how that will go. And eventually, I will have MC Toon on the channel. One day, I will have him on, because I really, really, really want to have that conversation with him. And I know that y'all will love it too, because MC Toon's a great dude. I really, really, I love his content, love what he does, love his work, and I just want to have that convo. I really, really do. All right, well, I'll tell you what. I am starving, and I probably have to go to the restroom. I'll probably have to go to the restroom as soon as I stand up. But we've been going a decent clip. It's a little over 6 hours. So I think I will call it here. I think this will be pretty much it. So I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me. I want to thank all of the channel members for all of their support. Your channel membership and, of course, your super chats, they help to drive this channel and help me to make this content and keep pushing stuff out there and keep having these conversations. Be able to spend 5 hours on a Sunday on Discord having these conversations and trying to spread reason, rationality, and logic and bridge the societal divides that irrational behaviors and irrational thoughts create. So I appreciate all your support. Y'all are amazing. I'll see you on the future content. Thank you all very much. God hates us all, and it's me, Mario Ree. Thank you for becoming new members. I appreciate that. Cindy Johnson, have a magnificent day. This has been fun, and I will see you all in the next one. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other, and together we can bridge the divide.